Oh, I got a little. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 5th, 2019, and we're so glad so many of you could join us. As you can see, we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present to do the city's business this evening. I would like to introduce, I've had the pleasure of meeting for the last about 45 minutes with Den 10, Pack 20, the Cub Scout troop from Trinity United Methodist Church, and they're led by Christina Quintero. If y'all would come forward, they're going to lead us in the pledge. These are our young future leaders. We have Timothy, Vera, and it's what I love about it, I never had a Cub Scout troop that was boys and girls. It's always been either boys or girls, but this is a future Cub Scout that has boys and girls. So come on in. We've got Timothy, Vera, Kyra, Jason, and Nathaniel. So if you'll just come in the front, and they're going to be leading us tonight in the pledge. We love to have Cub Scout participation. So if y'all would please stand, and if you'll continue, please.
Everybody? Go ahead. You want to start it? Please join us. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, go ahead. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Great job. Thank you, guys. Before we move to our presentation this evening, please, I want to apologize for my voice. I just seem to talk all the time, but I think it's allergies. I feel fine. I'm not sick, even though I do have some cough medicine if I start coughing, which I don't think I will, but thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. If you'll please silence your cell phones, that's very, very important so that we don't have disturbances. And then also just a reminder that our local City Council rules do allow you to participate in our agenda items. As you all know, there's many of you that have been here over the last many meetings. But after we have a presentation and the council asks their questions, if you have a question, we'll certainly hear from you. And again, we'll have a time limit this evening because we have a lot on our agenda. So with that said, I'd like to introduce Renee Green. She's the Bexar County Public Works Director. She and I have known each other for many years. We serve on the MPO together. And Renee is going to be here this evening to give us an update on the Hebner Creek Flood Control Project, which is right outside our door. And I appreciate it so much. So thank you and welcome on behalf of the City Council and citizens of Leon Valley.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
you, and thanks for having me and giving me this opportunity to update you on the status of the Hebner Creek Conveyance Project. As the Mayor said, my name is Renee Green. I'm the Director of Public Works as well as the County Engineer for Bexar County. And so I would also like to introduce Todd Putnam. Todd could stand up. He is the project engineer on this, and he works on our staff, and so he is the boots on the ground per se. This project is actually quite large. You're mostly familiar with Segment 3, which is the portion that goes in Leon Valley, but it actually started several years ago under Segment 1. Segment 1 was a hydraulic and hydrological remapping. Segment 2, it was actually the portion that goes from Timber Hill inside the city of San Antonio all the way to your city limits. It was a rechannelization work and the construction of a hike and bike trail. And then Segment 3, which is the segment in Leon Valley, goes from your city limits to Bandera Road. And it was a rechannelization and natural creek protection and restoration. Now you'll notice I left out the yellow part. That is the Ingram Road Bridge. For those of you that don't know, that's an additional part of this project where we built that bridge. That was early on in the flood control program. And as you know, any of you who ever watched the news media broadcast high water or inclement rain, they'd always go to that location because someone was always stuck in the water. So in fact, I was told by some of the media people that we took away their go-to shot for the stuck in the water, and I thought, I'm happy to do that anytime. So segments 1 through 3 had a significant amount of benefit. We reduced the floodplain boundaries. We were able to pull 54 homes out of the floodplain limits by reducing the floodplain. We also purchased 42 homes for channel excavation, so that results in 93 homes removed from the floodplain, and we were also able to recover about 73 acres. The rechannelization of Hebner Creek included the natural creek protection, and we wanted to preserve and promote the native vegetation, increase the aquatic wildlife, and all those things factor into improving the water quality that flows through Hebner Creek. We also put in erosion control measures, erosion control matting, drop structures, rock riprap, native species channel seeding, and again, aquatic species planting. All this keeps the ground solid and keeps it from eroding rain, especially when we get a really intense rain. Not moving. There we go. Unfortunately, it was set up so that the video automatically starts, but apparently it's not. And what I like to do is show videos of people. Let me see if this will work here. If I go like, or you're doing it, you're working on it. Yeah, it may not go. You know, whenever we do a road project, people hate construction. They can't stand it. It's annoying. I get it. We always take a video of the road and what it looked like before. And then that always makes the meeting go a little bit smoother. This is actually on YouTube. If you go on YouTube, this is in 1998. This was the flooding on El Verde. The nice thing about it is the fire truck comes in the video, and you can see with a perspective of what really was occurring here and the danger that it presented to the people that live along that area. So this was a very expensive project. It was one of the most expensive ones we did. Bexar County did a 10-year, $500 million program. These 3 segments cost $48 million total cost. When you add in the $9 million for Ingram Road Bridge, we were essentially $57 million is what we invested in this segment of Hebner Creek. So segment 1, which was the remapping, is complete. Segment 2, which is the part that was inside the city, is also complete. We started construction on segment 3 in March of 2017, and we anticipate being complete by late March, early April of this year. So we wanted to make sure, I know that this city is very concerned about trees, and so I wanted to point out that we did do planting and watering of about 100 new trees outside of the limits of construction. So we were vested in trying to get the jump start on that creek restoration. We utilized a number of different native plants, grasses, wildflowers, shrubs, all within the impacted area, and we hope that it promotes the species diversity. As I mentioned before, we put a significant amount of erosion control matting, drop structures, rock riprap, native species, the seeding, and the aquatic species to help promote the creek restoration. So this is a rendering of what we're looking at on the segments. I know it may not look like that now, but that is what our vision is for this, so that you have a beautiful park-like place to go to walk in the evenings, and you have the benefit of the flood control for that area, so we never see what we saw on El Verde back in 1998. So that's my presentation, Mayor. I am available for questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Are there any questions from the council for Ms. Green this evening? Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Yes, ma'am. Are you on schedule, or when you expect to have the project complete?
Well, we expect to have segment 3 done by the end of March, the first part of April. And yes, we're on schedule. We did lose some time in September and October because we had those massive amount of rains, but every one of our projects is about 2 months behind. But we do believe we'll have this done in April.
Okay, and preliminary, we've had a lot of rain since this started, and you can see the reduction in the Evers Road flooding and some other areas. So anticipation that it's going to be, do what it's being designed to do?
Yes, sir, it is. There'll be some additional work going on, not construction work. Once we complete the project, we've got to go through a remapping effort. It's called a CLOMAR, Conditional Letter of Map Revision with FEMA. We've gotten that approved. We have to then file the LOMAR, Letter of Map Revision. That will pull property out of the floodplain. And the interlocal agreement that we signed with the city of Leon Valley many, many years ago before we started on segment 1, there's some property that will be given back to the city that I believe you have some future plans for, Mayor. So that needs to be removed from the floodplain before we go forward, which we will complete that. But that's all behind the scenes. You won't necessarily see that because the construction will be complete.
And do you know if this will have a positive effect on our ISO rating for the insurance and flooding and so forth?
I don't know the specific rating that you have, but I would just off the top of my head say yes, because you've essentially removed a significant number of homes from the floodplain, you've removed the threat of property damage, and you've basically enhanced and increased a major flood conveyance in the area.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilor Martinez.
Is there any plans to continue the work upstream from Leon Valley?
And I appreciate that's a very good question, and I know the mayor has asked us that. And I realize probably the majority of you weren't here, but about 8 years ago when we started this project, we were told in no uncertain terms we were not to go upstream past Bandera. We were told that Raymond Rimkus Park and the Onion Mansion were sacred. And so when we planned this project, this is where we stopped, and that was at the request of the then Leon Valley City Council and Mayor. Sorry.
No, that's fine. But in the future, is Bexar County considering an additional tax to do other flood control projects?
The Bexar County, as far as I know, is not considering any additional tax. Let me say
But
that.
I meant projects.
Projects, yeah,
You've already
flood
got the
control.
tax. Do y'all notice on your property tax, there's a little line for Bexar County flood, and it's a small tax, but it makes a difference.
And that's a good question, Mayor. It's because I get it asked quite a bit. It's another flood control program.
Right.
This was part of a 10-year, $500 million flood control program that consisted of 85 projects countywide. So this was just one of them. And so, the court has not made a policy decision. They do make policy. I'm just the staff. I just get to build it when they decide what they want to do. And they have not made a policy decision on how they want to move forward with flood control. There has been some immediate focus on completing San Pedro Creek, and that right now that's their focus. Subsequent to that, then I'm sure the judge and the rest of the commissioners will decide how they want us to move forward.
Okay, and just one more question for me. When do you expect us to take ownership of the property that you're working on? I know we have to wait for that LOMAR. Is that a year and a half?
It's probably, I hate to tell you, it's probably about that long. It's not something I control. It's FEMA. Once everything's complete, the engineer takes the as-built and has to do the paperwork and has to file it in there. I don't know. I'll go back and look at the agreement, Mayor, and I'll see when we can transfer the property to you. It may be that if it helps your planning, maybe that once we turn the LOMAR request into FEMA, we can maybe look at doing a transfer then. I just have to see if the DA's office will let me do that. So.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. I have one more.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Follow-up.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, just like as the video that you showed, the 1998 flood, we've been in conjunction with San Antonio and finally have got them to retain the water upstream. Do you know if the county has been part of that conversation in far as future planning with the city of San Antonio to connect whatever boundaries that may connect that could affect cities downstream?
They have not reached out to me with any specifics. I don't believe they've reached out to any of the flood control staff, but they're Art Reinhardt, who I believe is probably who you've been working with. I see him frequently. I will ask him that question, Councilman.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, if there are no other, yes, Counselor Atkinson.
I just wondered how it would be possible to get the county to be more responsive to individual citizens concerned who live along the creek without county personnel spreading false rumors or false information about the homeowners, as has been done, which is a large concern from a number of people that I've heard.
I'm not aware of anything like that occurring.
How can we get you to be more responsive? Who can be talked to that might listen to the homeowners instead of being dismissive to them?
Again, Councilwoman, I mean, my staff is very responsive. I'm very responsive. I have not heard of any of county staff ignoring the individual residents. In fact, Todd is out here frequently. He met just the other day. He'll meet with anyone who asks him to. So I have not heard of anyone being rude or dismissive to the residents. And if they are, then please bring it to my attention.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to ask a question before we close this segment? Yes, Mr. Hody, if you'll come to the podium and state your name and where you live. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Matthew Hody. I live on El Verde Road. I have for about 21 years, and we made the mistake of moving here in '97. Wasn't that great timing? I appreciate what the county is doing. I think this is money well spent. There's a lot of, I'm trying to think of what the word would be. It's not fun having it going on.
I know.
But you know, that's what happens. That's the way things goes. It's improvement. Things move on. You know, we build Walmarts in Helotes. Whatever has to happen eventually happens. But having said that, I do have some concerns for Ms. Green, and I would like to read those. And I apologize for my cottony mouth because, like you, I'm on a steady diet of allergy medications, so my voice is kind of messed up as well. So, Ms. Green, is what I was going to ask you is then, other than your visit today, how can residents, especially those that are directly affected by the work, stay informed, and who can be contacted to answer specific questions? And does the county welcome dialogue? Mr. Leonard Adami with AECOM was extremely helpful to me in answering just basic questions because, I mean, we do live on the street and we want to be familiar with what's going on, and we have questions because it's in our front and backyards. So that's my first question.
So thank you, Mr. Hody. Let me first say that I know that you had some issues, and Todd and I were talking about them, and I know that your front of your yard was pretty well torn up, and he's indicated to me that we've made assurances to you that that's going to get taken care of. The great inlet's going to be lowered. Todd, when did you say that was going to happen? Hopefully the next couple of weeks. So anything, you know, one of the things, and if you just bear with me a second, when we did this 10-year, $500 million program, we did it through program management where we hired an outside engineering firm to augment the staff. So Leonard Adami was part of that augment staff. And so for 10 years, we had them on embedded with us in our building as if they worked, they were Bexar County employees. And then the program ended last year, and we didn't renew the contract because the projects had been completed down to a level where we could handle them with our own in-house staff. And this was done as a taxpayer savings, so we didn't have to hire 22 engineers at the peak and then let them go. So Leonard Adami was part of that, and that's why Leonard he's still with AECOM, he's just not with the county anymore. So there's been a little bit of a transition. Todd is, in fact, the person that you can before we leave here, I'll make sure that you have Todd's email address. I will give you my email address. I'm very good. If I get emails, that I follow up with the staff to make sure they've been responsive and that they've asked. And so we are the people that you would talk to on a day-to-day basis. The superintendent from Oscar Renta, who is the construction manager out there, and we have our construction inspection management team out there. I'll make sure that Todd gives you both those names and those numbers so that you have me, Todd, and those two other gentlemen that you have the ability to reach out to. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I had a pretty decent relationship with Mr. Adami, so when I found out that he was leaving, it was really a bummer for me because he was able to answer the majority of my questions.
We liked him a lot too. We hated to see that staff go, but, you know, it was a matter of economics.
So other than speaking with Todd or yourself, how can we be assured that the damage is repaired satisfactorily? In my case, it was the driveways, where they had to dig into the yard to reroute the sewer line. And again, I understand all this stuff, and it's been going on for a long time, and that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about it being taken care of in what a resident would consider a reasonable way.
Well, again, I've given you the county contacts. I also know Mayor Riley quite well. I serve with her on the MPO policy board. If she's not happy, she'll let me know. And trust me, she'll let me know. You know, there's always that opportunity for you to talk to me. If you're not happy with my performance, talk to the mayor. You know, you have your new county commissioner that you can reach out to. But in terms of this, we just have to let us finish the job. Let us do what we committed to do. And if you're not happy, we'll take care of what we can do to make you happy, okay?
That's exactly why I'm waiting, and I haven't said anything, and I'm not going for yard of the month or anything like that. It's just
Yard of the month.
It's just a fact of the life, and
I love it.
as I said, I understand in the end, it's going to be nice. Now, I know you know my name because you sent me a letter about a year and a half ago in response to some concerns that I had about trees in my backyard. So for those of you who don't know, in addition to the creek bed, there's also work going on behind a number of the houses where it's going to catch water coming off of Grissom, I believe. Is that the idea behind that? Anyway, I had correspondence with then Commissioner Elizondo, with his staff, with Mr. Dwayne Robinson. I don't know if he is still the small city contacts in Bexar County.
Yes.
About what I considered possible ways to not take out some of the nice trees in the back. And you sent me a letter that pretty much told me in no uncertain terms to cut it out, that this was going to happen, and too bad.
I don't think I used the words cut it out.
Well, in so many...
I'm almost positive I never used the words cut it out.
In so many words is what I said, man.
Okay.
So, I have also come to find out in the meantime, and you'll probably deny this just like you did with Ms. Alcacer. I'm not on you about this. I just want you to be aware of it. That you have formed a completely incorrect opinion of me from your correspondence with several county representatives and whomever it was that you spoke with at the time. I don't know if it was Mr. Elizondo or whom, when you sent that letter. You never called me. You never contacted me directly. You never gave me your card like you're offering to do now. And that would have been nice, because those people in Leon Valley know the way that I am, and I'm not an unreasonable person.
No, you're not. But you know what? I was going to suggest that maybe we could set up an appointment with you and Ms. Alcacer and Ms. Green, and we could talk about the specifics, if that's what you'd like.
That's fine.
Yeah, just because I know we have a huge agenda tonight, so.
What's your resolution of this?
My resolution would have been to sit down at the time instead of you taking somebody else's word for it. And then in the meantime, you continue to bring up me here to Leon Valley and how unreasonable I've been.
I've never brought you up.
Never.
I have never brought you up to Mayor Riley or anybody.
Wow.
I have never said anything about you.
Okay, that's...
I never have.
That's not what I've heard, and the people that I heard it from, I have no doubt that it's true.
But
So,
can we do that? Can we follow up? And I'll be more than happy to coordinate a meeting.
Let me just make
Yeah,
sure that
let's
the
do that.
council is clear. The incident with the tree he's talking about in the letter was several years ago.
that's correct.
It was many years ago.
No, it wasn't
No,
many
it
years
was.
ago.
It was more than 3 years ago. And so,
Yeah.
but at this point,
I'm trying to-
I'm
yeah,
fine,
that'd be
Mayor
great.
Riley, in having if he would email me his concerns, I'll be
Okay,
more than
let's
happy
do
to
that.
address them. And I will
'Cause-
give you my card that has my email address on it.
All right. Right. We were able to meet with another concerned resident on El Verde Road, one-on-one, and it really did help. So let's do that.
It's a shame that we couldn't have done this early on, because this could have been avoided, but I felt like this was really the only way that I could address it.
Okay. I'm glad that you brought it to our
Get
attention. Thank you.
Information from the county. And as
You
I
bet.
said, Mr. Adami's been great. The job is going fine. It's a pain, but it's okay. I understand all that, Ms. Green. But what I don't like is the way that particular incident was handled. And it keeps being brought up, and I want it to cease and desist.
I have
because
not
I'm-
brought it
because I'm
up,
fine.
and my staff has not brought it up.
Thank you, Mr. Hody, for sharing your concerns, and thank you, Ms. Green, for addressing them.
Thank you.
We do appreciate it. Mr. Martinez, did you have one other thing to say before we moved on?
With this correspondence going back and forth, can all of us counselors and the mayor be copied on this so we're informed of what's going on
I
in the resolutions?
Copy, I would prefer to copy Kelly, if that's
then she
okay
can
with
get it
you.
out, yeah.
And she can be
That'd be fine.
responsible for disseminating it to the rest of you. Is that okay?
That's fine with me. I
I
would
just
like
want to be
see-
clear for the record, do you want all the past correspondence from Mr.
Sure,
Hurt from this
sure.
point forward?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, that'd be great.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
time. We really appreciate it. Todd, thank you so much for your time. Do appreciate it. And have a wonderful evening. And we do need to move on. Thank you. You bet. Appreciate that. All right, moving then to agenda item number 3, we have our city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So we just finished our town hall meeting. Dr. Romero has been given all of the graphs, all of the citizen input from the charts. They were all put into one document and sent to her last week, so she hopes within a month she will have a final report to you. So that was done. I think staff had everything compiled and sent to her within the week. Which leads me up to what's happening next. It's February, and wanted to talk about our coffee in April. You all had discussed, I believe Councilor Alcacer was spearheading this, the animal ordinance was one thing you wanted to discuss at that coffee. You wanted to get community input on what our citizens also, I don't remember what this was, maybe it was you, Mayor, but maybe start some discussions about scooters.
Yes.
So those are the 2 items that I have for the coffee. Is there anything else that the council feels needs to be on that agenda? Yes, sir.
Perhaps it was, undoubtedly it was a communication breakdown, but at the town hall meeting, what I had really wanted was a chance for the citizens of the community to share their viewpoints about what the Economic Development Advisory Committee should kind of evolve into, because I felt that, I wanted to get more feedback from the community at that time. And the slide that was put up about stop order data, I had not asked for. So I would like to see placed, in the next meeting, an opportunity for there to be some discussion about what the citizens of Leon Valley want the role of the Economic Development Advisory Committee to be. And that just did not happen. It's a communication issue, I assume. So I would appreciate that if that could occur.
Mayor, Dr. Edwards, I think it's already going to occur because next meeting, we actually have that particular resolution that you all passed on the agenda because we have to add alternates. I thought we had 2 alternates on that committee. We don't. So we have to add 2 alternates. And there's some other language, like they wanted quarterly reporting done instead of annually. So we're putting that on the resolution. And so that's actually a perfect time for input. So that'll be at the next meeting. Do you want it
Which meeting is that?
the 19th, February 19th?
I think he's saying he wanted it at the coffee. Is
Yes,
that what
the
you're
coffee
saying?
is what
Yeah.
I wanted.
Okay, so you want it both places?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
thank you.
Yes, sir? There's a legislative bill out there right now. It's Senate Bill number 77. It's actually filed by Governor Abbott. And it's what we're going to call our red light camera bill. And I have some really good news, actually. We got the draft of the bill as it stands today. That does not mean there's not going to be floor amendments, Senate amendments, House amendments. We don't know what's going to happen. But as it stands today, if you compare that bill and our contract with ATS. The city attorney stopped everything she was doing today to compare those two for us so we could know what we need to do if we need to take some quick action. It's not going to affect our contract. Our contract has, we've safeguarded ourselves from that. It's not going to even impact our operations with regard to citing or processing the red light camera violations. We have a 9-year contract right now that still exists, and we also, we believe, we're checking right now, have the ability, if this council desires, to extend that contract before June 30th of 2019 in case this law were to go into effect. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, June, what did I say? Oh, June 19th, I'm sorry, June 19th, okay. So anyway, overall, it's really good news, unless there's an amendment and we're watching it. I'm getting a daily scan watching that thing, and so we'll see what happens with it. But we are keeping our eyes on that one. I want to congratulate Shadow Mist. I don't know who's here from Shadow Mist tonight. There's Miss Charles, the HOA president. Very proud. They received the Best Small Community Award from their management company. And so congratulations. That's really great. Wanted to let everybody know that your police department is going to be doing a neighborhood by neighborhood citywide sweep for code violations. So that will be coming up. Also, Google Fiber, as you probably, many of you already know, is on our doorstep. They mistakenly put out signs in the Forest Oak neighborhood. Was it this weekend, Mayor?
It was last Friday.
Last Friday. So they're going to have to go through the permitting process before they can come into Leon Valley. But I just wanted to give everybody a heads up. We will attempt to have not only neighborhood meetings, but we'll also have social media outreach in advance of them coming into your area. So we'll try to stay on top of it. Of course, before they come into Leon Valley, they'll have to be permitted. So we'll have notice. But they were in the wrong area.
Well, I don't know if they're going to start in Forest Oaks, but the concern that Chief shared with me is that they have a large easement. And that means that they can dig in your yard.
So all that'll have to be worked out through the permitting process, and we'll just make sure we're keeping really close contact with the neighborhoods that it's going to affect. But just wanted to throw that out there so we can start getting conversation and the word out there that that's coming and it's going to happen. We finally have all the Leon Valley fire trucks up to date. They've been pump tested, and they've all now met standards. So very happy with that. Tomorrow, and I actually assigned this to Crystal because I want her to get this experience, but we have a legislative finance committee hearing tomorrow in Austin on the revenue caps, and they really want to hear from the chiefs. So Chief Naughton will be attending, and Lieutenant David Anderson, who's very well spoken and has been monitoring this, actually are going to go and stand with TML against those revenue caps tomorrow. And probably the only ones that will be allowed to speak are going to be Chief Naughton and Lieutenant Anderson, but Ms. Caldera will be there from the administrative side so that she can at least sign up. I don't know if you've ever been involved in the process, but she can sign up. I know you have, Mayor, and show that she's against it as the assistant city manager, which would basically speak on our behalf. I know you all take the TML position. So that'll happen tomorrow. I have no idea what time our group will be home because, as you know, those things run late. The next regular City Council meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 19th at 6 o'clock p.m. We have an 8-week yoga session that's already started on February 3rd. UTSA Economic Development Breakfast is February 19th from 8 till 10:30. And actually it's not a success story, but the UTSA Economic Development Department has been helping one of our local business attempt to try to stay in business. They have not been successful, but they did tap in to them when they knew about them. So I was happy about that. They're in Leon Valley trying to help our businesses. The Leon Valley Public Library is going to be closed Sunday, March 3rd for carpet cleaning purposes, and they'll also be closed on Easter Day. The 2019 Volunteer Appreciation Dinner is Thursday, April 4th at 6 o'clock p.m. at the Leon Valley Conference Center. May 4th is the general election filing period, January 16th through February 15th. Movies in the Park is scheduled for February 15th, 2019 at dusk. I do want to make sure that the citizens know that at the February 15th Movies in the Park, we're going to have a group there from the Bandera working group. and they're going to be soliciting your input on what you want on Bandera Road. So they're going to try to come to various community events. Mayor Riley has invited them to Earthwise Living Day as well. But they're going to try to go as many places as they can to try to get some input. So even if you don't stay for movies in the park, it might be worth your time to go at the beginning and make sure your voice is heard regarding Bandera Road. Park Commission will meet February 14th. That's a nice Valentine's dinner. 6:30 at the Conference Center. Library Board of Trustees will be held on February 14th, another Valentine's Day. 5:30 at the library. Citizens Police Advisory Committee will hold a meeting on February 20th at 6 o'clock p.m. right here at City Hall. Zoning Commission meeting is scheduled for a week from today at 6:30 here at City Hall. Earthwise Living will hold a meeting February 12th at 5:30 at Public Works. The Board of Adjustment is tentatively scheduled to meet on Wednesday, February 13th at 6:30 at City Hall. And one more item I wanted just to mention to you. We are involved in that HEB fitness thing right now, and I'm logging my activities because I want Leon Valley to be in the top 10. Where's Maudie Bell? Is she around here? There she is, back there. You see her with a black, raise your hand and wave at everybody, the red shirt. She can sign you up for that, and you can get points for Leon Valley just by eating healthy or exercising. But she's doing something really cool. It's a free 60-minute total body workout on February the 12th. It's Tuesday at 5:15 in the afternoon at Raymond Rimkus Park. And Camp Gladiator is actually the one who's going to be, leading the workout. So it's fun, it's healthy, it's free. And then once you do this workout, you get a lot of points on the It's Time Texas HEB Community Challenge thing. So we've got information on e-news about it, and I think it's on our website and on Facebook. So anyway, we would encourage you to sign up so that Leon Valley I'd love to see Leon Valley win. I looked today, and we're in 12th or 13th place, I forgot. So we need to step it up. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Yes, I just had two agenda items that as I was reviewing the packet. The soapbox derby decision, will that be on the next city council meeting? We were going to get a cost analysis.
I just looked back there to make sure that I was correct, and Maudie Bell is shaking her head yes. So that's her item, and it'll be on the next
Okay,
agenda.
and then the next one is video conferencing. We're going to take that up, and I didn't know when that was going to be.
Ms.
And then
Caldera
also
is going to
if-
begin working on that. She just finished the conference center,
Right,
so
and
she
if we
said
could
she'd
just
start
have
that.
like a summation of how much it cost us to upgrade the conference center. I think we saved money, and I appreciate all your efforts. I just wanted not to forget those two items, so thank you. Any other questions for the city manager? Yes, Mr. Councilor Martinez, excuse me.
One thing that, there's two things I've got. At the town hall meeting, he showed the video of the red light cameras. Now, where did that come about? That should have been a policy decision, and council should have known about it and voted on it as a policy to go ahead and create that video and show it instead of a staff function.
So the policy actually was created. The policy is that you voted for red light cameras. There is money in the red light camera program there's money budgeted in the red light camera program. I actually thought when I very first saw the video, I didn't know the video was being done. I sent, it's a TML video. TML sent out these videos to all the cities and said, can you do something that, is conducive to your city or something that happens in your city? I'm trying to remember what the legislative phrase is that they're using.
Our home, our decisions.
Our home, our decisions. So they ask everybody to do a video about something that happens in your home that may work well in your home or your area, but may not work well in others, which is why the conclusion of the video with Mayor Riley on there saying something to the effect of, it's working in Leon Valley. It may not work everywhere else, but it works in Leon Valley. So that tied it all up into the our home, our decisions idea. But it's just like, that's a social media. We do social media all the time on your policy decisions. And that's exactly what this was social media outreach on your policy, on a policy decision that was made long ago.
Yeah, I just feel that that is a policy. It should have been brought to us as a request to be done, and City Council either decide as a policy group to authorize it or not. My second point is I have requested for several months now that I would like a complete data dump of all the proposed zoning changes, and, I would like to get familiar with what's coming down the pike. Our packet tonight is over 400 pages. It's very, very hard to get the packet on a Friday afternoon or Friday evening and try to go through 400 pages and do the research and follow-up that is necessary to be able to come to informed decisions. So I would like to get that data dump of, all proposed changes and zoning changes. Even Friday at the town hall meeting, Brandon put up a slide with months and different things that are coming down the pike. I would like to have advance notice on all of that information. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, actually, let me ask Brandon and Sandra, when you send out the packets to the zoning committee, I thought the council was getting the same packets.
We are.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Is there something different than that you're not getting? That
Well,
you
I just want a
wanted it?
data dump of all proposed. We had several, even before Brandon. We had a couple other community development directors that have gone through the zoning regulations and made changes, or wanted to make changes, or proposed changes. And Nina spent a lot of time. I think the last 2-3 weeks that she was here, going through it and revising it.
Right.
And, I would like to have all this information, within the next couple of weeks, so we could start at our leisure. We can get familiar with it, and then when the item comes up, it's not, we don't have 300 pages to go through in a couple of days.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor and
So
Council,
noted.
thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to build on what Councilor Martinez was saying and draw a distinction between zone changes to property, like changing the zoning classification, versus actual code amendment changes that are comprehensive in our code. So I think, draw a distinction between that, two separate things. And so right now, the city is in the process of having discussions to potentially amend the zoning code and make comprehensive changes. There has been some work done on that by my predecessors, but there's by no means comprehensive changes to the code that are finished and ready to be reviewed and that just haven't been forwarded on. That's not the case. There has been initial work that's been done, and we are going to continue working with the Zoning Commission and the council and the community to build upon those changes to the comprehensive or to the zoning code. And as we discussed at the town hall meeting, the first step in continuing to do that is to revisit our comprehensive plan and make changes to the comprehensive plan to guide the development and the continued building upon future changes to our zoning code. And as those changes begin to take shape, and once we finish the comprehensive plan changes, as we talked about last night, which inform the zoning code, as we finish those changes, then we'll be bringing those forward. But there are not comprehensive changes to the zoning code that are completed and have not simply been passed on to the council. That's not the case. So I just want to draw a distinction between those two.
Okay, so does that answer your question?
I would just like them as far in advance as
Okay.
possible.
Even the
That's all I'm
draft,
requesting.
and I'm sure you give it to the zoning commission, you'll give it to the council, right? Whenever you give it to the zoning commission,
do
you'll
now.
give it to the council. I think that's a good rule of thumb.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
that'd be all right?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do appreciate it. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilor Edwards.
I just wanted to maybe seek some information about the video. Was it sort of an indication of TML guided or suggested indication of what an example of what would be good in our area and might not be good statewide? Or is that, it almost sort of looked like either a public information video or like a lobbying video that could be used sort of in opposition to any red light law changes coming out of Austin. I just, wonder what the impetus to the video was, so I could further understand it.
Sure, Mayor, Dr. Edwards, if I can for a minute, I just got word that my mic is not working in the back. Can you all hear me in the back? Okay. So, yes, the impetus was to follow TML's lead and get the video done on something that Leon Valley was already doing, that was working in our city. So that, but in my opinion, and I said this at the town hall meeting, that video was done so well, and I'm not sure how, I really wasn't involved. I just tossed the project off to Monty Bell, so I'm not even sure how she, ended up coming up. I just know she got UTSA for help because it's cheap doing that. You don't have to hire a professional person. But it's my opinion, it still is, that the end product of that video could be used for legislative purposes. Absolutely. I thought the video was that good that it could be used because they're trying to get those dual messages across in Austin that you all should decide what's best for your community. And I thought Mayor Riley was very strong in that video in the end when she expressed that. And so if I had to guess, when we go to our committee meetings about red light cameras and we show them that video, I think they're going to ask to use it. I think it was that good. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they won't.
No, I thought it was good. I just didn't know if there had been like a decision to produce it in order to use it kind of as an information tool or a lobbying tool against, the push to eliminate red light cameras.
Mayor, Dr. Edwards, that's a good question, and I'll tell you, it can't be used that way. You can't use money to lobby like that. That was a video that TML sent us, that they asked us to put our own ideas in, and by the time she completed it, I didn't have anything to do with it except I said a couple of sentences on it. I saw it for the first time, no, the second time on practice day. I'd seen it the day before, so I saw it 2 days before you did and was amazed by it. I just think it's that good that it might end up being used.
Right, it was well done.
I would just like to add that 3 counselors, or the mayor and 2 counselors, were involved in the video. The other 3 were not. And I think it's just a matter of courtesy to let everybody know what's going on. And I think that's where we can learn in the future.
Sure.
So,
And
thank you.
I don't know how I don't know how people were picked. I have no idea what happened there.
No,
I'd
that's,
have to
I'm
ask
just saying.
Marty
I'm
Bell
just
about
thinking
that.
that
Thank
might
you.
be- That might be the disconnect.
Mhm.
So, okay, thank you. Anything else? Else from our chambers? Okay, let's move then to citizens to be heard. Anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council on any issue that's not on the agenda tonight, because you will have an opportunity to speak there. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Leticia Romero.
You need to speak into the mic. Yes, we are recording. Thank you. Yeah.
I applied for the variance, but I haven't received no information about it.
Okay, so Mr. Brandon, I believe, and you know what? I met with the Boy Scout, Cub Scouts, and I failed to follow up. That was my fault. Can you meet with Ms. Robledo about her variance? She was wanting to know what the status was. Could we do that maybe tomorrow or sometime this week? Would that be okay?
Okay.
Thank
It
you.
is very important because I take care of the elderly and it's about safety issue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Thank you, Mr. Milan. I do appreciate that as well. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Hody, please come forward. And welcome back.
Number 2, Matthew Hody, El Verde Road, 21-year resident. I wanted to thank the City Council, Mayor, and the city staff for what I think is an outstanding job. 21 years ago when I moved here, I was running into things like I did with the county, and that has stopped. Y'all are responsive. You listen. You don't deny. wouldn't it have been nice, or isn't it nice, when folks say, I'm sorry there was that misunderstanding, Mr. Hody. Let's sit down and talk about it over a beer, whatever, something, instead of just automatic, maybe I was wrong. I've been known to be wrong from time to time, but there's no need in being rude, and y'all are not, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hody. Do appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Okay, let's move then to announcements by the mayor and city council members. Maybe I should start over. I always try to, in fact, let's start with Councilor Rodriguez, and we'll go that way around. Let's do it that way, round robin it.
I wasn't ready to start.
Yeah.
Just want to tell everybody thank you. It's good to see citizens and people from the different churches here. Hopefully we can come to a positive resolution for everybody. And as a family of, or a sister of a law enforcement officer, I just want for us to keep our thoughts and prayers with our officers because they've been ambushed left and right. So let's keep them in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
Just happy, excuse me, Happy New Year to those that I haven't seen. I unfortunately missed the last meeting because I was taking a granddaughter who lives with us to the University of Notre Dame, and we had a nice bit of cold and snow. On the way back, I did get the opportunity to listen and view the entire 6 or plus hours of the last council meeting. I'm sorry, but I was kind of glad I wasn't here. But nonetheless, I did listen to it in several parts a number of times. My suggestion for the council is to have maybe some scenery as we have the meetings, because to see all the snow and the other things, it helps you get through a long meeting with where there's a lot of tension in particular. I also appreciated the town hall meeting. It was the best that I've attended. It was very well run by the staff. I appreciated everything. There was so much professionalism in it. I thank Crystal for getting the videos that you could see from anywhere. The screens were really good for all eyes. The input was terrific, and I hope we get good results from it. I saw the Ridge Park Playscape is in for those who live in that area. I was trying to go down the slide, but the police tape was still around it, so my husband wouldn't let me intrude, but it's gone now. I also went to the first yoga workout, and it was a workout. So it's for any age. The youngest, I think, was 15 or 16, and the oldest was a 90-year-old lady. And she stayed and participated the whole event. So it's a good thing, and it's free, and it's at our library. And thanks for being here tonight. And smile.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
Well, I agree with Councilor Alcazar about the town hall meeting. I was really glad everybody showed up. We had a pretty good showing, and we got some pretty good responses to some of the questions that are going to come up during the year and help us make informed decisions. Also, on the 20th, the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce are going to have their monthly meeting at the courtyard, San Antonio SeaWorld on Westover Hills. They're going to have a speaker that Steve Traubman, he's going to talk about characteristics of the $1 million habitude warrior. It should be a pretty good meeting, and if anybody has any questions about the meeting, feel free to contact me. I'll be glad to let them know about it. It's 11:30, courtyard on Westover Hills on 151. The food there is fantastic.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I attended a class through the Texas Municipal League on February 1st for grant writing for municipal programs and projects. So part of my continuing education, it was really a very informative class, and it helps me understand how the grant writing process and funding and monies are available for our community to bring it back to our community. So thanks again, and enjoy the meeting.
Councilor Edwards.
I agree with everything said up to this point. Great turnout tonight. There was a fantastic turnout at the town hall meeting. It's good to see the citizens who are our bosses attending and giving us great feedback. So keep up the good work, and thanks for coming out tonight.
And I'll just ditto everything that everybody said, so I don't have to use my voice anymore. But anyway, thank you all for being here. All right, moving then to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that would like to remove consent agenda items 1, 2, or 3, 6, 1, 2, or 3 for discussion? Yes.
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay. All right. So, anyone else? All right. So, may I have a motion to adopt consent agenda 6.1 and 6.3, please?
I so move.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve consent agenda items 6.1 and 6.3. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. At the request of Councilor Martinez, 6.2 will be discussed. I'm not sure who will lead that. Let me go ahead and read it. Discussion and possible action on a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the City of Leon Valley and the Elijah Group for the use of the Leon Valley Community and Conference Centers. And we have Ms. Maribel Mendoza
Good
here
evening,
this
ma'am.
evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Yes, ma'am. We are going to possibly renew the contract with the council's permission again for an extended period of time because, again, their church is still under construction or they're still trying to locate a church. The venue, our community and conference center, is right in the middle of what their supporters are, so they just like the facility so much they want to continue using it at a reduced rate.
And did you have a specific question?
Yes. My question has to do with item 3 of the MOU. It states that the MOU will be extended through March 31st of this year, and then it can be extended through May of this year.
Correct.
And I would like to have it added on there that this MOU will continue instead of May 31st, continue until the end of the year to prevent the fiasco that happened in January with them. And if there any way possible that if at the end of December 31st, since it is the staff is on vacation, or we close down the city, that it will continue month to month until another contract is ratified. And then the other part is on item 5, that I think it's very reasonable that they should be able to have a little bit of storage. We have room in the back room of the center where they can keep a little bit of items that they need to use on a regular basis.
So currently, they do have their stage in our back room where we have our tables and chairs. If they have any more items than the stage, it blocks the books, and then the seniors aren't able to get a hold of the books. So they do have their stage there currently, which they can continue to store that because it is a big stage, and they can't just bring it back and forth every Sunday. But everywhere else, I know they also had equipment up by the air ducts in the community center, which is not a safe place to store any of the items because of the new AC that we did install. If anything would come to rip or tear, it will mess up the air ducts, and that was a public works safety concern that was brought to our attention. But they do currently have a stage there in the storage facility.
Okay, then it needs to be added to this that they can store their stage there, And also, I'd like to see the term extended to the end of the year.
I'm sorry. I've been, the manager and the city attorney were saying that we needed to go into executive session to talk about this because it's a contract. But I wanted to do that at the end of this meeting and not right now, if that would be acceptable to you.
That's fine with
Is that
me.
all right? Because I know we've got a lot of people waiting. So if that is acceptable, then I would like to move consent agenda item 6.2 to executive session at the end of this meeting. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right. So then we move to, we move to ordinance 7.1, our second reads. And Ms. Pasolé, if you'll please read ordinance 7.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council, amending Section 15.02.314, Residential Use Table, and Section 15.02.381, Permitted Use Table of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding institutional uses in the B1 and B2 zoning districts, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, very good. Hi, welcome, Mr. Milan. I do appreciate you being here again.
Yeah, thank you.
And I know this is our second read, so we usually ask what additional information you have. And as I read the minutes, we had left last meeting with Councilor Jordan and I believe Councilor Edwards moving to table because we had some questions, and I was wondering if you had those answers to the questions. Maybe we could start off with those. And we do want to hear from people, but we'd like to hear new information rather than, the stuff that we've already heard. Just if you could keep it to that.
Absolutely.
So we asked, Councilor Jordan had asked, what effects did the churches from the B2 zoning districts have on ad valorem taxes? Whoops. Did it decrease or increase? What are the new options? And then I also asked about the sales tax. And Councilor Martinez wanted to know how the civic district option would affect property values. And there was also a question about how churches can expand in a new district. And so we were going to ask for these answers. I thought we might start off with that. Would that be? And I know we had two questions last night, but I don't, at our zoning meeting, I believe we wanted the history of how the churches went from this zone to this zone to this zone. And I don't know if you have that information yet.
Yes, ma'am. Do.
Okay.
Happy
And
to
then
talk
the
about
future land use map, how that changed. That was the other question that came up last night.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
So, first I'll go ahead and touch on some of the first questions that you had. So, regarding the effect or the impact that churches and other institutions have on our ad valorem and sales tax base, definitely regarding ad valorem, that depends on whether or not the institution owns the property. If the institution leases the property, then definitely it's still a privately owned property, so there will be ad valorem contribution. In that scenario, if it's an institutional nonprofit use, it's not paying sales tax. That's not contributing sales tax. But if it's a situation where an institutional or nonprofit use owns the property as well, then it's neither contributing ad valorem nor sales tax. In terms of, I think the question was asked, what are the potential impacts for additional institutional uses throughout Leon Valley if, say, the code were amended to allow for institutional uses in the B2? I'd have to say I think that's a good question, but that would definitely take a comprehensive analysis that we would probably need the council to give us a little bit more direction and maybe allocate some resources to doing more of an economic study for something like that, and that would involve looking at probably bringing in a specialist, someone that specializes in real estate economics, and also bringing in possibly an architectural professional that can look at, okay, what's our existing lease space, existing strip centers and big boxes, and say some of those uses transitioned, and what is the potential for turnover from ad valorem contributing, sales tax contributing uses? What's the potential there if there was a turnover to more nonprofit? So that would take a pretty comprehensive look. So frankly, we don't have an answer. There isn't a magic number, a round number that we had developed for tonight. So that kind of takes a little bit more looking at it and saying, okay, defining a scope for something like that. So hopefully that addresses that, and we can continue to work on that. And kind of like last night, we were talking about future land use planning. I'd say that fits into that future land use planning category of looking and saying, okay, what's the impact?
Brandon,
yes,
can I
ma'am.
just interrupt with regards to the economic development piece of the question? I actually called the Economic Development Department asking about a study to see if we could get one done, and their answer was, you need to define your variables. You have variables all over the place. There's so many what-ifs in there. We can't give you a responsible answer, a responsible study. And so we really would need to narrow the scope in order to answer your question. Basically, the answer was it's very vague because there's so many variables and so many what-ifs in there.
What, was that at a university or the state or?
UTSA, Economic Development Department.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Just,
please.
right,
Thank
when I
you
asked
for-
that
thank
question,
you.
I realized that, it was kind of a broad question. It was really probably not measurable or attainable to, what I was trying to do is determine when institutions and churches was no longer allowed into the B2 area, and then kind of get a timeline or a window of maybe an estimate that way. But I realize that that's a pretty broad question. So it would be a good project for somebody's master's program, though.
But
yeah.
I think we could, have you identified each church, if they're leasing, if they own? That's kind of like
Exactly.
the foundation that we need first in order to get that information, I would think.
Right, well, but we'd have to go before, what the zoning was before and who the tenants were before, and then look at the tax
Yeah.
rolls before and then after the change was made and so forth and so on. So I understand, after I thought about it, that's a rather large undertaking.
Okay, so we're not going to get the answer tonight, it sounds like. Okay. All right, as I read the minutes, I thought we probably ought to start off with these questions.
Ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yes, I did.
Yes, please continue. I
can't remember.
apologize.
Thank you. I can't remember exactly when the when the zoning was changed for the B2 to be prohibited. Are you going to talk about that?
I've got a timeline here that
Okay,
I
great.
worked with
Great.
with Mrs. Melinda Moritz, who's been here and has a lot of history in the city. She was really helpful, so coordinated with her to develop a
Okay, so you
timeline.
do have that new
Thank you.
information.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
My first two slides here are a real zoomed up future land use map and a zoning map, so I've got those
Okay,
on there for
very good, thank you.
resource back to that later as well. And so here's kind of a little bit over 20-year history of churches and institutional uses in Leon Valley. So from about 1996 to 2006, churches were permitted in all zoning districts with specific use permit approval. And so within that time period, approximately 25 specific use permits were issued throughout the city. And among those specific use permits has included the LDS Church located on Hebner Road. They are zoned B2 right now. And of course, as the code at that time required, a church needed an SUP as well, so they obtained that SUP in August of 2005. And also noteworthy is an SUP that was approved for the Horizon Church, which is the previous church that occupied the St. John's Baptist property. And they had an SUP approved for the back portion of their property that's zoned R1 currently. And as you know, Horizon Church has left, and St. John's is there now, and they're operating under that SUP on that piece of property. That was approved in August of 2006. But as the council knows, we've talked about SUPs before. SUP is a function of the underlying zoning, and if that underlying zoning changes, that means that the expansion, and of course an SUP is limited to a site plan. An SUP is limited to the specific development of that property as it is proposed. And so any kind of expansion of use requiring an SUP, of course, needs to have the base zoning be consistent and allow for it. And of course, an SUP update is required too for SUPs. And so in March of 2007, staff seeing a dramatic rise and an increase in the number of churches and other institutions coming into this community, and of course seeing and anticipating the economic issues that could potentially come with such a thing too, consistent with what staff's previous feedback given to the council regarding changing the B2 district. In seeing that and understanding what this meant for the community, initiated a code amendment to remove churches and other institutions from all of the zoning districts but the B3 zoning district. And so that was the zone change that was made in 2007. And as the council knows, back in December, we amended in conjunction with the St. John's Baptist Church and their development proposal, and looking at their property and their plans to expand and looking to develop solutions that were feasible from a long-range planning standpoint and also might accommodate the St. John's Baptist Church. The council amended the code to also allow for churches in other institutional uses in the R3, the R3A, the R4, and the R5 zoning district. So that is the history of institutional uses, including churches, which is a large part of our conversation, the history of how they are regulated by the zoning code in Leon Valley.
I thought last night we also said that churches were allowed in the industrial.
Went back and looked at the
Right,
code. No, I think there was some sort of, I think there's some other uses, but churches are no.
Or
Right
not.
now in our
Okay.
zoning code,
I'll
churches are not allowed
scratch
in
that out because I
industrial.
had it down
Yeah,
there as
just in the B3.
I1. Okay.
Just in the B3.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have anything else
And
on your
again,
slide? Okay.
in terms of, I think, going back to Councilor Jordan's and Councilor Martinez, some of their questions about looking at the impacts. Again, I think it's important as we move forward with this discussion to really make sure that we're looking at what the issues are here. And I think throughout the conversation, I think that the concept of the current issue versus more of a next step, longer term, or more long range issue, I think those two issues have kind of been mixed up or combined. And so I think it's really important to look at this from both a current, what's our current issue. There's really two questions I think to ask tonight and to analyze and discuss and possibly decide on is what's the current issue, and what is the more longer range, the more long range planning, next step issue to address. And I think the current issue is how to address the St. John's Baptist Church, because that's our next two zoning cases that we're going to discuss. That's the current issue. We have an existing property owner here that has requested a zone change and has imminent plans, immediate plans to expand. And they've submitted applications. And obviously, when you submit an application, it's our job to discuss that and decide on that. So that's the immediate issue here. And kind of through the process of our discussions in the past few meetings, I think we have other members of the community, other churches here, and I think the other question really has been kind of lumped in with the current issue. And the other question is, okay, how do we address existing non-conforming institutional uses, including churches that are not currently planning to expand, but maybe you're concerned by the fact that they're not zoned properly? How do we address that? Because that's not an immediate issue. They're not planning to expand, but that's definitely an issue. They're here, and I'm sure y'all are concerned about addressing that for them and helping them understand what their next steps are. So that's a different question, I think. How do we address the existing non-conforming churches that are not currently planning to expand?
Sorry, are you saying that on next step A, that we have the ability to amend a grandfathered B2 church to allow them to expand, or if they were burned down, they were allowed to rebuild?
We have the ability to have dialogue and take a very holistic approach to coming up with solutions to how to address that. And as we discussed, there's a range of zoning options that exist. We expanded the zoning code to allow for institutional uses in the R3, the R3A, the R4, and the R5. It's still allowed in the B3. So I think it's important to take all those other churches and institutional uses throughout the city and look at those on a case-by-case basis and see how can we address these, because every piece of property is different, including the St. John's Baptist Church. And the other more planning-oriented question to ask is, okay, how do we address future institutional uses that are not here yet? And we talked about this last night at our workshop, That's the purpose of future land use planning, is to say, in looking, the community getting together and say, where do we anticipate having future institutional uses throughout our community? It's one thing to say, we've got these existing ones that maybe work with to come up with tools for how they can expand, but for the institutional uses that are not here yet and maybe are desiring to come into our community, how do we want to address that? Where do we anticipate institutional uses? So that's where the long-range planning comes into it. So I just really wanted to point out that we really have two issues here. How do we address the St. John's Baptist Church, who is a current immediate issue, and how do we address our other institutional uses throughout the community and make sure that we take a balanced approach and come up with the best solution possible for how to address that, rather than just making a global change to address everything at once. So again, as your planner, I wanted to bring that forward to you as we discuss the options.
7.1 entails A to a certain extent, doesn't it?
7.1, which is to amend the code to allow for...
Yeah, and so that's what I'd like to have an answer to.
It would affect them, but the important thing to remember is that we've already gone through a process to amend the zoning code to provide additional zoning options for the St. John's Baptist Church to expand, which is allowing them an R3, R4, and we've created a solution.
Right, I meant specifically the B2 churches that are grandfathered. How do we address that in the future? And I understand it's a non-conforming. It's a separate, but it's kind of melded into that. That's how I look at it.
It is a part of it.
Maybe my counselors see differently. But
Right. It definitely has a part of it, and of course, I need to reiterate then, staff has, not getting back into the last discussion that we had at the last meeting, but staff definitely is recommending that we not amend the zoning code to allow for institutional uses in the B2, given that the majority of our major economic lifeline of Bandera Road is zoned B2, and going back to possibly having someone outside do an economic development analysis of what that could mean. Changing the code tonight to allow for institutional and the uses in the B2 would maybe be a decision that hasn't had the analysis performed yet.
Right.
So.
Okay.
And also the last thing to add on to, we left off the last meeting discussing potential tools to address existing non-conforming institutional uses. One of those possible tools being creating a new zoning district, such as a civic zoning district, that could possibly be a solution for some of these existing non-conforming institutions. And so the council had asked staff to look into that. Frankly, that's a large endeavor if we're looking at the entire state of Texas. The staff has made some progress looking at that and looking at nearby cities which have such a zoning district. And so, looking in our area, some of our peer cities, in a preliminary analysis, the city of Schertz, city of San Marcos, city of Selma, city of Austin, city of Fredericksburg, and the city of Seguin all have a similar kind of zoning district. They don't call it a civic district, but they do call it a public district. That's kind of the more typical term. And so just want to offer that to the council and say that would definitely take some code writing and looking at all the different factors for creating a zoning district such as that. But definitely for the council, this is not an uncommon district to create, and it's not an uncommon zoning tool for a community to create in their code for certain institutional uses.
Okay.
And
I'd
we'll
like to hear
continue
from
move
my
forward with that.
colleagues, please. Councilor Martinez, and if everyone would please weigh in
My
on
first
it.
question is, initially, Mayor, you asked about 6 or 7 questions. Were all questions answered?
Well, I thought what we kind of concluded was it was very broad, and really to get into finding the answers, we'd have to probably hire an expert to do the research, and so we're not going to get the answers tonight on this, is what I heard. Unless y'all heard something else. For what? For
Right.
Yeah. But I think you said property, you said ad valorem taxes, well, sales tax is in there. That's what I added. And then the civic district option you just addressed that.
Yeah.
And the timeline, he addressed the timeline when different...
Address the timeline, that's right.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of those
we got that,
questions
yeah.
Okay.
have been asked.
I just want to verify.
Sure.
I wish my questions, my email were answered, but, obviously it hasn't been. That would have answered some of my questions that I have. But what I have tonight is, I believe the solution to this is a very, very simple solution. We have, and I've looked at, there's a federal law called the Religious Land Use and Institutional Persons Act. One of the first things...
Excuse me, Mr. Martinez, on this particular one, 7-1, or is it on one of the
Yes,
others?
all involved in this.
Oh, okay. I just want to be sure, because we're only talking about the B2
Yeah,
institutional
it's
uses. I just
it's
want
part
to
of
be
it.
sure.
It's part of it.
Okay, thank you.
One of the general rules of this federal law was the no government shall impose or implement a land use regulation in a manner that imposes a substantial burden on the religious exercise of a person, including a religious assembly or institution, unless the government demonstrated that the imposition of the burden on that person, assembly, or institution. And it says, it further, as in furtherance of a government interest, and is that the least restrictive means of furthering that compelling government interest. And there is also mentioned that equal terms, no government shall impose or implement a land use regulation in a manner that treats a religious assembly or institution on a less than equal basis with non-religious assembly. Now, one of the questions I asked is, you have assembly type of institutions, museums, whatever, that you can't discriminate against a church. If you allow them, you have to allow churches. Now, one of the question I asked is, show me the reverse. Show me that where if you give a exemption for a church, where you have to give it to these other institutions. I couldn't find any case law the opposite way. There's a lot of case law. Don't interrupt me, please.
I'll let you speak after him.
It seems like the easiest solution to this problem, and other cities, this is where I found other cities have solved this problem by allowing churches in a B2 zone with an SUP, and you could make the SUP very restrictive in making it that it has to be in a freestanding building. One of your concerns that you brought up repeatedly is that you don't want churches along Bandera or in strip centers, and that would affect our economic base. So if you make it that churches have to go into a freestanding building, that solves that problem. You can also create other requirements in the SUP about parking and the size of the facility. The same goes for an R1 facility with an SUP, and a lot of people are concerned with an R1 that you don't want a church to buy the house next to you and convert that into a church. But with an SUP, you can restrict that where you can require that there a minimum of off-street parking places. That's been done. I found case law that shows SUPs require a minimum, let's say 10 cars. You can also require that the one ordinance I found that says that you have to be able to have one parking place for every 4 seats. There was another one that sanctuary will contain a minimum of so many seats. So that would block somebody from buying the house next door to you and converting that into a church. So there's zoning, there's SUP requirement that can be put into place that will solve this problem now and in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And let me ask our city attorney to respond. Please, thank you.
Mayor and Council, Councilor Martinez, I did answer that question for you in the email, and I did state that our zoning code is in compliance with that federal law that you just cited. We're not stopping churches from using
land based on their religion, based on religious activities, based on anything that has to do with religious purposes. Our zoning is equal for churches and institutional uses. Wherever there's an institutional use, a church is allowed. Wherever there's a church allowed, an institutional use is allowed. At this point, our zoning is allowing institutional uses in the zoning districts that Mr. Maland already stated, including B3, which they were in before. And so I, as your city attorney, I have to disagree with you on, and I'm not sure at this point what the SUPs have to do with the federal rule, but that would, in and of itself would seem to be spot zoning to me, and that's against the law. So I'll let Brandon, Mr. Milan, address that part of it, but I just wanted to tell you that I did address your questions. I did answer them fully, and I explained to you and used the law, the federal law, as a guide to answering the questions to allow you to see where we are in compliance with that federal law. So if you have any further questions on that, I'd be happy to address those.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Milan, do you have a response?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think I understand your question, but I think again, going back to the larger question is, it's important to take a longer range planning look at what the impact could be for all institutional uses, including churches. At this point, having a long-range look at that, someone would possibly be able to advise the zoning commission and the council of, okay, what institutional uses are more likely to locate in the city than others. We don't know what the demand is for churches versus museums, and so again, there may be a larger amount of churches that would locate within the community as well. And so what's the impact on that? And so if you still set up a process to allow churches, only churches by SUP, that's still not addressing the larger question, is churches as an institutional use, what is the likelihood of a number of these SUPs being approved throughout our B2 zoning district, similar to the reason why the code was changed to begin with, which was because the city was seeing a number of institutional uses, including churches, receiving SUPs, and there was concern about the impact that that would have on the tax base. So I understand your question, and I would definitely advise that that's churches are among many different institutional uses, and if you create a process through SUP, number one, that's not answering the larger question, what's the economic impact, and two, when you allow a use by SUP only, you're setting yourself up for equity issues, and that's why a lot of cities, I would say, are moving away from SUPs, because especially as you pointed out in the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, you need to be consistent with not only all institutional uses, but you need to be consistent with all churches as well. You can't require more development requirements from one church in an SUP just because of this surrounding single-family district. You say, okay, we want 30, trees spaced at 30 feet along this fence line just because of this situation here and not required over here, and maybe be more stringent on parking for this church than other churches. That doesn't answer the larger long-range planning question of, do we want churches and other institutional uses in our B2 district? Do we want them? Do we want these institutional uses or not? And if you do, then the answer is allow them by right. Don't treat each one of them differently. And that's what an SUP technically does, and will, that's a larger question this community asks, whether it wants to keep moving forward with SUPs or other types of approaches. So I hope that kind of answers your question. As your staff, I'd say that, that doesn't answer the larger concern that staff has voiced to the council, is what is the impact of all institutional uses, including churches, in our B2 district. We don't know that because we don't have the analysis.
I don't think it does answer my question, because further down the agenda, item number 8.3, we're going to have a discussion tonight about restricting non-chartered federal institutions, and one of the requirements is a space they can't be within 1,000 feet. We just did this with massage parlors. There's been several other instances where we've added requirements to our ordinance restricting these businesses coming in. So, you know, we have the tools, we can use those tools to satisfy this issue right now.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Let me hear from other counselors as well, if you don't mind. Who else would like to speak on this? Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Well, I know that the data is not complete on the issue of civic or public special districts, but how do you see that as resolving this conflict between trying to come to an accommodation to, you know, provide for what the churches or institutions want versus the, you know, economic needs or concerns of the city?
I think the civic district fits into the larger category of the city creating zoning tools to address all of the existing land uses that are throughout the city. You know, we've already taken a first good attempt at that by, you know, amending the code to allow for churches and other institutional uses in R3, R4, and R5. So there's 4 new tools. I think there may be some circumstances where maybe that's not going to be a perfect fit for everything. So maybe a civic district can be another fit for institutional uses, like the Huebner Onion House, or what that was brought up at the last zoning meeting. Maybe some other nonprofits or some other, you know, schools that aren't school district schools or other things. So the civic district's yet another tool. There's really in the planning and zoning, there's never any one tool that solves everything. It's really just making sure that you have a broad category of tools to address everything. And so civic district could be one of those tools as well. And so that's maybe another tool once we do an analysis and see what we have to work with here. So it really fits into the broader toolbox of zoning that we have.
Thank you. Did you have anything, Counselor?
And I don't know if you, Brandon, I don't know if you addressed it, but supposing we do move the churches into what you're calling the civic district or public use, are they going to be allowed to further develop on that land?
If such a district were created that allowed for churches and other institutions, that would allow for their expansion.
Would it also take care of, I know that the gentleman right there had talked about if more than 50%, say, of his church burned down, would they then still be able to fully, I guess, reconstruct their building?
Yes, ma'am, because in that scenario, they would be located in a zoning district that allowed for their use by right. So that they would no longer be legally non-conforming, so the 50% wouldn't apply to them anymore. If they were, you know, destroyed, they could be completely rebuilt.
And my last one. So let's supposing we move St. John's Church into that category. What about the other churches? Would we have to move them then into that same type of category?
Again,
Or
I would
could
say
be universal.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I would say, again, you know, I think it takes a holistic approach to all these existing churches. I mean, there are some churches throughout the city that might be in a B2 that's located right next to an R3, and I'm just speaking hypothetically. Mm-hmm. Okay, in that case, maybe the R3 could be expanded onto that piece of property, you know, and so that wouldn't be a little spot zoning case. So there may be some churches that are located in a B2 that's located right next to a B3. That might be an option. So, or there might be instances where you have a church that's located next to a residential subdivision that's R1, but then maybe it has B2 on the other side. And so, you know, you look at that, maybe the R4 would be a good option because that's always a good, you know, transitional residential zoning district. So really, if I can, you know, implore one key element is that there's really, you know, the civic district is not one perfect solution for everything. The R3 is not one perfect solution, but all together, this creates a menu of options, a toolbox of options to take each of these properties on a case-by-case basis, because I'm sure, just like in everything, each one of them is unique.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I just want to make a point of clarification. Regarding your question, replacing the districts, it would have to come from the property owner to request a rezoning. The city does not just automatically put them in a zone. So they're in a zone. If some churches are in B2 and they don't want to be in B2 anymore, they will have to request a rezoning, apply for rezoning. Is that correct?
Thank you for pointing that out. That's really what it comes down to. And, if there's really one thing I could also ask our churches that are here this evening, definitely reach out to me. Always happy to meet. I've already met with one church. We've had 2 meetings. Had a great meeting, and just talking about planning and talking about all the options and understanding. There are paths forward for these things. So definitely, it's just a matter. That's what we do. We meet with our property owners and we come up with solutions, next steps forward.
Thank you. Councilor Alcacer, would you like to say anything on this topic?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'd like to get it focused back to this issue. This issue has been kind of, we're here on the issue of whether to allow any institutional uses in B2. That's the issue at hand right here. And the fact that it keeps getting sidetracked because one church might not want an R4 and R3, they might want more value to their property or whatever it is. But when I see first that 10, 12 years ago, there were possibly 25 churches with this type of issue, and now we're down to 6. So we're 25% of what we were then. Our aim with the zoning code and what the zoning commission has gone through many hours is trying to get something that's good for the city of Leon Valley. We aren't here for one church or 6 churches or 25. We're here for the city of Leon Valley. I think God looks on all of us as equal, and whether we're in this church or that church or whatever, but anyway, we're here on the issue of B2. I think it behooves us, the purpose of our zoning commission is to work with our city staff and look at what's good for the city of Leon Valley. The city staff and the zoning commission has said that permitting institutional uses in B2 retail district is not the best thing for the city. I think that this needs to be considered as its own issue and not every other need that might be or might come up, or who's doing this and who's doing that, going around to churches and saying, come on into the meetings because this might affect you at some date, even though you had no clue it was going to affect you, is a little bit unfair to the citizens of Leon Valley. And if you listen to what's happening, the Leon Valley residents are the ones that will be most affected, and those are the ones that this issue is here for. We're trying to improve. If somebody else wants my place, I'll let them. Otherwise,
Yes, we need to show respect, both on the dais and in the chambers, please. Thank you. If you'll continue, please.
We need to keep the retail that we're trying to work toward as being retail, and not every institutional use can now be anywhere. That was the past. We're going to the future. Let's work with the future. Let's do what needs to be done one step at a time and take each issue as it comes up. I'd like to deal with the issue of the B2 and institutional uses and stick to that and then get to the next issue.
Thank you. I believe, Councilor Jordan, did you have anything to add? Okay.
I had one.
Yes, you certainly may. Councilor Edwards.
Okay, despite, that refocusing, I did have one question about this proposed civic district or public district. Now, I can see where that would be appropriate to some institutions, including churches. But the other issue that's floating out there is how these institutions may affect neighborhoods that are largely single-family homes, and their concerns about that. Does the civic or public district offer any protection or way to make them feel more comfortable?
Absolutely. With a civic public institutional district, as I talked about last night at our workshop, zoning and zoning districts usually consist of, about 3 primary areas. The uses that are allowed, the activities allowed in those districts, and the development design standards for how those uses are developed, and how what the impact is. And so, in the creation of a possible civic district to address these, that's a community dialogue. That discussion, staff will do work on that and have discussion with the zoning commission and determine, okay, you can look at size, you can look at all the different development aspects and write that into the ordinance. And that's another part of the utility of a civic or institutional district, is that with the RLUIP, you have to treat all institutions the same. And similar with that, when you have a district, such as if you're allowing institutional uses in a district that you allow other uses like office, you can't impose design requirements just on institutional uses, but not on the office. In that zoning district, you have to be consistent with how you apply design standards also. That's part of something that would be a utility of a civic district. Is you can say, in this district, institutional uses, civic uses, public uses are permitted, and this is how all of them consistently will be designed. And so if there was an event where a civic institutional district was applied next to a neighborhood and those were concerns, well, that's where those development standards would come into play to make sure that there was buffering or there was size and there wasn't a certain amount of expansion that would happen, or you can look at all that stuff when you look at zoning and address impact that the use would have. So
thank you.
Yes, sir. So I just think yes, we'll stay focused on number 1, but I think what it revealed to me was that non-conforming use. I didn't know that when we got into this discussion. So to be able to try, if however the council votes on this one, to be able to address that for for churches or institutional uses that were grandfathered that need relief, I guess you would say. That's what I would be hopeful that we would be able to address. Maybe not tonight, but in the future.
Well, and we learned last night that the non-conforming use doesn't put them out. They can stay there forever. Definitely. As they are. Right. And it's only triggered if they want to do something different, or if 51% of their place burns down.
Or if they have a disaster, then they wouldn't be able to rebuild. That's a concern.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's part of looking at the longer range of it.
Okay.
And that's the separate issue.
Very good. All right. Anything else up here? So before we take a vote, is there anyone in our chambers that has anything new to offer on this particular? I know Mr. Fletcher. Is there anyone else that wants to talk on this issue? Can I kind of see a show of? Yes. Okay. And Mr. Fletcher got 2. How many? 3 people? 4? Okay. Yes.
They knew.
Yes, I did see her hand as well. Okay. Sounds good. So, Mr. Fletcher, do you want to go first? Do you want to go last? I know you're here for the applicant. And how much time do you think you need? I want to kind of limit.
10 minutes, if I may. I'll try to keep it brief.
And it's all new information, or relatively new information?
I do want to address, first, Paul Fletcher, 745 East Mulberry. I do want to address some of the new information that you got today.
Okay.
And just do a quick presentation on information that you haven't had before.
Okay. If this is new information, we'll accept it, and I'll keep you to a strict 10 minutes, since we have other people that want to speak as well.
2-minute warning, please? Yes, thank you.
Just like court.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
I agree with Mayor, members of council. I'm here to ask you to ensure the survivability of 6 churches in town. I agree with, is this on? Yeah, it's on. I agree the agenda item right now is whether or not to allow churches by right in B2. It's not specific to St. John's, but it is specific to churches within the city limits. What you've heard is that you don't have a lot of analysis on the impact of what would happen if churches were allowed in B2. You've also heard that in 2009, because of economic reasons, you removed churches from every district. You would think there would be some basis today to say we can't allow it today because we have some data, we have some facts that say it's going to be a negative impact. You don't have that. You've been told you don't have that. You've took action before. You allowed churches in R3, R5, and R6. You didn't have any data to say that, oh, if we allow it here, it's not going to have an adverse impact on the property values or on the economic development of the city. You didn't have that before Zoning Commission when they made that recommendation. I submit you don't need that today. You just need to allow churches to become conforming. You were told that churches just need to come talk to you and come talk to staff and work it out. Well, we did that in March of last year. In September, the Zoning Commission got a recommendation to allow churches by right in B2 with an SUP. They also got a recommendation to allow churches in R1. That recommendation was pulled, not because it was illegal, but it was pulled because they were not, I'm told it's not legally required, but not because it's illegal, and I think that's an important distinction. The recommendation was made, and it was withdrawn. The point is, staff is not withdrawing that recommendation because it's not incompatible. They're just withdrawing it because they say it's not necessarily legally required, but it's not prohibited, which is important. You're here to look at institutions as a whole, not St. John's, not a case-by-case analysis. You didn't do a case-by-case analysis when you told the churches that bought property that you have to go. We can't ensure you're in survivability. You can't expand. If you burn down, you can't rebuild. The future plan doesn't address institutions. So any reference to your future land use plan, your comprehensive plan, is silent. The only thing it mentions is libraries, which you own, and you're not subject to zoning. So you can't look to your future land use plan, but you can look in the future land use plan, and it does say to look at existing uses and patterns and plans. I'm going to read a section from the Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 14. A specific use permit is a form of amending the Leon Valley City Code as sanctioned components of the zoning code. After receiving a recommendation from the Zoning Commission, the council may authorize city development staff to issue an SUP. An SUP is a zoning tool that's used to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Leon Valley citizens by ensuring that the location of uses is compatible, the proposed use conforms to your master plan, and the proposed use is the highest, best use of the land. Your own master plan says you can use SUPs for zoning purposes. I will disagree, just for the record, that I don't believe the zoning code is in compliance with the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. But your actions today, and what I'm asking you to do, is to protect these institutions that are up here. These institutions are property owners. They're in B2 and they're non-conforming. Church of Latter-day Saints off of Huebner, Love Family Worship Center, Trinity Grace, Lutheran Church, CJC Life, B2, your museum. The Huebner Onion, we haven't heard anything on how that's going to be fixed, but that's located in B2. In the St. John's Baptist Church, we have R1 and we have B2. All churches at once were allowed by right. Y'all changed the code. You said, look at the code. People look to this master plan. Developers look to that to know what they can do with their land. When they bought these churches and they developed them, and you'll see 3 of them have subdivision plats, which means they gave land to the city. They went through your development process. The code allowed them to do that. You changed the code to B3, but you can't tell us, you haven't heard any evidence that that had some negative impact. Where's the rush of churches to go to B3 if they're allowed there? B3 is on Bandera. You have several B3 corridors. But now you have 6 churches. 3 of them have told you in the last meetings that they wanted to expand. One wanted to do a basketball court. One wanted, I believe, a gazebo in the back. And of course, you know what our plans are. And I will mention that our plans are not immediate. There's a 2 to 5 year horizon, but we're starting early because churches are not-for-profit. They have to raise funds, and they have to go through that process. So we would ask that non-conforming uses become conforming in churches, because what happens is they can't be enlarged, can't enlarge the square feet, you can't expand them, you can't go up, you can't go down, you can't extend it, you can't add structures like a basketball court, and you can't restore it if it's damaged. We just want the churches to survive. They help create a diverse economic environment. They improve the quality of life for the residents here. They provide social services to the citizens here. They add employment. They hire lawyers. They hire accountants. They hire the police to do traffic on Sundays. They pay utilities. They buy permits. They pay visit fees. They attract people here on a Sunday when there's not a lot of people driving down Bandera. And they contribute to the development of the property. We would ask that you help these churches pass a legacy on to their congregation. Allow them to become stable and expand and invest in their property, as opposed to not ensuring their survivability by not voting in favor of allowing churches by right in B2. I'll stick to my time.
Thank you. That was 5 minutes. Very good. Yes. Yes, our city attorney would like to make a comment.
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just to clarify and just to correct you, Mr. Fletcher, the city of Leon Valley did not remove churches from all districts in the jurisdiction. That would be against the law.
Sure, B3. Thank you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. There is a woman outside. Yes, you raised your hand. Would you please come forward and state your name and where you are located, and we'll... I'm looking for about 3 minutes, if that would be fine with you. Thank you. And your name, please?
Everyone, my name is Michelle Pena. I live in the
Michelle.
Stillwater Ranch area in the fireworks district outside San Antonio in Bexar County. But Lutheran Church of the Resurrection, I've been going there for about 17 years. That's where my husband and I got married. So it's a special place to us. And when we learned about this B2 zoning, it was very confusing when we were discussing it at church. And I agree with Mr. Fletcher with this, approve a motion to allow institutional uses in the B2 zoning district. But I just had one main question, because I went home. I normally don't do this government stuff. I'd rather play in my garden, but this was important because it's my church. And I went on Google, one of my favorite places to go online, and I found that other cities had created these ordinances with the same intent. But what they did is, when they changed a zone for the churches to B2, they also gave them a timeline and what to expect. And right now, none of us at our church know what to expect with a B2 zoning district. You said we'd be allowed to be like we are forever. But you can say that, but I believe it needs to be written down somewhere. Because in these other cities, they actually wrote it down, how long they would be expected to be changed from non-conforming to conforming. So some got 5 years, some got 10 years, some got 20 years. And that's all we want to know. We just kind of want a map of some idea of what we can do as a church, whether we can add a retail spot or try to change the zoning or relocate.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Pena. And I know our city attorney is looking it up. I'm thinking, if it's silent and it doesn't have a particular time frame, does that just mean it's forever? So
It's
she's
in
looking it up.
perpetuity. It says, it's under our code for 15.02.181 under the city code. Within the districts established by this article or amendments thereto, there exist lots, structures, uses of land, and structures and characteristics of use which were lawful before this ordinance was enacted, amended, or otherwise made applicable to such lots, structures, or uses, but which do not conform to the regulations of the district in which they are located. It is the intent of this section of the ordinance to permit such nonconformance to continue under regulations herein contained until the same are removed, but not to encourage their survival. So that's where, when we talk about if the 51% of the structure gets damaged, then you're no longer non-conforming legally. You can't rebuild, because the purpose of rezoning that district is for another use. For B2, you're in a B2, so the purpose of having B2 right there is for retail purposes, not for institutional uses. So you're there, we're allowing you there, unless you want to, the code also states that if you want to change the structure in any way, in other words, add on to it, or purchase more land around it or whatever, you cannot do that without changing your non-conforming status. So I say the way the code reads is that you can stay there in non-conforming use until it's either rezoned or you decide to do something else.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you, council,
All
and
right.
everyone present.
Now, who else? Yes, Tommy Branson from Pavona Place, if you'll please come forward. A packet?
Yeah, and I'm going to be using it all through the
Okay, and
proceeding here.
how much time do you need, Mr. Branson?
About 3 minutes.
About 3 minutes,
On
that'd be
this
great.
issue, 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it.
No problem. I'm Tommy Branson, and I live in Pavona Place.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the church. When the church came in, they came into this facility, and I welcomed them to the church. It's not the church. What it is the zoning. If the church happens to want to leave or move or whatever, and they get a B2 or a B3 zone, sir?
Again, we need to show respect to the person at the podium. And if you want to add something, then you'll just need to take your turn and be respectful, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Branson.
I'm sorry. If they get zoned into a B2 or B3 zone, they can sell the property for, and I don't want to go through all these, but I'll go through some of them. An automobile inspection station, an automatic car wash, a billiard parlor, a video game room, laundromat, non-chartered financial institution, parking garage, and self-storage facility. If you'll check, it's on page number 3 in my packet. Like I said before, I have nothing against the church, but I do, if something happens to the church and they decide to move, and it's got that zoning on it, they can do whatever they want with it, and that's right in the back of my house and a whole bunch of people on Pavona Place, on Lincoln Leah, and in the front on the Gumtree side.
Okay.
That's what I had to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your efforts here. Okay. And who would be next? Oh, is it Mr. Smith? Oh. Mr. Alonso, who's our Vice Chair of the Zoning Commission. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, councilors. It's a pleasure again to be in front of you. We need a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. We have a lot of tools already in existence, and with the potential use of the public zone, we will have even more. If we were to use this sledgehammer right now and change the status quo of the B2 without fully understanding the impact to our economy, we would not know what's going to happen. We would be opening up to any institution whatsoever to come in and not pay taxes, and not pay the ad valorem, or I think, I don't know all the tax names, so all those sales taxes and stuff. So we could dramatically lose potential revenue in those locations. I also want to address this church burning down thing. Should a church burn down tomorrow, the zoning commission and the city council would have plenty of time to ensure that the church had the proper zoning with the public use or with one of the pre-existing zones before that church would be rebuilt, because they aren't rebuilt overnight. It takes time to rebuild a church. It doesn't take 1 week. It doesn't take 1 month. It probably takes 6 months or more to be able to get everything ready to build. So I am not concerned about this church burning down issue that's going around whatsoever. I think it's a straw man argument to try to really just put fear in the minds of people when that fear shouldn't really exist. Because we're here to protect the people, we're here to serve the people, and we will make sure that it's right. Should a church burn down, we will make sure that they are able to do what is necessary. Now, that may require some zoning changes, and probably will, but we're going to work with them on that. And that's what I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Scalpel instead of a hammer. Okay. Who else would like to speak this evening? Yes, sir. If you'll please state your name and where you live, like Leon Valley or San Antonio would be fine.
Yeah, Jerry McCall. I have a
Hi,
business
Mr.
here
McCall.
in Leon Valley. I attend Trinity Grace Church, have for several years.
And would you please
Yeah, I'll
speak
be a
into the
few
microphone
minutes.
so we can hear you? We are recording. Thank you.
I have a little trouble with the allergies,
I
too.
understand. Sure.
So, little history. O'Hare, the woman who got prayer taken out of the schools. I feel Leon Valley's trying to take God out of Leon Valley. You know, churches are meant to grow. Our Lord and Savior says, go out and spread the word. Grow your congregation. You're saying stifle it. I can't believe it. Can't believe what you're doing. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McCall, for those words. All right, who else would like to speak? Anyone else? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes. Anybody else have anything else before a motion? I think Ms. Alcacer is going to make the motion. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we follow the recommendation of the staff and the zoning commission and deny the proposed amendment to allow institutional uses, including churches, schools, libraries, private clubs and lodges, museums, and universities by right in the B2 retail district.
Do we have a second?
A second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to follow the recommendation and deny the zoning amendment on B2 institutional uses as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries. Is it 4-1? All right. You voted in favor. Okay, so the motion passes 4 ayes and 1 no. Okay, thank you very much. All right, then moving then to ordinance number 7.2. Ms. Pasolé, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley City Council amending ordinance 2018-08, excuse me, revising previously established land use designations on the future land use plan of the City of Leon Valley Comprehensive Master Plan on approximately 9 acres at the southwest corner of Huebner and Evers Roads from single-family dwelling and retail to commercial, providing repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you and welcome back. Mr. Milan, if you'll
Thank you,
continue.
Mayor and Council. Second reading, I do not have any
You
additional.
don't have anything additional here?
Yes,
Does
ma'am.
anybody have a question or comment on this particular agenda item? So is this, let me make sure. 8-2.
I'm happy to give a little bit of a recap on it, though.
All right. If you'll just briefly recap us, not very.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. So,
would be
you know,
great.
last night at our workshop, we discussed the relationship between the future land use plan, which is a component of a city's comprehensive master plan, and the relationship between that and a city's zoning code. And so, and Crystal, can you bring up that presentation? Got my enlarged maps here. The applicant, St. John's Baptist Church, they originally requested a zone change on their property, which is located right here. They originally requested a zone change on their property to a B3, because at the time of application, that was the only zoning district that allowed for churches. And of course, as Mr. Fletcher pointed out, they came down to talk with staff, and staff, worked with them to develop solutions. And one of those solutions was to allow for church to possibly amend the code to allow for churches in the R3, the R3A, R4, and the R5 zoning districts. So in working with the St. John's Baptist Church, we came up with some solutions that would apply to them. And as we've discussed, there is a solution available at this time for the St. John's Baptist Church to facilitate their church, which is the most practical fit is an R4. So there's a solution for them. It's a possible solution, R4 district. And so, but they were originally requesting the B3, and in that time period, they amended their request to a B2, pending the outcome of the last item that the council just decided on. And so they kind of have two requests, either B2 if that worked out, but B3 if that didn't work out. So those are the two requests. And so, as we talked about last night, in order to change the zoning on that property, that zoning change would need to comply with the future land use plan. I use the analogy, the dog wags the tail, and the future land use map is the dog and the zoning is the tail. And so in order to change the zoning on that property to a B3 or a B2, the future land use classification would need to be changed on that entire tract to either be retail or commercial. And so just to give a recap, that's why this item is here first, because you can't change the zoning on a property if it doesn't comply with the future land use classification on that property, because the future land use plan is the general land use vision that the community sets for a piece of property. And so right now, the request by St. John's Church, the next request, which is a zoning, is a B3 or a B2, but y'all just decided on the B2, so it essentially cannot no longer be or it could potentially be a zone change to B2, but that wouldn't allow for a church. And so those are the two zoning requests, a zone change to B3 or B2. So in order to facilitate either one of those, this future land use plan would need to be amended first to either specify retail or commercial. And as staff previously, and I won't go into my whole discussion that I went into last time, but just to summarize, staff was not recommending that you amend the future land use classification on this property for the entire piece of property to be B2 or B3.
Okay. So if we kept it like it is, B2 in the front and R1 in the back, and I know you and I have talked about that, is there any way, because I saw that the church straddled into the B2 a little bit, not a whole lot.
Right.
They can't just move that line up, that platted or replatted to encompass the new church into R1 and leave the B2 in the front?
They could, yes, ma'am. And so as we talked about last night, you'd asked a great question. What is the minimum lot depth for a B2? and that minimum lot depth is 130 feet. So right now, that depth is exceeding 130 feet. And so if the church were to move forward with one of our zoning districts, other residential zoning districts that allow for a church or other institution, such as the R4, and if they were to request an R4 zoning on the back portion and possibly move that red line closer to Heavener Road and increasing the the area for the R4, they could request an R4 zoning. And in this zoning action, or in this action right here, y'all could potentially take action to amend the future land use plan to allow for townhouse on that back piece. And then by doing that, by changing the future land use classification to townhouse, then you could complete the next step, which is applying an R4 zoning, because that would, at that point, then be consistent with your future land use plan.
Okay.
A townhouse, why would you put a townhouse on a property where a church is? I'm confused now.
Because R4 is our townhouse zoning district. And the R4 district, which is the townhouse zoning district, was one of the residential zoning districts that was amended by council that also allowed for churches. Because in our discussion, we determined that institutional uses, such as churches, libraries, museums, post office, schools, those are considered from a planning standpoint to be compatible uses with an institutional use, which, as we discussed, is a use that's used by neighborhoods.
Yes, sir. Yes, Counselor.
Yeah, sorry. So just for the record, the proposed blueprint that St. John is proposing can still be built on their 9 acres of property. Is that correct?
If they were to request a zone change for an R4 district on the entire tract, or on the back portion, as the mayor pointed out, and maybe that B2 was moved up a little more. If they were to request an R4 zoning, they would be able to, a church is allowed in the R4, so they would be able to move forward with their plans. They'd still need to get an SUP because the code requires an SUP when you abut, when a non-residential use abuts residential uses. So according to our code right now, they would still need an SUP, and they've requested an SUP, and that was tabled by the Zoning Commission pending what the outcome was of our decisions tonight. But in the R4 district, it allows for townhouses, it allows for various residential uses, and it also allows for institutional uses. So that change was made with the mindset that that churches and institutions would also be compatible uses with townhouse and in other single-family residential zoning districts.
Well, are there some requirements for standoff landscaping, siding, and so forth on those type of facilities?
Those are things that you look at in SUP, and as we discussed earlier, there's definitely there's things that you need to keep in mind when you're considering SUPs. You need to be consistent. So I would say, if we move forward with the SUP, definitely we're gonna look at making sure that we're applying consistent standards in that SUP and applying standards that we would apply to all institutional uses from now on, while our code is still structured to require SUPs. We're going to amend our code probably this year, and we may come up with other approaches other than SUPs. But while that's something that's required, we make sure that we're consistent with that SUP.
So what SUP are they requesting right now? You said they have one pending.
They've requested an SUP for a church because they've requested a B3 zoning, which is the only zoning district that a church was allowed in at that point in time, and because their use abuts a residential area, they also need an SUP. Under the SUP section of the code that states SUP is required for uses that say in our permitted use matrix, I showed that last night. If it says an X, if it has an X, that means it's not allowed. If there's a P, it means it's permitted. And if it has an S, that means that it requires an SUP. So an SUP is required anytime the code says you need an SUP, and an SUP is also required when you have a non-residential development that abuts single family. It's always required in that case.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
You keep on mentioning the future land use plan. But previously, you mentioned that that item can be either strictly enforced or just kind of loosely enforced. And it looks like you're using that as a hard, fast, strictly
That was last night.
use instead of just as a guideline.
No, what I said last night was there are different approaches to creating a future land use plan. There is the specific, strict approach, which is the approach that we have up on the screen right now. And then there's the more broad, general approach that some cities may take. And so I used a different example, which had a more general approach. And so that is a decision that the community makes when they're discussing how to do their future land use plan. And so as of right now, this community has made the decision to have a specific future land use plan. And so that is why these future land use classifications are specific to each property. So as long as we have a future land use plan with this specific approach, we have to be strict in terms of the application of zoning and in terms of how it complies with this. So no, you can't, with a specific land use, future land use plan like this, you can't loosely interpret it.
Okay. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Edwards.
So what you were discussing, if there was a replat.
Well, I guess what I'm learning is that it has to be rezoned because R1 is no longer, churches are no longer allowed in R1, right? So they can't keep that.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I saw the diagram in your office, I thought, gosh, it's just the front of the church, and that's their whole purpose. They want the church in the front so people can see it. And I questioned, I said, why can't we just move that B2 up a little bit and just
Absolutely.
adjust the line to where, but then I'm hearing we have to change the R1 because it's no longer allowed. You're recommending R4, but it could be R3A, it could be R5, or whatever or what they're asking is B3, but I know that
Right.
the neighbors are opposed to the B3.
Yeah, platting is something that comes
Yeah.
later in the development process. But in terms of tonight, in terms of this evening, this is the future land use, allocation on the map. So if there were an alternate zoning requested by the applicants for an R4, y'all could discuss moving the B2 classification on this map. I'd probably recommend, if that's something we start discussing, I'd probably recommend coordinating with the applicants, because we need to make sure we get the measurements right on that. It's really important. Since we have a specific land use map, we need to say, okay, why don't we, they can coordinate how much that's going to move, and then that way we can coordinate a very specific amendment to this before a final decision's made. It's hard to just draw it up there tonight, but definitely an option. Yes, ma'am.
Has that been discussed?
The applicants have not stated to me that they have any intent to request a zoning on that property other than either a B3 or B2. And that's what I have formally received from them. Got an application for B3 and an email saying we'll take B2 as well. But nothing else.
Yes, Councilor Jordan, so this is amending the future land use. That's what this item is about. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am. I'll wait.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to be sure. I was thinking we were voting on the actual zone change, but that's the next one. So I just wanted to clarify that for myself, and I apologize, Mr. Jordan,
No
if you'll go
problem.
on, please.
Was it either a all or none approach as far as the change, either for B2 for the entire 9-acre tract or B3 for the entire 9-acre tract?
Right. They've requested either a B3 on the whole entire 9 acres, or basically extending the B2 on the front all the way to the balance of the tract. Those are the two requests that they have currently pending.
So B3 or B2?
Yes, ma'am.
They're the only
B3 or B2, which would require if the the council were to move forward with a B3, or if the applicants were, continue to move forward with a B3, then in terms of the future land use map, you would need to change the future land use classification on this whole piece of property to commercial. Because that is, as we looked at that little zoning matrix, the conversion last night from the future land use classification of commercial, the translations there, I think it was O1, B2, and B1, B2, and B3. Those are the applicable zoning districts that you could potentially apply. But if they wanted to move forward with a B2 zoning, then you would need to extend the retail, the red, on the balance of the tract, because that's a land use classification that a B2 district
But just as a,
applies
I'm
to.
sorry, a point of clarification, this reads to me that their request on this issue is to make the whole thing commercial, which is B3.
That was the original request, and in the time since
Is that
we...
not what we're voting on today?
So, and I'll let the city attorney, weigh in a little bit more on what the law is for downzoning, because there are in the possibility, when we send out notice, you send out notice for a commercial, or you send out public notice for whatever the zoning classification is that an applicant is asking for, and in some cases, you can possibly approve a zone change for a less intensive zoning, provided it's not more intensive. And I think that's a matter of policy, and I think that was kind of the direction that the applicants were going in, was that they wanted to see, well, we sent out notice for B3 zoning, and they changed that for B2, so then we sent out a new notice that possibly would allow for B3 zoning or a B2. So, but as we know, in order to give them a B3 zoning, they need commercial, but in order to give them a B2, they at least need to get a retail as well. So,
Just to follow up with what Ms. Elker says, is the council voting on either approving B3 as the future land use for that property, all 9 acres, or denying it? Is that what is this what they're focusing in on? I just want to clarify.
The way the caption reads and the way the ordinance reads is that they're requesting that you do amend the future land use plan to from single family and to retail or to commercial.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, so that answers my question.
The retail portion is null and void because you just voted against changing the zoning there or allowing institutional uses into B2. So, and then the next item on the agenda is their request to to grant a zone change to B3 because B2 is no longer on the board.
Okay,
So-
a question. It's, as I read it, it says the bottom part, and maybe it's not correct here, from single family and retail to commercial, not single family to retail or commercial.
I'm sorry, what I meant was their retail portion as well into commercial, the single family and retail. I guess that's in the event that the B2 was denied tonight.
That's the first.
R1 plus B2 is the way it's shown now.
Yes, I understand that.
This says take it to B3.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Milan was saying it might be possible because it was posted for either or, to do either or, but it's not written as that, and that was the question to Denise, was whether you can downzone if ours says B3 because B2 is a lesser, can it be, even though it doesn't matter?
No, because we just denied it.
I was
Yeah.
asking her.
I know, but
So no, because he just
Sorry.
denied the B2.
But
She just
it
said
includes
that.
the other 9 acres. I mean, the other, they're whatever, 8 and 2 or whatever they are.
it's 3 and 6, yeah. 3 in the front and 6 in the back.
I don't know if I
So
answered
the
your
answer-
question.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Short
or-
answer, David Smith, Chair of the Zoning Commission. The short answer to your question is the whole reason that B2 was on there, it was basically contingent upon the previous agenda item. It was kind of a just knock two birds out with one stone. They're going for B3. However, in the event that B2 was approved tonight, then it was, at that fork in the road, which way were we going to go? If you had approved B2, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fletcher, but then they would have gone to, we've been here talking about B2, but since that was not approved for you, we're talking about changing the property to B3. And then to refer back to your question about the R4, we did specifically ask the question of the applicant at the zoning meeting asking, do you want to proceed through with one of these other options? And they specifically said no. They wanted to proceed with B3 or B2. So that was asked of them.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have a comment on this? Yes, Mr. Fletcher.
Paul Fletcher, 745 East Mulberry. There's been some comments about the application, and I thought maybe I could shed some light on that. First, the point of in March of last year, we came to the city, Brandon's predecessor actually, and we told him we wanted to do this. This is what you call urban development in your master plan. You want to bring the buildings to the front. Our church is in the very back. We're trying to follow your plan in that regard. This portion of the property is Zone B2. You can allow a gas station there, you can allow a beer store there, but you can't allow a church there. We've asked that it be zoned B3 for the entire parcel so that the entire 9 acres of the property can be used for religious uses and purposes. Your land use plan, the dog that supposedly wags the tail, is silent on institutional uses. So this suggestion that we have to follow this land use plan, and this land use plan is the gospel, is mistaken because it does not address institutions. It was also suggested that we worked with staff to come up with an R3, R4 resolution. No one asked us if that was our recommendation, if that was what we wanted. It was presented to you all. I remind you, the first recommendation was churches allowed by right with B2 and an SUP, and I think I stood before you all and talked to you about the issues with the restrictions that were imposed on the residential, the R1 component. It wasn't asked of us, do we want R3, R4, R5, or R6? That's what was recommended to you without our input. It should also be clear to you that we've offered to the neighboring association to put deed restrictions on our property. You've heard that there's 167 some odd uses in B2 or B3. We want one use, a church. We were willing to put deed restrictions and made that offer. The response is B3. So what we have here is everyone deciding what's going to happen to someone's property, except the property owner. And you ask, well, why is B2 so important? This is a nonprofit. Their biggest asset, just like most individuals, is their home. And if you zone someone's home that said you can have a single family home, but all of a sudden now it has to be a garden home, there's going to be an issue on the value. If you go from B2 to an R4, there's going to be an issue on value. When a church goes to develop its property, just like any business, they're going to use their largest asset as collateral. And changing the zoning changes that function and that collateral and the value of that collateral. So the impact is very real for churches and other institutions that don't have or aren't making a profit and aren't out to make a profit. The church would not want to reduce its B2 component because I told you the value component there. It wouldn't mind increasing it. And perhaps 9 acres is too excessive, in your opinion, and I'm going to address the compatibility issue in a moment, but the church would consider that. We're asking for B3. We're still asking for B2, quite frankly. Because when we go to get loans and when we go to try to secure the property, we need to retain our value, not diminish the value. And we think that there will be a diminution in value by downzoning it to the R4. We haven't asked for R3. We haven't asked for R4 or 5 or 6. We asked for B3 and B2 and asked that y'all vote on that. As I mentioned, your land use plan is silent on institutions. Now, what it does say is that the future of the city lies in being the best maintained and best served community. Well, we can't maintain our property because it's non-conforming. We can't expand it. Future planning decisions must recognize existing conditions and trends that help shape the development of the city. Churches in B2 is what you have. Last time I went through a laundry list of areas where there's B2 and B3 adjacent to residential districts. The staff recommendation says B2 is not compatible with single-family residential uses. I'm not sure how we can reconcile this when the future land use plan contains B2 next to single-family residential use districts on the property owned by the church. So if you're saying it's incompatible, your land use plan is incompatible.
Okay.
Here's a couple examples of...
I think you've shown that to us already. So
this is
yeah.
new
This
from
is
last
new?
time, yes.
Oh.
And this is from your... because last time I went to the appendixes down at the end,
Okay.
which I think show the current zoning.
Okay.
And thanks for the education last night. The future land use plan is what
Okay,
I'm showing
thank
you
you for
now
that.
to
It
show you
looked-
how you
it looked to
propose
be
to
the
develop
same.
in the future.
Okay.
And red being retail, and you have commercial, and you have single family right back here. You have a kitty corner. We've got commercial adjacent to single family. And then here you have some more commercial adjacent to single family, as well as a hodgepodge of commercial and retail. Likewise, on the backside here, you've got retail next to single family, commercial next to single family. And this is just a quick example from your future land use map, future land use plan and map that shows your decision to put retail and commercial adjacent to residential. You did see this mixed use in the Huebner Road corridor. As you learned yesterday, mixed use includes residential and commercial districts. Commercial districts, B1 and B2 and B3 are included, which we're asking for. Pavona Place references proposed commercial development exceed open space and green space. So although institutional uses aren't specifically mentioned, there's certainly a suggestion that there can be commercial and retail development in the area. Not to mention, across the street, DPS, liquor store, car wash, another church. All we're trying to do is what's adjacent to us, literally 200 feet away, and just stretch this back to make it B2. You've got B1 right here as well, just to point that out. So we think you all should recognize existing conditions. Mixed use includes commercial and retail. The city has, on its future land use plan, commercial and retail adjacent to single family. And we're just trying to be consistent with what's across the street. So we'd ask that you approve the land use plan for what was requested, one of the items that were requested, either B3 or B2. And I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fletcher. Yes, Mr. Prophet. Good evening and welcome.
I'm proud of being my endurance and all of yours. I'd like to point out to Mr. Fletcher that many of those B3 commercial zones were there before residential and not vice versa. They pre-existed the residential zoning, okay? So it's not that way. I think I pointed that out in a previous...
Mr. Prophet, can you speak into the mic, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to say that if you look at that, the B3s probably existed, most of them, the vast majority of them, before the residential was constructed. So to say that we allowed retail next to residential, it's really the other way around. Just, huh? Do you disagree?
We're going to, Mr.
Okay, I'll
Prophet,
keep going. I got my 3 minutes.
You've got to direct the
I am.
the
Okay,
dais,
here we go.
please. Thank you.
Okay. B3 is the most invasive business commercial code besides I-1. So when you voted down B2, in effect, you should vote down B3 because that opens up the residents to something that's even more invasive than B2. I would say that perhaps the compromise is, and I understand fully the value of the property, that a viable compromise, if they're going to remain a church, would be to zone it R something and remove the B altogether. Make it consistent. That takes away the non-compliance or non-conforming. Can you put up page 3 of that? Okay. Nobody's mentioned that March 2007 imposed non-conforming. The action in 2018 imposed non-conforming. Okay? They are non-conforming. The purpose of non-conforming is to hope that someday they'll be able to rezone and rebuild or do whatever they want to do. We already have precedents for not allowing reconstruction and renovation to do this. So it's non-conforming. So I don't see a compromise here. I see it B2 or B3 or else. And frankly, I have very mixed feelings about allowing commercial on that property at all.
Thank you, Mr. Prophet, for those comments. Yes. Good evening, Geraldine, and welcome. Do appreciate it.
Good evening, Geraldine Rodriguez-Smith, Leon Valley. So I think the one thing that was an aha moment for me in the conversation tonight was that it really comes down to, yes, you can expand, given that you're in the R's that we're saying, but really the question then becomes not so much will you allow me to expand, but will you please change my zoning so my property value goes up? And so what I want to call out is that any decision that you make sets precedent, and if it is a yes, then my question would be, where do I sign up because I'm a homeowner and I would like my property value to go up, right? So just keep that in mind when you're taking these decisions, because you are setting a precedent. And then what does that mean, and what does that then snowball into? So that was my comment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Branson.
If you go back to my packet, please.
Mm-hmm.
This time I'm going to go through it. My name is Tommy Branson. I live in the Pavona Place subdivision. Reasons for denying the proposed zoning changes for the property at 6800 Evers Road at the corner of Huebner and Evers. And I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to go through this with you.
Okay.
Okay. If by some chance you ended up with a B2 or B3, B2 and B3, both of them have at least 107 to 167 uses if the church decides to sell their property, that they can sell it to and have any one of these uses. And I'm not going to go through and read them again because you guys know them already. Section 1502.322, Section D states, although it may occur in certain instances, it is not intended that the B3 district abut R1, R2, R3, or R6 districts. We're right in an R1 myself, and I live right next to the church. Another thing, in the event of a protest of this application comes up, we need 20% of the people within a 200-foot area to make sure that we opposed it. We have 24% of the people within 200 feet opposed it. So it's going to take at least a 3/4 of a majority to override a denial. The other thing was when we were collecting letters of opposition, 80 to 90 people within the Pavona Place, Linklea, Gumtree, etc., signed letters of opposition to the church changing their zone. We don't have a problem with them changing over to an R4, an R3, or an R5. I have no problems with the church. I have a problem with them changing their zone. And excuse me, I got to thank you guys for putting up with me.
Oh, thank you very much. This is a democratic process here. Do appreciate it. I did have one question that I didn't understand, Mr. Fletcher. Yeah, you mentioned deed restrictions. I just wanted to understand that before, and I don't know if y'all had that same question. So you said we were recommending a deed restriction. So could you explain
So
that?
deed restrictions, as many of you know, with like an HOA, if you live in a homeowners association or a community that's subject to deed restrictions, there's rules in place. And primarily you see it says residential uses only, the size of the house, the construction. Oftentimes when people are developing the land as a way to relieve some of the neighbors' concerns, you can impose deed restrictions on your property to say, this property cannot be used when sold to sell alcohol. It can't be used for a automobile repair shop. In fact, I've done a daycare. They were concerned about tire shops. So we said, okay, we'll never sell it to anyone who wants to do anything with tires. So that's why I indicated earlier that through Brandon, we made the recommendation that we'd be willing to impose deed restrictions, not on every B2 use, but the ones that are offensive to you, that are of concern. Tire shops, no big deal. But if it's office, that doesn't seem like that would be incompatible. So we've made that offer. That offer stands, and that's a way that we can do the use that we want. The church, it gives them the protections, because we could put the deed restrictions would be enforceable by their HOA or by individuals adjacent to the property. And if someone were to come in, first of all, if it was sold and a title company sees it, the first thing they say is, oh, there's deed restrictions here. You can't do an auto tire shop. And then they're protected. The property doesn't get sold. So that offer stands if that is a way to allow us to achieve our objective in expanding the B2 and protecting the adjacent property owners, because we want to be good neighbors. We're not trying to come in there and put in offensive use. We're trying to use the land that we've invested in.
I guess I get that now. I didn't realize. I thought when you said deed restriction, I kind of took it that you would say that it would always remain as a church.
We wouldn't be that restrictive, but
that's what I was thinking. Okay,
yes.
Well, B3, if you said you'll always remain as a church, because
well, then
again,
you couldn't even sell it for a house. But
yeah, I understand, but that's so. But when I look and see B3 has 167 uses, I mean, wow, you have to go through all of that. That would be very laborious.
And certainly not all those uses are objectionable.
Yeah.
If there was
so
an
anyway,
office there.
But thank you for that clarification. That was it just kind of jumped up out of me, and I wanted that answered. But thank you.
Can I
right.
also just briefly?
All right, briefly, and then we'll move on.
The member from the zoning commission indicated that retail residential came to the commercial areas. Those commercial areas were there first. Well, the city could have put a buffer there before the residential came. So it was still allowed, and it's still on the existing zoning map. And we became non-conforming in 2007 after the properties were purchased. So the rules were changed, and we're just trying to get what we initially had.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the response. Yes, did anybody else have? Yes, Councilor Jordan, do you have a question for Mr. Fletcher?
I was just trying to see and verify if the staff did speak with the church in reference to the R zoning districts and the different kinds to be offered up. Because from the testimony, Mr. Fletcher, he's saying that the staff did not.
Staff has been completely transparent with Mr. Fletcher and the church all throughout our process of considering amendments to the code and letting them know the direction that that's headed in. And they have been at every single zoning meeting throughout all the dialogue and have had the opportunity to weigh in on that dialogue during those code change proceedings. So they've been involved. They've been involved in the process.
As a clarification, it was Mr. Smith who said that it was offered,
and not staff.
Yeah. Might clarify that, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, Thank you. We did offer, well, when I say offer, I mean I asked specifically at, do you remember which meeting it was? I'm sorry, there's been so many of them. I believe it was at one of the December meetings, and I did specifically ask the applicant, do you, because the first question was, I believe, why not go to one of these? Are you sure you don't want to go to these? Do you want to go call your client and ask them to make sure? We have asked on multiple occasions, is this the actual route you want to go? Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of opportunity here and a lot of avenues that we can go a different route. It may not necessarily be specifically what the applicant wants, but there are other alternatives available that were asked and answered by them.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is that it? Or did you have a follow-up?
No, ma'am, that's it. That's answer my question. Thank you.
Councilor Martinez.
Now, according to this chart, if I remember my dates correctly, the March 2007, where every church was moved to B3, that was because of the Elijah suit. And that was the city's way to satisfy the lawsuit. Now, would it be possible, now, I wish we had a real estate agent or somebody in here, wouldn't R4 property be of a higher value than R1? Go ahead.
Can't ask him.
We have not done a formal appraisal, but we have looked at the issue, and it's been our conclusion that the proposed zoning, the existing zoning districts in the residential category would have an adverse effect, taking the whole property into consideration.
That's a variation of saying you can't count 3 acres, which are worth a lot more than the 6 acres in the back.
Right, and it's frontage on Hebner, so, it's zoned commercial for a reason, or retail for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Now, would it be possible, and I think the mayor just alluded to this just briefly, to move the church physically on the property just back where it's all in the R1 section?
We will have to go through the platting process because a portion of the frontage that is zone B2 is not platted. But in theory, yes, it is possible to move the church to the back, but the whole point that the church started this process is to do the urban design and come to the front because they are already in the back and they are not visible. We want to look like you saw the Church of Latter-day Saints. We want to look something similar to that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Councilor Edwards.
I just want to pose a question. The suggestion that the mayor mentioned about replatting and moving the, I don't know, was that moving the church up?
Well, either up or back, but I mean, when I saw it was just a little bit into that B2. I haven't seen it yet.
I have a...
Mr. Do you have it? Because I know Mr. Brandon Milan showed me, where you wanted to place the church, where the B2 was, and where the R1 was. And that was just my simple-minded solution. There it is.
So right now the church, this is the unplatted property right here. It's kind of P-shaped, L-shaped. So because of the drive right here, we want to have another entrance furthest away from the intersection. So if we were to move the church, and just to point to you, it would have to go back here. There may be some setback issues also with the property line being there. If we move it back, is it 25 feet? I'd have to look. I think there's an increased setback actually between the B2 and the R1. But in theory, yes, it could be moved back. Here's the existing church now, which unless you're in a souped up four-wheeler, you're not going to see it.
But I mean, you would consider that as a way to resolve the issue.
Well, I get the impression we're going to have to consider all of our options at the end of the day today.
Okay, thank you.
So, we will consider.
Thank you for that.
Were you able to
sorry
catch it?
for the interruption.
Council, I just want to point out that whether they move the church back or not, it's irrelevant because the back portion is zoned R1 and an institutional use is not allowed in an R1. So regardless, they would still have to rezone that back portion, one of the other Rs or the B3.
I understand that, but the value is in B2. So they might want to keep that. That's all I'm saying. So point of clarification from Ms. Frederick.
Yes, Councilor Martinez stated that the change in 2007, in March of 2007, to put churches into B3 was a result of Elijah, and that's not correct. Churches were put in B3, and then and other institutional uses were in B3 as well, except for some lodges and some other institutional uses. When Elijah wanted to move into one of the areas where one of the other institutional uses were not required to be in B3, they filed a lawsuit against us because we didn't allow them to do that. So at the end of the lawsuit, when Leon Valley lost that lawsuit, in order to rectify the situation, all institutional uses, including those other two institutional uses that were left out of B3, were put in B3 along with the churches. So that came after all institutional uses, and all churches were put in B3 after Elijah, but churches were already in B3 only, and that was the cause of the lawsuit.
You just expanded.
Right.
I think we heard that churches were banned in all areas for economic development reasons. So was that and then I think now we're hearing because of the Elijah case, or maybe it's a combination of both, just for my benefit.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't know the reason why churches were placed in B3, but churches were only allowed in B3 in 2007. And then after Elijah, then all institutional uses were put in B3. So I don't know the history as far as why they took churches out of being able to be everywhere in the jurisdiction, but that's what happened.
Just to clarify, in March of 2007, it wasn't churches individually that were pulled out of the B2 and put into B3. It was the pursuit, that goal was to take all institutional uses and transition those all assembly uses into the B3 for purposes of looking at how many SUPs were being provided to churches and anticipating other institutional uses as well, and the impact that was having on our city and within our B2 district, which is our primary retail economic zoning district along Bandera Road. And so what happened was with Elijah was that Elijah sought to locate in the B2. And so there was a lawsuit over that, and it was determined through the lawsuit that there were still two, as Mrs. Frederick pointed out, there were still two other uses, which was a private club and a private lodge, which are technically considered, and were technically considered by the court to be institutional uses as well. They were non-religious institutional uses. So the lawsuit said, well, you still have these two here, so technically you're not treating religious institutions the same as you are non-religious. So following that lawsuit, then we pulled the private clubs and lodges out too and cured the infirmity in the code. So it wasn't just, churches. I hope that helps. Thanks.
Can I make a motion?
Yes. I think the discussion is over with, so yes, Miss. Oh, did you have all right, in fairness, he has not. Let me give you a couple of minutes, sir, and you'll state your name.
Yes, ma'am. It's Larry Hall. I live in
That's
Leon
right,
Valley.
Mr. Hall. Yeah.
Last week, I did ask for a counter decision on the variance for traffic study of the area. If the church is so concerned about the society, the area, the people, why would they want to go around something that conducts safety studies dealing with a major intersection such as Evers and Huebner? Secondly, The council just stated today that they'll take B2 because that makes the property valuable. Knowing that they can't put a church on it, he said he'd still take it to make it valuable, which looks to me as though he's just saying, okay, well, we won't put a tire center, all that, but we'll put an office building, which is still a lot of money, and we'll pick up and move because it's now valuable. By him not stating that we only want B3 now, but that we'll take B2, which is non-conforming, he just contradicted what he was saying last meeting we had in stating that it was only going to be a church and they'd never consider anything otherwise. But the council just voted for B2 to not be allowed to have churches in it, non-conforming, which would allow only B3 for this decision, which would open it to anything industrial or whatnot. Even if they put deed restrictions on it, we could end up with a strip mall there. But I'm not going to sit there and rehash what all could be there. That's what ifs, and I don't live in a what if world. The fact of the matter is the safety, and if they're so concerned about the society we live in, I mean, Mr. Edwards, Councilman Edwards even stated that he thought it'd be irresponsible last week to not do a traffic study of the area. Right now, we have one lane closed down between Eckert and Babcock Road on Huebner, and if you drive there in the mornings, you see how it is a nightmare. Now, you do that in a 2-lane, whereas that's 3-lane at that time. Imagine the effect we have. And then we have a year's worth of construction doing it. I moved to Leon Valley for peace and quiet. I chose where I was because of peace and quiet. This is putting industry basically into my area, or possible industry into my quiet neighborhood. I just hope the council keeps that in mind. Would you really want construction and everything like this in your backyard? Would you like these bright lights in your backyard? Would you like to be able to sleep late on a Sunday without hearing loud music playing? Please keep these things in mind. I would like to know about your decision about revisiting the variance about traffic study.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Malloy, good evening and welcome. I bet it does.
Speaking from my Fannie Mae, 30 years working for Fannie Mae, which is the largest mortgage bank in the United States, our church people are addressing actually not everything as far as the financing. When you have limited amount of down payment, the land has to have a better value for it, for the banks to look at it and say they'll want to give you a loan. The way that you counter that is to put down more down payment. That's all that they need to do. There's no reason to try to enrich the land so that it looks good to a banker in order to get a loan, which hurts everybody. If you have the land, you work up and you pay more down and you get your financing, the same as people do. And I have heard no consideration that they've given to going in that direction. So I really would suggest that the council consider that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Milan, Mr. Hall had the question about the traffic analysis. I thought it was just at that juncture, it wasn't, you could postpone it, but it would still need to be done if the property were redeveloped. Is that what I understood? Or would you please address that?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, thank you. I think what he's referring to is the fact that the St. John's Church requested a variance to have to provide a traffic impact analysis at the time of application. Our zoning code very specifically says an application must be complete before it can move forward. And so when they submitted all the application materials, the one thing that was missing from that submittal was a traffic impact analysis. So in implementing the code, it was technically not complete, and the purpose of that being, I need to bring everything to the zoning commission and the council so you're prepared to make a decision based on what's the impact of this decision we're about to make. And so they requested a variance to not have to provide a traffic impact analysis. So the purpose of that variance, what that accomplished was having their application be classified as administratively complete. and so it could move forward. But in talking with the city attorney, we've talked about that. That variance in no way binds the zoning commissioner, binds you to not be able to ask for that information to make an informed decision that's in the best interest of the city and frankly the surrounding area and the surrounding citizens, because the purpose of a traffic impact analysis is safety. So I think that's what he's referring to, is that traffic impact is yet to be submitted, and the specific traffic impact of this development is unknown at this point.
Okay, but I guess my follow-up is it will need to be done, right?
Absolutely.
In order for this property to be rezoned?
Yes, it will need to be done.
Even though he got a variance at the beginning, he still needs to somewhere before the end.
Right. As I mentioned at the last meeting, it's a traffic impact analysis is required at the time of platting. It's required at the time of zoning, and it's also required at the time of site development and say an SUP. And so, at all these different stages, it's gonna be necessary to be reviewed, especially with the SUP, depending on if that process moves forward.
Very good. Councilor Martinez, let's say
just
that
what you just said, isn't it kind of duplicitous, requiring, what you just mentioned, it could require 3 different traffic analysis impact statements, and those can be very costly. So, I don't know why we have to do either 2 or 3 of them to develop a property. We should be flexible enough to, at some point in the process, require that.
It's not 3 different studies. It's one traffic impact analysis that's required at different stages of a development. When someone's planning for a development, depending on what they do first, if they do platting first, if they do zoning first, or if they're already platted and zoned properly and they can move right to the site planning stage, you have to provide a traffic impact analysis. And a traffic impact analysis is always directly a function of that specific proposed development. So if they start with platting, they provide a traffic impact analysis. It just gets done once, and then when they moved on to the site planning, it's the same traffic impact analysis. It's not a new one. It doesn't cost any new money. They just submit the same one. And provided they didn't change the variables that they originally proposed, it's just the same PDF document. So it's not a different traffic impact analysis. It's just that same one being required at different stages of development if it's the same development.
All right. For that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Yeah,
I know you want to make a motion. I've got more dialogue, though, so let's see what we can do.
No, maybe this is just processes and procedures, but I don't understand how, we can get all the way to this point, and then you say, well, the package is incomplete. It's like me running a race. I get to the finish line, and then I don't have the baton, and they turn around and tell me to go back and get the baton. So it seemed like to me through the process, like I said, maybe it's what we need to do to look at as a policy or procedure to make sure all the steps are done properly. So when it's presented, it's a complete package, and we have all the information necessary to make the decision. And then, there won't be a loophole around one part of it. And if we get to the next step, that's approved, then we're going to go back and get to analysis, and then we're going to come back. It's just too confusing to me, and causes a potential applicant to have false hope.
Okay. Yes. Quickly. You certainly may.
Mayor and Council, Councilor Jordan, I just wanted to answer or clarify your question or your statement on that. Using that same analogy as far as running a race and winning the race and you forgot the baton. Let's say you had a board of adjustments at the end of the race and they said, oh, you can win the race without the baton. That's the same thing. I mean, that's what happened. They filed a variance to not have to have a complete application when they, and that did not include a traffic impact analysis, so they were able to move through the process. So they are going to have to provide a traffic impact analysis at the next stage, which I don't know whether it's going to be platting or rezoning or whatever it's going to be, but when that stage comes, that's when they'll have to provide a traffic impact analysis.
I understand all of that. I understand all that, but it seemed like to me we're way down the road to be turning around and going back and get this to have a complete pack to
But
present.
it's not because of anything that the city did, it's what the applicant requested.
No,
Well,
I agree with,
the policy, that's what I'm saying. Perhaps we need to look at the policy or the procedure, which is us. You know what I'm saying?
The Board of
Right.
Adjustments of the city.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I would like to agree with Mr. Jordan that we shouldn't be able to bypass the application process by a Board of Adjustment request for a variance, and that is something we have to look at. But I'd also like to make a motion that we deny the request for an ordinance amending 2018-08 to amend the future land use plan as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer, and we have a second by Councilor Jordan to deny the request in 7.2 to amend the future land use plan for B3 as presented. I believe that was for B3. Am I correct on that?
The motion would be for commercial.
Just for commercial.
'cause
Thank
it's
you
not-
for that
yeah.
clarification.
Yes,
When I
ma'am.
said B3, I thought, okay, for commercial.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
The motion does carry. So we have 4 ayes and 1 nay. Okay. All right, moving to, well, I was going to take a break, but I thought the next one is related, and then after agenda, would that be all right with my colleagues? All right, just go ahead, and then we'll take a formal break after 7.3, because I know we still have people that are here for that zoning issue. Okay, so we're moving then to 7.3, and Ms. Posley, would you please read the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council granting a zoning change from R1, Single Family Dwelling District, and B2, Retail District, to B3, Commercial District on approximately 9 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Huebner and Evers Road, as requested by Langley and Bannock, Inc., providing for repealer, severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor and Council,
You'll
again.
just generally direct us here.
Yes, ma'am. What I need to add on this item is an update. You know, we've talked in the past about public noticing, and let me get to my slide here. We've talked about public notice that's sent out, and so on this particular item, you know, the state law says that we're required to send out public notice to all properties within 200 feet. That's the requirement. Back in December, we had discussion about sending out an expanded notice for a courtesy. However, as the state law states and our zoning code states, if more than 20% of the land area, of the land ownership area surrounding that property, the subject property, if more than 20% objects or protests the zone change, then it requires a 3/4 majority vote of the council in order to approve the request. And so in this case, staff has received numerous protests from the neighborhood, and as I mentioned, we continue counting that number all the way up until the very end, which is now. And so based on what the protests that were submitted and looking at confirming those from properties surrounding the subject property, that current percentage is at 24.8%. And this was as of January 30th, 2019, I think when the packets went out or in preparation for the meeting. So that would mean that based on the protest, it would require a 3/4 vote of the council to approve the zone change to B3 or B2 as the applicants have requested.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have, Dad. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Martinez.
We requested, from the citizens requested an expanded zone. And with the expanded zone, what is the percentage?
You mean the expanded notification?
Yes, we approved an expanded notification area, and I want to know what the percentage of people that opposed to it is.
We didn't calculate that because that's not part of the calculation.
Well, that's what we requested, and you should have had that.
Well, that's not legally what the code states we have the authority to do, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Martinez, it isn't whether we care or not. He's trying to present something. Please let him talk. The expansion was done. He's just not counting it in the percentage.
Okay, and I just had a follow-up question. Of the expanded, was it still greatly opposed or in favor? Would you just say? I know you didn't count it, but just I know you saw it.
Yes, we received a number of signatures from the Pavona Place neighborhood. I think I think Sandra tallied up all those numbers for you. And so to give the council an idea, again, the purpose of this is for the council to know what's the percentage of properties within the 20%, because that's the legal impact that we need to look at. And then, of course, with the courtesy notice that was sent out for the expanded area, that was all of those signatures are in your packet, and those were signatures that were received and are a function of the expanded notice, so the council can get an idea of how that expanded area feels.
I think it was almost unanimous, was it not? Maybe it was just one. I think it was just one that was in favor and the rest were opposed. So I just wanted the record to reflect that.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else from our chambers? Mr. Flesher, welcome back. I know you are a trooper.
I'll take this time just for clarification. Page 145 of your packet, you will see a traffic impact analysis. Okay.
Y'all did do it?
We identified the number of trips that would be required, but there is another level, a second level, that is required. So you have a baseline, there's another level. We are not hiding it. We're not trying to beat the system. We're simply, and if you look at that, you're going to see the type of development permit. And you'll see that this analysis worksheet's required for zoning, a specific use permit, a plat, and a C of O. And as I've mentioned before, this is a 2 to 5 year horizon that we're looking at. So we know that Huebner is going to change in 2 to 5 years. And a traffic impact analysis today is not going to be the same baseline information when we start developing after we raise money to develop, which is 2 to 5 years out. So that's the basis of that request, not to hide. Believe me, if we knew this, we would have gone through that process. Secondly, the reason I asked for B2, I still believe there's a B2 option available. It's not because we want to sell it. So I just want you to be clear that the church wants to build. They invested in this community. They want to stay. And we may have a disagreement on how they do it, but I think at the end of the day, hopefully it'll be a win-win situation. So we thank you for taking these 9 months and considering this option. Obviously, this is not the end, but at least this is the end of this chapter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Yes, Mr. Alonso from the Zoning Commission. Good evening and welcome back.
Good evening. Thank you. I wanted to you guys were talking about the traffic study, so I would like to just give my perspective on it. It was brought again before the Zoning Commission, and we believe that we were not, we could not conscionably overturn the, or not advise differently than the Adjustments Committee had, the Board of Adjustments Committee had. And so we believed that St. John would have plenty of time to actually submit that over the whole process. So that was our perspective.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Branson.
I'm Tommy Branson from Pavona Place Subdivision. As I said before, if the church is allowed to have a B2, they can have 107 uses. If they get a B3, they can have 167 uses if they decide that they want to move away and sell that property. And I'm not going to go through all the.
Yes, that's right.
rigmarole.
I think your handout explained that very well.
Yeah. Although it may occur in certain instances, it is not intended that the B3 district abut an R1, R2, R3, or R6. And that's one of the things that's in your ordinance that
Right.
you're trying to pass.
Very good.
And like I said before, thank you for listening to me and my constituents.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Branson. Okay. All right, any other comments from the counselor, questions from our chambers? If not, we'll stand in line for a motion.
I make a motion that we deny the request for a zoning change from R1 single family and B2 retail to B3 commercial or B2 retail as requested.
Okay, thank you. And is there a second? All right, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Jordan to deny agenda item 7.3 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will take a break. It's now 9:15. We'll take a 10-minute break to 9:25, and we'll continue with item 7.4. After a 10-minute break, and I want to thank everybody for your cooperation. We're moving then to agenda item number 7.4, and Ms. Bosley, if you'll please read that ordinance. This is a second read.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council authorizing acceptance of 2018-2019 solid waste grant from the Alamo Area Council of Governments in the amount of $19,149, authorizing an amendment to the general fund budget for fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $24,565 to provide proper funding for the general fund, providing for repeal or severability savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Demeline, and welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We just heard this last night at the City Council, at special City Council meeting. Is there anything different?
Mayor, I have nothing to add this evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All righty. I just wanted to have a comment, and that is the Cub Scouts asked me, what are we doing for pollution in our parks? And I gave them this answer. That we just got a grant, and I asked them what a grant was, and they all knew it. And so anyway, so thank you. I think this is going to help us on the beautification of our parks and pools and everything.
Definitely.
So
I move that we approve 7.4 as presented.
I'll second.
we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to approve 7.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item 7.5. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council authorizing the acceptance of the lowest responsive bid, authorizing the execution of an agreement of the amount in the amount of $278,400 with 15% for contingency for with NG Painting LP for the purpose of constructing the Grass Hill ground storage tank painting and rehabilitation, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And again, we heard this last night. Any updated information?
I have nothing to add or to
Okay.
update with.
Thank you very much.
If you have any questions?
And the pleasure
I
of the
make a
council.
motion we approve as read.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Jordan to approve agenda item 7.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to the regular agenda, is Chief Savaggio here? All right. right, agenda item number 8.1, discussion and possible action on the creation of a policy providing security at council meetings and other official city functions.
Mayor, point of privilege.
Yes.
If I may, Mayor, reading the packet, this item has been greatly enhanced by staff. I feel that this is not an issue with security at city council meetings. This item is about boundaries. I believe that as a policy board, we should set policy, and I don't care if it's in the personnel manual or what staff believes. I believe that we control policy, and it would have been preferable for staff, if they wanted this, staff should have come to city council and recommended it, and we could have voted on it as a board. And
I'm sorry, but that's not a point of privilege.
Done the presentation.
It had Mr. Martinez's name on the packet, though. I think that's what he was trying to clarify.
Okay.
Is that what you understood?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look up and see what a point of privilege is, because I'm not familiar with all of Robert's rules of order.
Yeah.
But to answer Councilor Martinez's question, that's what staff is doing, is bringing it to City Council for you to decide on.
Okay. I'd like to just clarify. I had asked if we could discuss wanding as a policy, and I understood, the manager and I had talked about that, and she said, no, that's administration under the personnel security, chapter 8 or something, right?
Mayor, Council, what I said was that this is policy. The personnel manual was approved by you as a council, and the personnel manual clearly states that your chief of police is in charge of security for city buildings. And so my position is it already is policy. And as you know, the history, the chief of police started this practice with the threats to some of us during the summer. And after discussing policies and what other cities did and how they protected their staff. I've also heard from several city managers that Council Martinez has been calling city managers around asking what their policies have been. So I know Councilor Martinez is doing it, and Chief Savaggio is doing it as well. And Chief Savaggio's findings are in here. I don't know what Councilor Martinez's findings are.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. It's just that I think I had about 4 people that had called me and said that they didn't know what was going on. And I guess the way I was looking at it is that, yes, I agree, the chief is in charge of security, but we've never had a policy of wanding. Not that I disagree with it. I do. I agree. This is life, like you say in your presentation. So it was just that the way I looked at it was the council, because we never had done it in 65 years here in Leon Valley, ever. Just bring it to the council, present it, and let us vote on that particular specific policy of wanding. And, when I was at TML, I got it confirmed by somebody up there. So that was the reason I put it, I requested it on the agenda. Now, we postponed it, and I believe, Chief, you had asked if the council wanted it to be expanded, and I believe the council had said yes, and that's why it's expanded. Because I had said I only had asked for wanding, and that was the first. This is before we postponed it. We've postponed it at least once, if not twice, I think, right?
I think twice.
So that's all. That was just the background. So anyway, so this is, yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Just, Mayor and Council, just to clarify, I do believe that I just looked it up, and the point of privilege, Councilor Martinez was correct. He can raise a question of privilege, but it would have to be in the form of a motion. The point of privilege would be such that you would raise the rights of the assembly, and I think that's what you did, but you just didn't put it in a motion.
What motion did you want?
If I want to make a motion, And especially at this time of night, I would just like to make a motion that we approve expanded, or the policy for expanded security at city council meetings.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Okay.
And this, we can make this go away.
So there's more than just that in here. I would like to give the presentation, Mayor, because there's not only the issue of searching here, but we also every year continue to have the issue about 4th of July, whether or not our security is appropriate, and then the question of who should be the one that is advising y'all based on our policy on security. I think all those things need to be agreed upon today, and not to mention the fact, Mayor, that you know, if we go through a process that you just described about coming to council for everything, it takes a month to get approval. When we have a threat, and when that threat is real, well, we have an obligation to protect our citizens and every one of y'all. That's what we're here doing. And I have no way of waiting a month to make those decisions. Everybody was notified in advance that we were going to start the searching and why we were doing it. But as far as having to come to council and get it approved, we're talking a month, and I'm just really trying to point to the fact that a month of waiting in a dire circumstance
I
is
agree.
not appropriate.
But I would think that that would be an emergency, and so we'd only need one reading, right? I mean, I'm just trying
Well,
to think,
that's
think it
correct,
through.
Mayor, but just
so.
point of order, I'm not sure whether or not that was a motion that Councilor Martinez made.
And we needed a
And we need a second, and we need to go through that before Chief
Okay.
is allowed to continue.
All right. Is there a second to approval of agenda item 8.1?
Should I restate it, or did everybody understand it?
Well, I think I thought what you said was just to approve it as presented in the packet.
That we
Unless
should
there was somebody
approve
that thought something.
enhanced security
Mhm.
at city council meetings.
Are you motioning to approve?
We
He
don't
was-
need
was
any
clear.
more
He was
motions.
clear.
That's it. Nobody has seconded. Amen. Let's move on.
Did you ask for any action, or?
Well,
Ask
it
for a
was a motion, so we need a second. If there,
Second.
okay. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve agenda item number 8.1 as presented in the packet. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
Okay, the motion does fail. 2 ayes and 4 nays. So, Chief, if you'll present your packet item.
Thank you, Mayor.
please.
Thank you, Council.
8.1.
As the Mayor, you stated that we've put this off now for several months, but in reality, we've had this discussion now for the last couple of years, actually. And so we want to clarify these things and get this stuff completely out in the open, and so that we don't have to go through this every year when it comes to these special events. Just as a reminder, I know all y'all have seen my bio, and all of y'all were here when we got hired. My background is really in this type of stuff. It's more than just the police department. It is in security of large events, and I've been doing this for 15, 20 years at least, running those types of events, from fiesta events, from the Final Four, from the Spurs celebrations, you name it, for large events. If it was happened here in this local area, I was involved in either the planning or the execution of the security plan. I was also on the City of San Antonio's incident management team and was responsible for going out and making assessments of locations for threats and for utilization during a crisis. So I've been trained in that, not to mention the military, who spent lots of money to send me to classes, and that I went around the world actually assessing military installations and security issues across the world, not just the Texas, United States, across the world. So this was something that you guys hired, somebody that has this level, and it's not to pat myself on the back, it's just to remind you that I come with this level of expertise. I'm not a used car salesman or a shoe salesman or, sell telephones. My thing is security. And so I would hope that by the end of this, we understand that, hopefully when I make a recommendation, that it would be considered favorably in understanding that this is for the intent of the security of our residents and the security of y'all here on this council. So hopefully I can go through this. I know there's a lot, but I want this information to be out there for everybody to be able to see. I'll go through this as quick as possible. This was a discussion that the mayor had and that Councilor Martinez on numerous emails had brought up the issues and his concerns that we were doing these things, and that there was basically that somebody was winning versus doing the right thing by our citizens. And so this was due to numerous threats that we decided that this was in the best interest. This was done based on the Personnel Manual, Article 8, Section 1, which was approved by the council in 2017. So we're asking for direction so that this doesn't happen and this concern doesn't happen again. The last thing I want to do is disappoint y'all and do something that you don't want done. So I'm actually asking for that so that we don't have this happen in the future. This is what the Leon Valley Personnel Manual states in paragraph I. Security of City Hall and other city properties is a direct responsibility of the Chief of Police. Violation of this section reported to the Chief of Police. So you have instilled that upon me as that right and that responsibility. And so under the circumstances that we were presented and continue to be presented, this was the decision that was made. So prior to 2016, and we'll go back to the Independence Day celebration, we've had this discussion now every year since I've been here. There was minimum security. We had lots of complaints from the public. I was given the responsibility right away as one of the first things by our city manager is to look at the security and find out what we should do. There's normal standards that are out there that most organizations have gone to because of the tactics, techniques, and procedures that are being utilized against large events today, and we'll get into that. But during that time period, we noticed that there was no fencing, there was no controlled ingress and egress, nobody searching anybody, so people were coming in with whatever they wanted to come in. They had no prohibited items, alcohols, guns, weapons, all those things. There was no street closures to protect the pedestrians, which could have been very, very bad. There was no control of the parking, the VIP and vendor passes. Basically, they were re-Xeroxed and passed out to family members, friends, and whoever. So we implemented a formal plan, a security plan, an operations plan for security for that event. It's what we should be doing. It's a written plan, and it should not be done based on, willy-nilly, but we did it based on the standards at the time. So we asked and received approval to put the fence up. We're paid through the budget. With the controlled ingress and egress points, everybody was searched. Only diaper bags and medical bags were allowed, and I'll show you in a second why these types of things you're going to see it's not we're being overly zealous or anything like that. It is the norm, and it's the norm right here in this city with our beloved Spurs. So no guns or weapons were allowed, no outside food and drinks, and that's a big thing for our vendors as well. They had the best year that they'd ever had starting when we did this. Provided for street closures to protect the pedestrians, and we maintained the control of the parking, VIP, and vendor passes. What was the result? For the first time in anybody's history, 0 arrests, 0 incidents, 0 injuries. Everybody, I wasn't here previous, but this was based on not only the staff that told me about it, but also the Citizen Police Advisory Committee, all the residents that came and just raved about what we have done and the results. So we got outstanding feedback from the people there that night. Everybody came up and said they felt the safest they've ever have. And the bigger part for everybody else, not only is the safety of everybody, but also we cleared that event in less than 20 minutes with the planning and stuff that we had. And so that's normally took an hour and a half to 2 hours to clear and get everybody home. 20 minutes. Now, why is that important for y'all? Well, it saved money for the city. So everybody that's normally out there on overtime, they went home pretty quick. And so did we as staff. So that was nice. So what did we do? The same thing as what the Alamo Dome does. If you go online right now, alamodome.com, you'll see that they control the ingress and egress points. Everybody is searched. Only diaper bags or medical bags and clear bags, which we hadn't implemented, but we were going to implement this last year, are allowed. No guns or other weapons. Outside food and drinks are not permitted. Yes, sir.
I don't think that's true about the AT&T Center, about the clear bags, because I go to several Spurs games, and I've never seen that be an issue there. I personally go with my wife and friends, and they take their handbags, like a woman's purse and stuff.
So I'm just telling you what's on the alamodome.com. So that's exactly what they're saying that they do. And I've been.
But that's the Alamo Dome. This is AT&T Center. That's
Exactly.
different.
This is the Alamo
That's
Dome.
different.
Alamo
He
Dome.
said Alamo Dome, so that's different.
AT&T's got a lot of similar stuff. I just don't know about the clear bags.
Yeah.
Outside food and drinks are not permitted. The street and parking lot areas are maintained. You can't get in them or secured without either an officer or somebody there to let you in based upon your parking pass. And they also reserve the right to prohibit any items they deem dangerous. Prohibited items include alcohol, animals, except for service animals for guests with disabilities, balloons. I mean, this is how restrictive their security policy is. Bottles, cans, beverages, cameras with long lenses, chairs, stools, or other seating devices, any kind of chains or metal, costumes, all kind of different things there. E-cigarettes, firearms, flasks, inflatable objects, including footballs, pocket knives or knives of any kind, large purses or backpacks, large hats or signs, laser pointers or laser pens, mace, noisemakers, on down the line. There's just a host of things that they do not let you bring into the Alamo Dome. Our stuff is, in looking at that long list, and you look at the small items that we are keeping you from bringing into the event and the control that we're doing, we're not only in line with what the norm is for society today, but we're also even less restrictive than what our own Alamo Dome requires. So also here at Leon Valley City Council meeting, we had no formal security in place. There was no searching of individuals or bags. There was no prohibited items, even though in 2016, you as council voted to not allow weapons in here. It wasn't unanimous. Councilman Martinez was the only one that January of 2016, according to the meeting minutes, that said we did not want weapons in here. So it's already been brought up that weapons were not supposed to be in here, and we'll go over the law in just a second.
Chief, dogs. I got so many calls on dogs last year. Why do we not, and I'm sorry, you've gone on to city council. I wanted to go back to the 4th of July. Why are we not allowing dogs?
That's a misstatement, ma'am. We are allowing dogs. They just have to be serviced animals.
Yeah, but I'm saying these are people that want to just bring their pet.
Because you're taking on a lot of the liability, ma'am, because it's your event. When that dog bites somebody that actually has a...
That would be our liability. It wouldn't be the person who owns the dog.
It's your event.
Really?
And the norm out there is that people aren't bringing dogs to events like that these days.
I had probably 3 or 4 calls saying, we've always been able to bring our dogs.
Right.
So I didn't
They've
know
always
why.
been able to bring all their beer, too. But,
Okay.
And then we had more complaints on that night.
All right. Thank you.
But that's the reason, ma'am. It's for the safety of the people
Liability.
that are there at the event. That we have a state law that specifically says that you can't carry weapons into open meetings. We'll go over. There was nobody identifying of people attending the council meeting, so under the circumstances at that time, we had issues that we needed to identify. No formal plans on dealing with high-risk situations or critical incidents, and we went over that and got everybody trained. And here's some of the reasons why, for those in the audience that haven't seen some of these. We had to bring your sidearm for protection. Every American has the right to defend themselves. Let a tyrant cop get out of hand. Fear for your life and execute. The chief is a marked man. Will get what's coming to him. Leon Valley School will be in session tomorrow at 11 a.m. You've been put on notice. You have kill pigs. Good God Almighty. Go through there. The one down below, you couldn't, I think it's on this next one. 100,000 people to march on government buildings, shut down the city, grab all the top employees, which includes y'all, and cops, and hang them. These were the type of things we were dealing with at that time. They also threatened all our families as well. So, and this is just one of many, hundreds of threats that we were receiving. So I was asked to poll the other cities to find out what they were doing. 75% of those that responded, it's not a scientific poll, 75% came in and said this. Castle Hills was the anomaly, said yes, they have it approved, but they normally don't. There was some discussion about they are going to start doing it soon, but they haven't started it yet. So you can see most of the other cities, including our big brother to the south of us in San Antonio and Bexar County, both of them do. Some of your smaller cities, Alamo Heights, Live Oak, Lytle, Terrell Hills, and Von Army said no. So the vast majority of the cities, this is the norm. And again, being outside the norm for liability reasons is not where we really want to be.
Surprised about Live Oak because they're larger than
I
we
am
are.
too. I am
Okay,
too.
when you said smaller cities, no,
Yes,
they're larger
yeah,
than
they
we are.
are. They are. I was surprised as well. Some of those cities that answered are general law cities, so they can't make these rules. But Live Oak for sure was kind of surprising to me, definitely. So what did we ask and what did we start doing? We posted officers at the doors during the meeting, searching of individuals and bags upon entry. We said no prohibited item, alcohol, guns, weapons, and enforcing the state law that prohibits the handguns in open meetings. We identified the unknown persons attending, and we formalized a plan in dealing with this and got everybody trained. What law are we talking about? Unlawfully carrying. This basically is if you don't have a concealed handgun or a license to carry, and oh, by the way, for 8 to 10 years, I can't remember, I've been a license to carry instructor as well, so I've taught this a lot to a lot of people across Texas. So a person commits offense if the person intentionally, knowing, or recklessly carries a bond about his person, a handgun, a club, and is not on their own premise and or inside or directly en route to their motor vehicle. There's some other things that you can also throw in there, like a boat or going to the shooting range or going hunting, but these are the two main things. So most people that don't have a license can't carry a gun inside of at all. So there's the exception, and those people that go and get their concealed handgun license are taught this, expressly taught this, and it's beat into their head completely. And as far as when I teach it, I really, really emphasize this because this is where they're going to get in trouble. Those people that should know better, but they're carrying a gun in an open meeting and should know better, they're going to get convicted if they get caught. So exception says the actor possessed a handgun and was licensed to carry a handgun under subchapter H, chapter 411 of the government code, or better known as a license to carry a handgun. So it does not pertain to police officers, judges, and a whole host of people. So this is what the law says. A license holder commits an offense if the license holder intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries a handgun under the authority of subchapter H, chapter 411 government code, regardless of whether the handgun is concealed or carried in a shoulder or belt holster in the room or rooms where a meeting of a governmental entity is held, and if the meeting is an open meeting subject to chapter 551 of the government code and the entity provided notice as required by that chapter. That notice is not what you think. It's not what's been quoted. That notice is the chapter 551 government code notice, which is your 72 hours, and I'll show it to you in a second. So yes, there is something that's called a defense to prosecution. In police work, we commonly refer to that as you can beat the rat, but you're not going to beat the ride. That's for you to argue in court. And so subchapter does not apply if the actor was not giving effective notice under section 30.06 and 30.07 license to carry signs, which is what we put up here up front. So if even if it was an open meeting and we didn't have the signs up, they can argue in court that they did not need to, didn't know any better. That's the argument. That wouldn't apply to somebody that was, let's say, a council member or a member of, let's say, the people here that come here all the time and know better and should know better. You know, we forgot the signs up. They might argue it and might win in court, but it's not going to be stopping them from getting arrested. So that's what the law says. So what is chapter 551 of government code? It says a governmental notice of meeting required. That's what it is. A government body shall give written notice of the date, hour, place, and subject of each meeting held by the governmental body. And that's what Ms. Pasolay does in advance notice. The 72 hours in advance must be posted in a place readily accessible to the public, which is out front here. So defense to prosecution. The actor at the time of the commission of the offense was a police officer, active judicial officer, a bailiff designated by the active judicial officer, and engaged in escorting the officer, a judge or justice of federal court, or the attorney general and all these other different types of attorneys. So those are exempt from those laws, which includes by federal statute a retired police officer, because by law they have the same right as a police officer to carry anywhere in the United States. So going to Gun Violence Archive State Society, you can't go anywhere. I was kind of shocked even going into the elementary schools here and the stuff we're doing with them. You know, they're going through, and even with me in a police uniform, having to show my ID, having to be buzzed in, and those types of things. It's become the norm. Do I like it? Absolutely not. Is it the best friendly in customer service? No, it's not. But I think most of the people in this world have come to expect this type of behavior, and especially as you saw, 75% of the cities are doing it. So why are we doing it? Well, there's a good number for you. 314 mass shootings. That's 3 or more people getting shot in 2018 alone. Just that 1 year, 314. And that was only as of November 19th. The FBI, all this stuff from the FBI, active shooter incidents from 2000 to 2017, there was 250 active shooter incidents, 2,200 people killed and wounded, 799 were killed in just 250 of those incidents, and 1,418 were wounded. 799 people in 17 years were killed. Where are those things happening at? Here's your breakdown. As you see, it's not going down, it's going up. Much as a gun lover I am, this is a staggering statistic for me. When I look at the fact that we're not having an impact in bringing it down, it's still going up, as you can see here, those incidents. 2017, this is the casualties. So as you can see, last year in 2017, the last year the FBI brought this together, you had 3-4 times the amount as any other year. So it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And to bury our head in the sand and act like it's not would be irresponsible. And why does the government concern us? Well, as you can see, government is 10% of those governmental entities where the shootings occurred. 10%. As you can see, the rest of them are just open places like schools, residents, healthcare facility, houses of worship, those types of things. Businesses were a big one as well. So knowing that the rest of the world has gone to this type of security posture, it's my professional opinion that it's absolutely necessary that we apply this type of security principles to our events. We don't want to be a soft target, because when you harden your targets, that's when they look for those soft targets. So unfortunately, and I would never wish it on another city, but they look at us and say, okay, they know what they're doing. We're going to go over here to one of those 5 places that were up there and do something. God willing, that never happens, but at least that's going to be the thought process for somebody that's wanting to do harm at one of our events, and you don't want that. All of us have that fiscal and moral responsibility as part of our jobs to make sure that these types of things don't happen. We might not be able to stop it, but we should take every action that we can to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. Anything less is going to open up to that litigation that we talked about. Why is it important? This is what the 2007 Virginia Tech shooting, 32 deaths, cost $38.5 million to University of Virginia Tech. That's what it costs that taxpayers. That's a publicly funded school, $38 million, when we're talking about upgrades of just a few $1,000s that could have kept this from happening at that time.
Is that what they had to pay out, like in settlements and things?
Settlements, the safety and security upgrades, the cleanup, the support for the survivors, all kind of stuff, healthcare costs, and the settlements were $9.5 million of that. So there was a lot of other things that they ended up having to do. So I already said that again. So we all recommend, at least from the law enforcement side, talk to Ms. Kinsler as well, that this type of activity continue, and that it also, and I'll take myself out of this because I'm recommending myself, but it should remain the direct responsibility of the chief of police to make these type of security decisions. I went as fast as I could and stand ready for your questions.
Are there any questions for Chief Joe?
I just agree it should remain. We shouldn't be nitpicking every little thing that somebody thinks may be a policy when that's the role of the police chief.
Thank you, Ms. Alcacer. Again, I was responding to 3 or 4 people who came to me asking me, why are we doing this? So I just felt obligated to follow back up with them. So thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Right, no, I was just going to say I'm in favor of the enhanced security for obvious reasons, and it should be left in the hands of the law enforcement officials to ensure that our citizens and that we are safe. We don't give, another reason is if we have a meeting and we tell the potential shooter what we're getting ready to do, then that takes away our own security. Saying next week we're going to implement the search policy. So if I'm crazy, I'm going to come in this week and I'm going to shoot everybody up. So there's a whole lot of elements that if you're not law enforcement or security expert, you don't understand. Just like we might not understand what your field of expertise is, but we have to trust in our leaders to ensure that they're giving us the right information and protect us, keep us safe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said up there. I mean, I just was a question. Now it's come all the way like, what? Okay, I'm sorry. I opened my big mouth. Go ahead. Councilor Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
I just think it is a good idea to,
Yeah, I mean,
to
I
keep,
don't disagree with it.
to
It
keep the
is life.
security measures. Only having been on the side where the auditors were harassing me and calling and stuff and threatening, you know, that may not be the biggest police department, but I sure do feel safe just knowing that their presence, you know, they're here to take care of us.
Well, that was another question of the Cub Scouts. Are children safe in Leon Valley? And I said, yes, they are. And I gave this statistic about 4 new police officers and the flashing lights and, you know, all this other stuff. So safety is at the heart of our city. And as I've told you many times, Chief, that's why people live here, because of the police, fire, and EMS primarily. When you go door to door, that's what they love.
Yes, ma'am.
So again, no disrespect. I think it was just a different way of looking at. I was like kind of looking at it like red light cameras, for instance. That's safety, that's security, right? But it's a new thing we've never done in 65 years. But we went through the process of getting it embedded in our grassroots and growing support for it. So that's all. It was a new thing, wanding, that we'd never done before. So that's all I was trying to clarify.
Your question wasn't the reason that we put this together. It was not.
Oh, okay.
It was, we brought it here because we were continuing to get beat up on it's a policy decision. Everything we do is, these are all policy decisions, and we can't make any of those decisions. So my only way to bring this up, to get that answered once and for all, and why I wanted to continue to get this answered, was whether or not, when it comes to something that is life-threatening like this, is it a policy decision for you guys to make that? I get it, it's something that's a year and a half. It took us a year and a half to actually get those red light cameras in. There's no rush on that aspect of it. We went through a process.
Gotcha.
But life and death stuff doesn't give us the ability to spend 2 weeks discussing this or a month before it gets approved.
Yes, sir, I understand that. Now, I would like to see the statistics because, let's see, we just did, were you here for 16 and 17? Or just 17?
17 and
Just 17 only, so you have 1 year. But I think we've been doing the 4th of July since, y'all help me, those of you that are here, 13, 14, 15. You know, we did it without the, and I never, and if you'd look up those statistics, I think we did pretty good in spite of not having all this, you know what I'm saying? As far as people getting hurt. Now, I agree with you, it took forever to get out of here. But I thought it was more like heat exhaustion, but I don't think we
I can tell you in 2016, before I got here,
did we have a lot? I mean,
you had 1 vehicle alone that caused 8 accidents, drunk driver.
Really?
Going out
okay.
down Post Road to, which was the...
Oh, that's right.
So
That's right.
I brought
Here.
that, it's not a statistic, I can
Right.
tell you, just it was feedback that
Yes.
these guys had, but I know for specifically, because that one was brought up at the Citizen Police Advisory Committee, and we discussed all this afterwards, and the people in the Citizen Police Advisory Committee, including Councilman Martinez, was there during that time period, and I believe he'd tell you that we got rave reviews. Everybody said it was the best one ever, and they felt the safest they had ever felt. So You know, we did get some feedback from the community after the fact. I had not one complaint. It was all positive.
Well, and I thought the way I looked at the way we approved the 4th of July when you did it in 17 and 18 is we just presented the whole total 4th of July package with the money, and we voted on all of it.
Right.
That's the way I looked at it.
I agree.
So, you know, so we didn't take it individually, we took it globally. So I didn't have an issue with that. Now, Counselor Edwards.
A few people, you know, asked, well, what's going on with the Wanding, you know, but I understand that there was an imminent situation. I just think the only thing is, like, maybe if you could have, like, given us a heads up, so we have to do this, you know, that would have been appreciated.
I'm pretty sure I sent an email out, sir.
Maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed it.
I'm pretty sure we sent out saying this is the policy
Okay,
that
well
or
then-
the process that we're about to put in place.
Then you did it and I missed it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, sir.
Okay.
You've been known to
Yeah, I missed it.
miss an email or two. I'm not trying to beat on you. Yes, Cassie Rouse from the Zoning Commission. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, Cassie Rouse. I live in Grass Valley. The citizens that came in when they started Wanding, Chief and the officers that were here were very kind in explaining to us why we were doing it and very kind of explaining how the process worked so that we weren't like freaked out. So I don't know what notice you guys got, but the people that came into the meetings when it was brand new, we were told at the door that it was happening, and we were explained that it was for safety reasons, and they were very kind to us. They didn't rush anybody. They didn't get awkward. So that's a new thing, because I've been through a lot of wands that are very awkward. If you've been to an airport too many times, you know what I'm talking about. And I personally, even without the extra safety of the wanding, it's nice to meet more officers because they're such nice people, and it just humanizes them for you and lets you get to know, especially her, she's awesome. It helps you get to know the officers that are in the city so that you don't feel any sort of like threat of, oh no, there's a police officer, I'm going to be in huge trouble every time you see one on the road somewhere. So I don't know, even without needing the extra safety of the wanding, it's nice to get to see extra people.
These letters or calls that I got were not at City Hall. It was going to pay their water bill or something, you know, I mean, and again, it was a change that our citizens,
So,
yeah, and it was usually on a municipal court, and it was always around right after we had that incident
So actually,
with the
ma'am,
First Amendment. But after we followed up, then they understood. But I'm just saying, that's what prompted the question.
actually, we put this in place for municipal court a year prior. The judge who has the authorization, not us, to say.
It wasn't just this past summer?
No.
It was before that?
It's over a year ago.
Okay, I thought it was later
The
than
judge
that.
have the right, because it's their courtroom, to dictate the court decorum and processes.
seen
And
that, yeah.
we were approached by judges, both of our judges, and they wanted a bailiff and searching. At the time, it was before we had the manpower. We said we can only do one or the other, choose. And so they chose security at the door, searching everybody, and we hired I don't know what we called her, but she ran back and forth. She wasn't a bailiff, but she was just
Runner.
like a court runner to do the stuff that the bailiffs used to do. And so that was well over a year ago now.
Okay.
So that can't change at this point and hasn't changed since that time period.
All right, very good. Anyone else? Yes, I saw Irene and Miss Martinez come on.
And I hate the most when I see her get searched, more than anybody. Y'all, No, her.
Miss Baldridge.
Pat Martinez, Leon Valley. I'm wondering if you search bags every time somebody comes in here. Because the last 2 nights, nobody searched my bag. They wanted me.
So the officers are given some latitude, especially on frequent flyers like you,
Yeah,
especially
that's
on
right.
frequent flyers, like you. They're given that autonomy to
Well, that's good. They
to
know
do
you.
that.
They
Hey,
know
that's not fair. They're always searching mine.
I know you.
Right. Now, in the security world, it's called a RAM, random anti-terrorism measures. So you'll find us doing the same thing at municipal court. And then other times, during the week when court's not there, since it's still an area that's essential to the court, we will set up and do them sometimes for an hour, 2 hours. We don't always do them based on manpower and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Baldridge? Oh, right here, in the microphone. Thank you.
Speeding in the neighborhood has been nulled pretty much in our neighborhood. Occasionally, there's one guy that drives a yellow car that still comes by 60 miles an hour, but he'll get caught eventually. But, and the safety of the children, you can notice how attentive drivers are during school hours. It's remarkable, I think. And I think all of our citizens should be very grateful for having that kind of service continuously.
Very good. Thank you for those comments.
Mayor,
Appreciate it.
if I
Yes.
could, I just want to
Renee.
compliment the citizens because I've been watching the body cameras because the officers are wearing body cameras as people are entering and exiting. And they've been severely abused at times, which makes me very angry. But for the most part, the citizens are so kind and nice and understanding and develop a relationship with them. And so I really want to compliment the citizens because I've watched those videos and they make me smile because our citizens are really nice.
Well, I think we all realize they're doing their job.
That's right.
Right?
I hope everybody realizes that.
Sure. Okay, so Chief, you want a motion and a second to approve everything you've presented this evening? Okay.
I
So move. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve the creation of a policy providing security at council and other official city functions as presented by our chief this evening. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Chief.
Council.
Okay. Moving then to agenda item number 8.2, presentation, public hearing, and discussion on an ordinance amending Article 1502, zoning ordinance of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding procedures, findings, and criteria of the Board of Adjustment for approving and denying requests for appeals, special exceptions, and variances. And this is our first read. Yes.
Mayor and Council.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to. Oh, I know. It's getting to be the bewitching hour, and I just keep forgetting. Yeah, excuse me. So, Ms. Postley, if you'll please read. And I even have here, SP to read. I have it noted, and I ignored it. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's going red. That's right.
Okay. An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending Section 15.02.722 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding procedures of the Board of Adjustment and criteria for evaluating requests for appeals, special exceptions, and variances, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and for providing an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome back.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. So it's getting late, so I just want to make sure to remind the council that we previously considered this particular item, and so at that point in time, staff gave a little bit more of a elaborate discussion about this particular item and the nature of the item and why it's before you this evening. And so I'll probably not go into as much detail on the Board of Adjustment and the Board of Adjustment's role in comparison to the Zoning Commission and Council.
No, I've already sent it to them. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
Fine. And so this item this evening is an item to potentially amend the zoning code, to amend the criteria and findings by which the Board of Adjustment uses to evaluate requests for relief from the zoning code. And so the Zoning Commission and the City Council, make the laws and regulations. Y'all are the policymakers. Y'all legislate the laws. And it's the role of the BOA to uphold those laws and to potentially evaluate requests for relief from those laws. Zoning Commission is policy. Council's policy. BOA is the law. Zoning Commission and the City Council implement the vision of the community. Through the comprehensive planning process, like I mentioned, the Board of Adjustment implements equity And the purpose of council, again, is to create good and just laws, and the zoning commission advises on those laws. And it's the role of the Board of Adjustment in rare circumstances when you have unique situations that are unique to one particular property, as well as other criteria. It's the role of the BOA to be equitable and potentially provide relief from those rules. And so again, what we're going to be talking about tonight is the criteria by which the BOA uses to potentially provide relief from those laws. And the BOA is specifically deals with 3 types of relief: special exceptions, appeals, and variances. Now we don't do special exceptions here typically. We rarely do appeals. Most of the time, what the Board of Adjustment considers is variances. And so in considering variances, let me go ahead and get into my presentation here. The code currently has criteria that has been established for some time, and that criteria is, in staff's analysis of that criteria is not quantitative. It's outdated. And it's not measurable in order for staff to be able to perform an analysis of that data and provide the Board of Adjustment with potentially feedback, and also provide the development community with feedback on what the criteria will be in order to evaluate those requests. And currently the criteria in the code, and I can go over that.
Okay. Can I ask a question? You said the zoning commission originally considered this request at the November whatever. How did it even get there? Who requested that this amendment be changed after 65 years?
It was a staff recommendation.
It was a staff recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a policy, right? This is an amendment of a policy?
It's an amendment of the code, which is the law.
Okay.
And so that was the process, because what the Board of Adjustment only deals with variances of the zoning code, and so the criteria for which those variances are considered, or special exceptions and appeals, that criteria is housed in the zoning code. So that's why it went to the zoning commission, because the zoning commission and council ultimately is tasked with creating the laws within the zoning code. That's not the job of the BOA to do that. It's the job of the BOA to potentially uphold those laws or provide relief from those laws. So that's why it went to the zoning commission first, and that was staff's recommendation to update that criteria so it's more objective, more quantifiable. There are I can go ahead and go through these. You can scroll down just a little bit. And this is a red line, and I'll kind of go over. The first time that this request went to the zoning commission was back in November. They made a recommendation to the council to amend the criteria, and that came to the council. And during the decision process, I think there was a decision made that didn't reflect the will of the council. So that's why it was requested to come back before the council for additional consideration. However, due to noticing, it was required to go back to the zoning commission. We had to send out new notice. And what that also did, that provided the opportunity for staff and for the zoning commission to take into consideration some of the concerns of the council the first time that this item came before, which was concerns to the extent to which the criteria that was being recommended by the zoning commission, the extent to which that criteria reflected case law. And so the city attorney worked hard on that to go back and definitely take into consideration the concerns of council, and was able to develop some additional new criteria for consideration.
I remember it was case law and best practices.
Yes. And so the criteria that's in the code right now basically addresses, it says, and then the most noteworthy elements and differences between the way the code is structured now versus the way it's being recommended to be changed is, right now it states, in considering special exceptions, variances, and appeals, the board may make findings. It doesn't say the board shall, so it basically says the board can make these findings, but the board can also not make findings. if it wishes. The board may make findings based on criteria established or not. And so, yes, ma'am.
I'm John, thinking while you're.
So the criteria that's in place is stating, may make findings based on the fact that the property is unique, may make findings based on the fact that the board doesn't think that there'll be any adverse effect. Again, kind of going back to difference between something quantifiable versus something qualitative, which is not the role of the Board of Adjustment. The Zoning Commission and City Council deal with the vision of the community, which are more subjective, looking at what does the community want. The Board of Adjustment deals with law, and that, when you're dealing with law, you're dealing with the facts of the matter. You're dealing with quantifiable, objective facts, measurable facts. And so the current criteria state, it has to do with whether or not there are unique situations on the property, which is very important, but also states whether or not there's any adverse effect, whether it'll be injurious to the light and air, whether or not there'll be any kind of traffic impact. And so these are things, whether or not there'll be any loss in property values. Again, these are all things that are very difficult to quantify. And they're frankly not representing best practices that are being utilized in other cities, and as the city attorney developed in her analysis, they're not reflecting case law either. And so back in December, staff brought forward Exhibit A, which is in your packet, which was coordinated with the city attorney, and she reviewed that, and those were based on best practices. They weren't invented, they weren't new, we weren't breaking any new ground with these requirements. This is just based looking at peer cities and the requirements that the peer cities, the criteria that peer cities had developed. Those are the criteria that were included in Exhibit A, which was originally considered by the Zoning Commission and City Council. But as I mentioned, the vote on that originally didn't reflect the will of the council, so we went back to Zoning Commission with the city's attorney's recommended criteria, which is based on case law, and the Zoning Commission considered that and recommended unanimous approval to approve the change in criteria for Exhibit B. And that is what. So what you have before you this evening is both Exhibit A and Exhibit Exhibit B. Exhibit A is best practices, and Exhibit B is strictly based on case law. And so.
Say that again. Exhibit A is best practices.
That's the last year's one.
But the section 15.02.722 variance empowerment, you just scratched out the entire statutory language. That's what I can't understand.
No, the board is hereby empowered to grant variances to this article. So, no.
Authorize in specific cases a variance from the terms of a zoning ordinance if the variance is not contrary to the public interest and due to special condition, a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship, and so that the spirit of the ordinance is observed and substantial justice is done. That's the statute. That's the law. So why would we take that out?
That's Exhibit A.
In Exhibit A. But why would we take that out and then we don't?
Because that particular section is duplicated. This is the section that establishes there's variance empowerment within Exhibit A, and so that's establishing the city's ability to enact variances and establishing that in the enactment of variances, the board shall make affirmative findings. I think that if that's what you're referring to.
Where is the shall make? Where are you at on that? Because I don't have the red line. I have the black line. I'm sorry? Oh, I got everything in front of it. Goodness.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to was there was two sections in the code. There was one section that said the board is empowered to grant variances when it's in the spirit of the ordinance, and then there was another section which gets more into the details of the actual criteria. So I think it's right there. The board is hereby empowered to grant variances to this article.
So the purpose of amending it is to make it more difficult to grant a variance?
Make it more quantitative and more objective. It's not trying to make it more difficult. It's trying to make the criteria more objective and definable for granting variances, because right now the criteria is not objectively measurable.
Okay,
Like
so-
I mentioned, it's not possible for staff to quantify whether or not there'll be an adverse effect in the property value, or whether or not, there'll be an adverse effect. How do you
Well, and
determine whether or
so-
not there's an adverse effect?
And so on Exhibit B, you took the 7 criteria and you reduced it to 5? That's on Exhibit B?
Exhibit
Is that what
B
you
is
did?
from case law. Directly, all 5 of those are from what state case law determines what the criteria is for awarding a variance.
Awarding a variance, so the applicant must show that the following is, and is it still like we discussed the last time? You have to have evidence on A, B, C, D, and E? Is that correct?
I don't have it in front of me.
Because I read it and I'm like, what kind of evidence?
So it's kind of, frankly, it's kind of hard to look at these. I mean, the red lines are.
Is this B?
That's B.
I have a
yeah.
clean copy of B
Yeah.
in my packet, 8.2C.
Yeah.
Packet 282.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
looking at.
the red line versions are included in your packet, and that's what's up on the screen.
Okay, yeah. So, yes, to prevail in receiving, To prevail in receiving a variance, the applicant must demonstrate that a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship, which is part of that statute that you read.
right.
And the applicant must show that the hardship is unique, oppressive, not common to other property, and not against the public interest. I can't see all of it right here. Can you go up?
Highest and best use.
And not merely that the property cannot be utilized for its highest.
And best use, what does that mean?
Brandon can explain that better than me.
What was
The highest and best use is,
does
in
that
other
mean?
words, go ahead.
Yeah, highest and best use is, say you have a piece of land that's it's flat, but say you have existing surrounding uses that are lower intensity, but you have a piece of land that is viable for development for a high density use. Well, say the future land use plan says no, the vision of the community is to have this lower intensity use on this property, but that property could be developed for a much more profitable, higher and better use. And so what that's implying is that what that's getting is that the grounds for a variance can't be simply for a financial reason to make more money on the development.
Well, that's
For
the
a higher
next one,
value.
not merely financial, so.
What this is, not merely that the property cannot be utilized for its highest and best use, that came from a case where, and please forgive me for not remembering all the details, but I believe this came from a case where the applicant for a variance in a Texas town had a news station, and they wanted to put up a receiver tower. And because it was different, it was unique to the neighborhood. There were petitioners who were against that being in their property, bringing their property values down, and the noise, all different types of reasons why this would not be a good thing to allow a variance for this tower to be in their neighborhood. And they had other alternatives. The business owner had other, or the radio station owner had other alternatives to this tower, but he felt the best use of the property and the best use for his station would be to have the tower. So the court said no. When you have other avenues of obtaining your goal in your business, then that would not be a good thing that would not be a good reason for a variance to be issued to you. If I had the case in front of me, I could explain it better to you, but I hope that gives you some idea of what the court was talking about. In other words, just because you can use your property to the highest and best thing, that's not a reason to grant you a variance. Especially if you have other avenues of accomplishing the same goal.
Yeah, and Mayor, and I'll add, you know, in going a little bit into our discussion last night, it shouldn't be easy to get a variance. It shouldn't be easy, because if you set up a process to make it easy for getting variances, you're weakening your laws. And because the goal, as I mentioned, the goal of Board of Adjustment is equity. The goal of Board of Adjustment is treating everybody the same way. And so when you make it easy to get variances, you're providing for the flexible application of your laws. And when you provide for the flexible application of your laws, they become weak, and to a certain point, they become unenforceable. So the goal of everything that we do here at the city is to make good and just laws that we stand behind. And if you have a Board of Adjustment that's if your Board of Adjustment is approving lots of variances, there's something wrong with your laws. And so, so if there's a situation where the council does not think that a law is just, you change the law. You don't create standards for making it easier to not enforce the laws all across the board. And that's really the goal of what we're doing tonight. And it'll be the basis for whether or not the new laws that we create with our new zoning code stand or not. Yes, sir.
So is it necessary to meet all 5 of these criteria in order to get a variance?
Yes.
Is there case law to support that?
Yes.
Could I have that?
All of these requirements, Councilman Edwards, comes from case law. This is case law. This is verbatim case law. It comes directly from the cases. I'll be happy to.
But my question is there case law that says you have to meet all 5 of these in order to get a variance?
The case laws say that you have to meet all 5 of these. Each case says you have to meet this. The other case, the next case says you have to meet that. And they quote each other. So all of them come down to, yes, you have to meet all of these requirements before a variance is provided.
A perfect example of what I was getting at with.
See that? Could I have a copy of that?
We talked to.
I'll have to send it to you.
Yeah, would you send it out to everybody? Because that was one of my questions. Give example of a properly granted variance under this new ordinance.
Well, I sent.
That's what I'd like to see, because I don't know,
I
should
sent you
not
all
be that easy to get a variance. Why do we have a Board of Adjustment then? I mean, I just thought that was their duty, was to look at all of the variables. And it seems to me, just from my observation over the years, that's when we get sued, is when we deny the variance. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, that's not when we get sued. But I talked to Liz Malloy, and I wish she had been able to stay. And she said, she indicated the same thing. No, it should not be easy to get a variance, and the board is supposed to follow the law and not do things at whim.
At a general level, the basis for lawsuits is not the fact that something got denied. It was the finding and the basis for the denial. And improper findings or findings that weren't justified. That's at a general level. That's where the basis for lawsuits happen with any Board of Adjustment, is when the finding is not equitable, meaning this one person asked for a variance for their sign here and they got it, and then this person down here asked for the same variance and they didn't get it. And so again, that's the more variances that are given out, the more difficult it is to provide equity and be equitable. And sorry.
I'm sorry. And Mayor and Council, I mean, I did provide you with the cases that in email, so I'll resend that out to all
Is that the same ones I have?
I don't know. I don't know what you have now. I know I sent them to you in an email when you asked me the question, but I will send that out to all the councilors. But there was a point I was trying to make. That the reason why we get sued is because the criteria that we have now, like Brandon said, is not quantifiable, it's not measurable. So the Board of Adjustments are kind of winging it. They don't really know how to make a decision, because we can't even quantify or measure anything with regard to the request for the variance in order to give them any support or any guidance in making a decision. because it's so archaic. And it's not really in compliance with the law. None of the criteria in the code is in compliance with case law, is in compliance with the law at all. And so, as your city attorney, I advised staff that we need to start complying with the law and with regard to our criteria for how the Board of Adjustments makes its decisions, and that way we'll have a sure footing in court when we go to court, because when they sue us, it's because they made a finding based on some arbitrary or archaic reason. And, you know, we've been able to prevail thus far, but I don't know about the cases pending that we have now. There's some issues that you know, I won't go into right now, but that's mainly the reason why we get sued. And I haven't seen anybody since I've been here the last 2.5 years where they have prevailed, because fortunately,
Very hard to overturn a VOA.
yeah, fortunately they did have a good finding on those, but there are 2 still pending, and like I said before, I just feel like the city needs to comply with the law, and the Board of Adjustments needs something that they can get their teeth into in order to make a sound legal decision.
Can I ask you a question? If it's so archaic, why hasn't it been like struck down or challenged?
That's what we're doing.
But by some other entity.
Struck down. Okay, so nobody has challenged our code, and that's why it hasn't been struck down or challenged. But the staff is challenging it now.
But why not if it's so bad?
Because I guess nobody knows to do that. I mean, why aren't a lot of laws in the code struck down that are bad?
Yeah, I think.
Would you mind if I had this and I'll bring you one the next meeting?
Oh, go ahead.
Because I love this
No,
guy.
you can have
Thank
that.
you.
Sure.
Thank you.
As you can tell, I'm just drinking the water. You know, I'm looking at these. Not self-imposed. What does that mean? Not simply a hindrance to the developer's goals. And then I'm looking, and thank you so much for getting me other cities. I appreciate that, because I always like to learn from what other people do. And like, for instance, New Braunfels, I think they have clearer, more understandable guidelines. And I don't know, I mean, can we suggest, you know, some
Absolutely.
replacements? I mean, that's what
Absolutely,
I'd
yeah.
like
The
to
goal
do
of this
over
conversation
the
is to
next-
come up with.
Because I just don't think it's clear.
Yeah.
To me, and so if we're asking somebody that wants to do a variance, we need to give them this list, and we need to say, okay, here's if it passes, this is what you have to prove in order to get a variance. I mean, all of them, not just 1, not 4, but all 5.
Right.
And
Mayor,
then what would be an example of the evidence you need on each one of these? That's what I'm looking for.
I can give you an example of self-imposed, and that's been recent.
Okay.
Where a company is trying to relocate into an area that they're not zoned for, and they're saying they ask for a variance in order to be able to relocate, to be able to have their business there, but that use is not allowable there. So, in my opinion, that's what self-imposed means, because you came to Leon Valley and you brought the code upon yourself. I mean, you could follow the code and go where you're supposed to go, but you decided to go someplace else, and that's self-imposed.
Okay. Yes. I'm sorry, I don't want to hog the conversation. So, Councilor Martinez, well, you know, again, I just want to, and I was wondering why we didn't run this by the BOA. I mean, I understand you're saying zoning and council, but just out of respect,
Well,
is
because
what I would say.
they don't make the laws. They interpret it. You kind of have to look at the BOA, kind of like the Supreme Court.
This is their Bible now.
You know,
But
so
they
you
have to understand it. If I'm having trouble understanding it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we get training.
Yeah,
would
they'll
get
get training
training.
based on new criteria. You have to look at
I just want to respect their role as a statutory authority in our city. And
I told
I don't
Lynn
know.
Joseph earlier when I was talking with her, because we were talking about this and the role of the board, and I told her, I said, I love talking with you, Lynn, but if I never see you up on that dais again, that means we have great laws. You know, if the Board of Adjustment is not meeting, it doesn't mean that they're not doing their job or something's wrong. If the Board of Adjustment's not meeting, that means we have great laws that we have confidence in and that the community abides by them and the community respects them. If the Board of Adjustment is meeting all the time, it either means there's something wrong with our laws, or it means that we are sending a message to the development community that our laws are just a dinner menu. Pick and choose what you want. You want this, you want that, give us a list and we'll take it and just take a shot at it, see what sticks. You know,
I don't know what's changed, Mr. Milan, but let me tell you, I've got institutional knowledge. The BOA might have met once every 2 years or 3 years. And that, for the longest time, and just all of a sudden, these last couple of years, we just keep getting case after case after case, but it had not been like that before. So that's what concerns me.
I've got people, and
You know?
it's a function of I'm looking at these development requests and they're not complying with the laws, and you know I'm having people, you know, developers say, well, I don't want to comply with that.
They're using the variance process to get their way? Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's what we just talked about. We talked about it earlier with St. John's, you know, and I mean, we talked about it, so I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody, but
okay, let's just
they
be real
requested a
honest
variance,
here.
and it totally stymied our process.
Okay,
And now we have
so-
to give that variance to everybody else to be
Okay.
equitable.
But isn't it true that if a variance is granted, that there still can be a challenge that the 5 elements were still not fully met? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's the flip of that. We have to make sure that all 5 are met, but even if they grant it, somebody can challenge it saying, you know, so we can never get away from a lawsuit, I guess. And I guess we're doing this because we're a home rule city, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so sometimes, I don't know,
So though, you say we're doing this because we're a home rule city, but
Yeah.
if, maybe Sandra can help, we were just trying to remember this, but when we went through the codification process, this was one of the issues we were discussing, was the BOA.
Tell me about it. What does that mean?
Remember that?
Right, well,
After I got here.
Right. Well, I have 9 years of experience on the BOA in another city, and the ordinance for this one stood out right away, and that's one of the reasons we jumped right into recodification. And the review with Denise and the other attorneys, we went through what?
2 or 3.
Two different firms to review these, and this was one that stuck out with every one of them. So it does need to be updated.
Compliance with the law, like
Correct.
the criteria wasn't in compliance.
Okay, so if I look at those other ordinances from other cities, and maybe the language is clear, can I bring that up for consideration next time?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'll just,
yeah.
it's going to be a lot of work, but I mean, I just, you know, I'm conflicted because I don't want us to disrespect that body that has volunteered so, you know.
Well, Mayor, if I may.
And yeah, and I think I said that a couple of sessions ago.
Mhm.
Isn't it just a matter of training and
Well,
not
not-
changing the ordinance, but just training? I think I did say that the last time.
Well, it's a matter of training with regard to this criteria because they're unfamiliar with it, but training them on something that we don't even know how to analyze it, that would be difficult to train them in. Like, it would be difficult to train them in the laws, the code that we have now, because it's really hard to define what those things mean. It's easier to define what the law means because I can bring the case law and explain to them what the situation was, why the court ruled that way. With regard to what you were saying earlier, I lost my train of thought. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. No,
Mayor,
it's 20 till 11.
I would like to, you know, just as a planner, I like to, you know, get philosophical on things, but, you know, it's important to look at the council and the zoning commission. Y'all are, like, if you compare it to the federal government, y'all are kind of like the legislative branch. And y'all make the laws. And the Board of Adjustment's kind of like the Supreme Court. You interpret the law. And so, to answer your question about, and I appreciate you wanting to respect the Board of Adjustment. I totally respect them, and they're citizens that volunteer their time. But that'd be kind of like asking the Supreme Court, what would you like the laws to be? Like, no, they don't. That's a total separation of powers there. And in terms of the Board of Adjustment, you know, we respect what they do and the time they put in. But it's not really, they're different than a zoning commission or council. You know, like zoning commission, we need to keep them busy. They're legislators in a way, or they advise
They're
the
the final
legislators.
say.
Exactly. So we keep them busy, and that's what we're doing with the future land use plan and zoning. We always need to be busy looking at these laws and the regulations. Are these reflecting the community? Are they good and are they just? And when they're not, then usually if staff knows it first, we talk about it and bring it to the zoning commission and we change the law. But it's not. But it's different for BOA. It's not a function of, you know, showing respect by keeping them busy. You don't want them busy.
Great.
You know.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to
Hope that
stop
helps.
and ask my colleagues to please, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean
That's
to
okay.
dominate.
No. I wanted to explain when you said about can we bring in, you know, if I see other criteria from other cities.
Yeah, I see.
And I that's what I was trying to tell y'all before I even put the case law down in Exhibit B, was that the good practices is what expounded on case law. It was something that, it was different language than what the case law says, but it still represented case law. It was still in compliance with the law of the state of Texas. And if you find a criteria that, as long as it is in compliance and
Aren't the samples in the book in compliance?
I don't know what's in the book.
I'm just looking at New Braunfels, and that just makes, as I'm reading it, it's clearer to me than ours.
As long as it's
You
clear,
know,
but as
I
long as
haven't
it
looked
is
at the rest of them as closely as this one, but I like, would y'all look at that for next time?
Yeah.
New Braunfels, they have 6, but it just reads better, I think, for me. But anyway, but I got to look at the rest of them too.
That's the goal,
But
is
thank
to-
you, I appreciate your
facilitate-
patience. Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez and Mr. Jordan and Ms. Alcacer and Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Edwards. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Martinez. Did you have?
You know, my first comment about this whole redoing the Board of Adjustments is our government was set up with checks and balances. One of the checks and balances is the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-government entity, and they're responsible, one of their responsibilities is to check on staff, override. If a staff made a bad decision on an issue, the Board of Adjustment can come in and say, hey, staff was wrong, this is the way we want to do it. So, you know, I believe that this revision is really taking the power away from the Board of Adjustment and making the staff, or making a customer coming in that wants on the Board of Adjustment ruling, they've got to comply with staff first, and you got to check this, and this before staff will take it to the Board of Adjustment. And I think it just makes it overly burdensome that you know, it's making it very restrictive. And you know, I've looked at other cities just like the mayor has, and
I haven't done it, but just what was in the book. That's all.
There's a lot of cities that just refer to state law. Their Board of Adjustment, they'll have just a few findings and says, we refer to state law, and they quote the section of state law. And so this is, I think this is the best practices, while it's good, exceeds state law. Can you agree with that?
Defer to the city attorney.
I'm asking you.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney.
Okay, he's going to defer to the city attorney.
Okay, so just let me go through what you said, Councilman Martinez. The Board of Adjustments is a quasi-judicial, not quasi, no, he said quasi-governmental.
Quasi-judicial, you're right.
And also, I just wanted to let you know that this case law and these criteria, it doesn't come from staff. It comes from the law of the land. The law of the land being the courts. The courts make the laws as far as interpreting the laws, interpreting facts and surroundings off of legal precedent. They can make law in cases, and that's the law of the land. Once they make a decision, that's it. That's the law of the land. The statutes are there. They interpret the statutes, and then that's what they came up with in this case law. They took from the statute and said, this is what is required by the law. And so that's what we're giving the Board of Adjustments, is the law. They're not taking any, we're not taking any authority away from the Board of Adjustments. We don't make decisions for the Board of Adjustments. We give analysis to the Board of Adjustments based on the criteria that they're supposed to use. It's up to them to determine whether the criteria is met. It's up to the Board of Adjustments to determine whether or not a variance should be granted. Not staff. We're not taking any authority away from them. We're not telling them what to do. We're just saying, here's what your criteria should be, and this is what the law of the land says your criteria should be in determining whether or not you provide a variance.
The criteria says this is what the criteria by which the Board of Adjustment will use. And it's also a guide for staff in providing analysis and a guide for the development community in anticipating what that criteria will be.
I have some more questions, but Councilor Jordan, did you have another?
No.
Councilor? No?
No, I don't have a problem understanding this. I do have a problem trying to give a board some power that they shouldn't have. This is not a board that is supposed to say, oh, well, it sounds pretty good what you've told me, and yeah, let's give it to you. Or, yeah, that might cost you a little more, so let's not have to do it. Or, oh, you know, you caused that problem, but so what? It's going to look nice anyway. I mean, that's what you're saying that the board should be able to do, and that is not what they're doing. There was a man a couple of weeks ago who came in, and he didn't want to put so much brick, and he didn't want to put the extra windows, and he didn't want to put this and that. He said, yeah, I can afford it. Yes, it'll look nice. Yes, I agree with all of that. But my property value will probably still be $1 or $2 million. So even if I spend this little extra money, I mean, and he wanted a variance. Now, should he have had one? No, there's no reason for him to get one. He just wants it something cheaper for himself to get by with less money. That's what most people come in trying to save themselves money, not in the interest of the city and saying there's something wrong. Oh, that guy made a mistake in the way he told me this, and I shouldn't have to do these things because this city doesn't know what they're doing. And that's the problem I have in trying to say, hey, we have a board, this is restrictive. Let somebody who, if we could have had Liz Malloy, if it had been at the start, she could have explained this better than anybody because she has lived with it all the time. And if you listen to her on her tapes, you'll see that she's saying your job is to follow the law.
Did you have anything? Okay. Yesterday you said that if it's a zoning issue, it goes to BOA, right?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
if it's a building code, it comes to council. So for the variances. So I know this is what the BOA has to follow, or this is a proposal for the BOA to follow. Will there be something for the council to follow as specific as this on the building code side?
It's a great question. So again, any regulations in Chapter 15 of our code, which is our zoning code, any relief from any regulation in that chapter goes to the Board of Adjustment. Relief from any other provision, any other code, in any of our other chapters, which includes Chapter 3, our building code, comes before the council. And there are, in our code, again, our code is, an older code. It's evolved over the years. In different chapters, there's different criteria set up. And so right now, there's criteria set up for, say, a variance for fences. Then there's criteria for evaluating signage. and then there's criteria for evaluating a variance to the building code. Our variance for a variance to the building code is actually doesn't even come to council. The code says that it's a joint decision between me and the fire chief, and so it's the criteria. All the criteria in our code is just it varies, and so.
Okay, I just don't remember seeing that we had to follow like 5 things in order to grant. Do y'all remember that? I don't remember that, so that's what I was asking. If it was comparable on the council side. So
the criteria throughout the entire code of ordinance is just not
Okay.
uniform. I think
All
this
right.
is a good first step at it.
All righty.
It
Anything else?
seems, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
go ahead, no.
It seems to me that if it gets to that level, to the BOA, that it should be restrictive, not loose to where it could be loosely translated to where they can be granted their wishes, you know. Granted, they have some interpretation, but they need the guidelines that's within the law to have the parameters of what they can stay within. You know what I'm saying? We're not telling them how to vote. We're just telling them this is the guidelines that you have to make your decision. That's it. So
But all 5 have to be met.
if that's the case law, that's the law. Absolutely.
All 5 have to be met, yeah.
And if I can add one last thing, Councilor Martinez brought up a great point, the checks and balances. You know, that's something that exists in all levels of government, is checks and balances. And so in this case with Board of Adjustment, if there's ever a Board of Adjustment case where the council feels that a law is unjust and wasn't properly applied, or maybe, you know, the council feels like somebody should have gotten a variance and it's just not a good law, y'all are able to see the decisions. We all see the decisions the Board of Adjustment makes. They're made public. The council can say, you know what, that we feel like it was that law was not rightfully or equitably applied. Y'all can change the law. And so again, that's part of this process is the balance between the legislative function of this city government and the more interpretive element, which is the BOA. And that's that balance. If it's having confidence in your laws and saying these are good and just laws, confidence in the laws you make, and in saying we are going to stick to these laws in rare circumstances that is just totally unique and just out, you know, not consistent with anything else, then that's where the Board of Adjustment comes into place. Again, there's that check and balance. If this council, the governing body, feels that there's a law that was not equitably and fairly applied to someone, and because of the criteria, the Board of Adjustment just couldn't approve it, y'all can always change the law to provide relief if you feel like it's in the best interest of the city.
Okay.
So there's always checks and balances on what we do.
We can't change the Board. We can't change the Board of Adjustment's decision. A district court is the only one that can change their decision.
But can we amend
We,
the law?
we can amend the law, but it won't affect their decision.
The decision, yeah.
One last comment. I agree it shouldn't be easy to get a variance, but it shouldn't be impossible either. Sometimes it seems like it, based on having to meet all of these rules.
Well, I'd like to see like a case study that shows, you know, they considered this case, and here was the evidence for A, B, C, D, E. Do you know what I'm saying? And it met the threshold for A, B, C, D, but not E. Do you know what I'm saying? Just so that that's what I think that would be great for the BOA to go through that, to really
Another
apply
joint
it.
workshop. Good.
That's right.
Good
There
luck,
we go.
Denise.
Anyway, just so we understand, it's a major change. We haven't changed this in 65 years or however, I don't know when this BOA came about, but it's been a long time. So that's all. Okay.
We're trying to get modern.
We're trying to get modern, okay. No vote, but a good discussion, and thank you.
The advent of the internet, the research.
That's
and
right.
become more,
Well, you heard the lady this evening said she went on Google, Yeah, I mean, all right. Miss Denise, you're up next.
Number 3?
Oh.
Yeah, chartered institutions.
Okay, so we,
Brandon is back.
oh, Brandon's back. Okay, so we have no, oh, I didn't open up the public hearing on the last one. Is there anyone that would like to? Yeah, I know. I have it on my, wait a minute. On the last one, 8.2, anybody in our chambers want to, I'll open it up at, I can't even tell the time. 10:57. And I'll close it at 10:57. Okay. So the next one is yours again. And I'm getting crazy here.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City
Thank you.
Council amending Section 15.02.381, permitted use table of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding non-chartered financial institutions in the B2, B3, I1 zoning districts, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
Thank
If
you,
you'll
Mayor and Council.
continue.
The purpose of this item is to amend Chapter 15 of our zoning code, the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, to remove non-charter financial institutions and as an allowed use within the B2 retail zoning district. Currently, the City of Leon Valley zoning code defines a non-charter financial institution. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically it defines non-charter financial institutions as title loans, check cashing. I'll go ahead and read through them. Or title loan lenders, check lenders. Basically, any kind of lending institution that's not chartered, like a Chase Bank or a Frost Bank, or those are chartered financial institutions. Non-charter financial institutions include deferred deposit transactions like payday loans, businesses that make loans upon assignment of wages received, like I said, check cashing businesses, motor vehicle title lenders, and subprime or non-prime home equity lenders. Nonprofit financial institutions are not encompassed by the term non-charter financial institutions. And so currently they're allowed within the B2, the B3, and the I1 zoning districts, but they're regulated by specific development standards. And so those standards include they may not be located within 1,000 feet of the nearest existing non-charter financial institution. They may not be located within 500 feet from residentially zoned parcels, federally chartered banks, credit unions, religious institutions, school, daycare facilities, or bar, liquor stores, or pawn shops. There's some architectural requirements. That any facility that it's located in, storefronts have to have glass or transparent glazing. A certain amount can't have animated, moving, flashing, signage or lights. In that they can only operate within freestanding buildings. They can't operate within strip centers. And so this is the current requirement. And again, going back to our conversation earlier about us being a home rule city now, we have the ability to greater regulate these types of uses. And so Mrs. Frederick can build upon this, but it's upheld that we can't completely not allow a use at all within the city, but you have to at least allow that use within one zoning district within your city. And right now we're allowing them within 3. And we've been talking a lot lately about our future land use plan and our zoning districts and the purpose of these particular zoning districts and our and the vision that we have for land uses within our city. And this is another element that the staff is bringing forward to you to consider. Right now it's allowed within our B2 zoning district, and the purpose of that zoning district is for the establishment of retail uses. And so for that reason, staff recommends amending the code to no longer allow for non-charter financial institutions in the B2 retail district for the purpose that it's not in conformance with the comprehensive master plan. It states Bandera Road Corridor North and South is comprised of retail uses, and it's intended, the goal for this area is to promote primarily retail-oriented uses. Here's our zoning map here. You can see the majority of our Bandera Road Corridor is B2, as we talked about earlier with the previous potential code amendment. And so non-charter financial institutions are not retail uses. They do not pay sales taxes for the services that they offer, and allowing non-charter financial institutions in the retail district does not meet the goals of the city's comprehensive master plan for the B2 retail district, which is primarily what Bandera Road consists of. Also, staff's recommending no longer allowing non-charter financial institutions within the B2 zoning district because it's not in conformance with the purpose of the B2 retail district, which is retail. Offering goods and services which are appropriate for surrounding business districts, protecting surrounding residential districts by requiring certain minimum yard and area standards, and encouraging economic viability and stability within the city. Staff does not submits that non-charter financial institutions are not pursuant to the goals and the stated purpose of the B2 zoning district. And so for that reason, staff recommends amending the code to no longer allow non-charter financial institutions within the B2 district. This was the recommendation that was taken to the Zoning Commission in December, and they recommended not only to remove non-charter financial institutions from the B2 district, but to also remove them from the B3 district and relegate non-charter financial institutions to the I1 district, which they're currently allowed in. So right now they're allowed in B2, B3, and I1. Zoning Commission recommended only allowing them in the I1 district, and so you can see that would be relegated south of to the area south of Interstate or 410. Yes, ma'am.
So the I-1 is around HEB, the warehouse behind there?
Yes,
But it's not a freestanding building.
Well, there's.
Does it still have to be a freestanding building?
Right.
I don't think there's any.
The regulations still apply. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'd like to know if there's any I-1. What is it? I-1? That's a freestanding building that a potential could go in. Potential non-charter could go in.
That's a good question. Definitely look at that.
Could you look at it?
Yeah,
And then,
yeah.
do we have some current non-chartered financial institutions that are in B2 or B3 in a freestanding building that would be just non-conforming?
We do.
We do. And how many are there and where are they? Could you get that for us for the next time? I'm just curious because it came up with the churches. I mean, I just want us to I want to understand it.
Just a point of clarification, Mayor and Council. The non-chartered financial institutions are the credit access businesses that I spoke about with regard to the regulations.
It's not payday loan?
Yeah, they're payday lending, credit access businesses. So, I mean, we call them non-chartered financial institutions in our code, but they're really, but the state refers to them as credit access businesses. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, I see. You just wanted to clarify that. Credit access businesses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I think you bring up a good question because staff's original recommendation was just the B2, which would, still allow them in B3, and there's a diversity of building types, and so with the Zoning Commission's recommendation, that does create the necessity for a little bit more analysis. So we can definitely do that.
I was
going
to say because then if we don't have any I-1 freestanding buildings, then they have no place to go.
Can
right?
you do that?
We can look at that.
We can do a drive-by. We can go drive by there and look, because I remember driving that area.
And then we'd make it so restricted, we're going to get sued on that.
Right, exactly, yeah. We'll have to drive that
Crazy.
area.
And maybe we can circle back around and look at those development standards too, and, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, that's a good point, because I can see us being sued for not allowing them in the jurisdiction at all.
That's right.
We're relatively excluding them from the jurisdiction by relegating them to a district where they can't even build or can't even locate.
They're non-existent, exactly. Okay.
But this don't affect the current people that's in place right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we just prohibit or
Their grandfather?
restrict.
They would be non-conforming.
Non-conforming, so as long as they stay there, they can stay in business as that business.
But if they burn down there?
It has to be more than 50%.
Okay, we're going to have a public hearing. If everyone on the dais has already said your piece, we'll open up the public hearing at 11:07. Is there anyone that would, Cassie, would you like to weigh in on this from the zoning commission perspective? Oh, good. Then now we have a record that's balanced. No. Go ahead.
Cassie
Good evening and
Rouse.
welcome.
So we didn't think about the freestanding building thing, and I don't know if this goes into the decision of whether they could sue us or not, but if you buy a parcel of land, you can always knock down what's on it and build your own freestanding building. And I've lived so many places where they have to have freestanding buildings, so they just buy up a piece of a parking lot that the city has made it so they don't need that many parking spots for whatever's behind it, and they build it on that parking lot. So I don't know that that necessarily zones them out. Denise would have to double check, I guess, like she was going to do anyway. But
We'll do a Google
yeah.
Earth of that area and bring it and show it to you on a map.
Yeah. So, yeah, and that was just because it wasn't really in line with B3 either when you looked at the actual definitions of the districts. And so that was how that decision was made.
Great. Thank you for that. Anything else? Okay. And we'll close the public hearing at 11:08. And thank you for those comments. And there's no vote. And we will pick this one up the next the February 19th meeting. All right, moving then to agenda item number 8.4. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that. I'm remembering now.
An ordinance granting a zoning change from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to RE1 Residential Estate District on Lot 1 and Lot 2, Block 1, Grass Hill Estate Subdivision, generally located on the south side of William Rancher Road and east side of Aids Drive, providing for repeal or severability clause and savings clause and provide.
Thank you. And Mr. Milan,
Yeah, Mayor
this
and
is a new one.
This is the last time that you'll see me up here tonight. Last item. Promise. So I'll make it fast, too. So the purpose of this request is to, and it's not really a request, it's more of a submittal to the council, but the purpose is to consider a zone change on 23 acres that are located on the east side of Aids Drive and south of William Rancher. It's approximately 23 acres. It's owned by the city. The city has owned it for a few years now, and it's currently zoned R1. And this is an area of the city that is still one of our few areas of the city that is still primarily a little bit more rural in nature. There's a reason for that the city or that this area is located within a floodplain. There's a significant portion of the floodplain that's going through this property, which is makes it a little bit more difficult to develop for one thing, so we went through an exercise a couple of months ago to think about how to treat areas like this. Areas throughout our city that are still a little bit more rural in nature, may have some environmental constraints. And in that exercise, we discussed the fact that our zoning code really didn't have a zoning ordinance that was designed to address more rural type of settings and more environmentally constrained types of settings. And so our zoning code has our lowest intensity zoning district is our R1, which has a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet, which is basically a quarter of an acre. That's a pretty, I would say suburban, urban style lot. That's the majority of our city. And so if there were an area of the city where the city through, comprehensive planning, future land use visioning, or through looking at existing surrounding areas or environmental constraints, if there was an area of the city that the governing body wished to preserve in that nature or address from an environmental standpoint, we really don't have a zoning district that the governing body could put in place to ensure that happens. And being that the city is the owner of the property, we're in a position to potentially do that. And so we went through the process of creating that zoning district. So it exists now. It's the RE1 zoning district. And we talked about this area when we were creating that district, and so the city owns this piece of property. It's currently going through the platting process because it's anticipated that the city would sell this piece of property. You have to go through the platting process before you go and sell property. That's something that all developers do. And so we're going through that process, and so now is an opportunity to move forward and apply our new zoning district, which was essentially designed for areas like this. So this item went to the Zoning Commission at the last meeting, and the Zoning Commission recommended approval of rezoning this area to RE1. We've initiated the city's engineers to develop a plat. We're finalizing that plat. Plats, as you know, come to the council for one approval. So this zoning item requires 2 approvals. So we're discussing the zoning this evening, and staff anticipates bringing the plat back to you for final approval, because with any kind of zoning, you have to have a very concrete legal definition to apply it to. You either need meets and bounds or a lot. And so in this case, we're potentially going to be bringing a plat to the council to create lots 1 and 2. And so the zone change would apply to lots 1 and 2, which are approximately 23 acres in this area. And so with that, staff recommends the zone change from R1 to RE1 in this area, and I'm happy to take any questions. And I also want to add the R1 or the RE1 district requires a minimum lot size of 1 acre.
That's what I was going to ask
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
late.
I was going to say, what's the minimum? So
Not getting to brass tacks on
all we're doing tonight, we're not voting on it, but all we want to do is just properly rezone this from
Yes, ma'am.
R1 to RE1-1.
Ma'am.
But as far as the questions on how many, what's the next step, how many, because I think we're going to go out for an RF something. But anyway, that's not for tonight, so I don't want to go down that, but, right? So, all right, this should be pretty simple. I think we're all in agreement that this should occur, right? This has been a long, hey, you've been in a lot of zoning. I mean, you thought this was a zoning. You haven't been in the zoning fights back in the 07s in Miss Alcacer's neighborhood. Whoa.
But I just wanted to make people aware too that there is the other property that surrounds it is all, should eventually be categorized and will help that part develop once this is done, in my opinion.
But isn't this the 23 acres that's outside the floodplain or floodway?
No, there's floodplain going straight through this property.
Where is that?
Yeah, I can see the lines right there. You know, when you have a plat, our engineers, LMV, have done a great job on this plat, and they're illustrating the floodplain.
Okay.
So everything in here,
Okay,
in this
it's
area,
Mr. Elizondo's property. That's right.
that's all
His is the
floodplain.
one that's outside.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, that's right. I remember there was one that was completely out, and that's Mr. Elizondo's.
I'm sorry. There it is, right there. So that's everything in here is all floodplain.
Oh, okay.
Significant area. So that's one of the primary reasons why this area has remained undeveloped, because it's floodplain area, and
But the bottom one is outside, didn't have those wiggly, right?
That's because they were allowed to put a dump in there.
They put that fill up there. So, oh well, it's going to be interesting to see how that develops with all that floodplain there.
so with the application of the RE1 zoning, that requires a minimum lot size of 1 acre. So you got 23 acres, it definitely wouldn't get 23 lots out of it, but there's floodplain, so anything that's platted, any lots that are platted, they'd go through a floodplain development process, and structures obviously would be located outside the floodplain.
The Elizondo property that's below 9.527 acres. So then you'd get about, do you have to take some acreage off for streets and stuff? So how many houses would you get on that? Just that one little section?
Just depends on what's submitted, you have to.
Okay, I'm just curious, like
Yeah,
one acre tracks, because you have to have streets and.
You might not need streets, if I'm just kind of putting my design developer, thinking on there. If you look, this is about 10 acres. So say you had a 1 acre piece, a 1 acre piece, a 1 acre piece, a 1 acre piece, 1 acre piece, 1 acre piece. So you could possibly develop this with 1 acre lots, just given the right of way that's already there, without having to put new streets in. I mean, if it were stayed R1 and it were developed, in order to be able to create quarter acre lots on 23 acres, what's 23 times 4? That's 100 lots, yeah, you're going to need to put in some streets. You're also going to need to address the drainage because you can't.
The drainage
Yeah,
is
and
big.
so, with
It's really
R1, you'd probably, if a developer, depending on what the market is right now, if they want to develop that, yeah, they'd probably have to do some significant engineering. They'd probably need to take the floodplain and channelize the floodplain. And that's a lot of engineering to create buildable lots. But with the RE1, that makes a larger lot size. And so, you can have lots that are created that are in the floodplain just as long as since it's rural. And so, yeah, I think it's possible that you could, have a 1 acre lot without having to put in new roads and trying to preserve the rural aspect of it. Less roads equals more rural. So
I guess it would just be dirt roads. How would you get to your house?
Well, there's right now the roads are not, they're pretty small. They're not wagon trails, but they're.
I didn't think he had much access into it. But anyway, I have to go over there and look. It's off this topic. So, public hearing.
We'll discuss that. I'm sorry, Mayor. We'll discuss the roads and the improvements in a little bit more depth.
This
when
is
we talk
just the
about the plat.
RE1.
Exactly.
All right. 11:18. Open up the public hearing if anyone wants to express how they feel about this. Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll close it at 11:18 and a half. Okay. And we'll move on to the next one. So, Ms. Frederick, you're up, and Ms. Bosley, if you'll please read 7.5. Brandon, thank you, and drive safely home. Okay.
An ordinance amending Chapter 1 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, providing for the addition of Article 1.12, City of Leon Valley Ethics Regulations, providing a penalty, providing repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and for providing an effective date.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Council.
It might almost be good morning.
It's not morning yet.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, I had to update this PowerPoint and the attachments earlier today, about 2:18. This was on the request of the city manager. It's not here. Oh, there it is. The city manager, she wanted to make these changes in an effort to ensure that the document covers every aspect of employment and official duties. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the changes, but I'll begin. The purpose of the regulations is to ensure public trust in government, ensure that decisions are made using the proper procedures and are free from improper influence. It provides transparency to the citizens and prevents conflicts of interest. It prevents personal gain from public transactions. It maintains city government as nonpartisan. It ensures civility, compliance with city ordinances, state and federal statutes and regulations, prevents waste of resources and revenue, and provides process for enforcement and punishment. Some common provisions in ethics ordinances across the state of Texas is definitions, improper financial interests, unfair advancement of private interests, nepotism, gifts, confidential information, representation of private interests, conflict with outside employment, or conflicting outside employment, use of public property and resources by city officials and employees, political activities for city officials and employees, actions of others violating the code of ethics, prohibited interest in contracts, and rules for former officials and employees. It also, some of the other common provisions are lobbyist regulations, reporting and disclosure requirements, the creation of an ethics board or commission, enforcement, recusal, disclosure requirements, penalties, and miscellaneous provisions. The update of the code, the updates contain in Article 1 definitions, discrimination means that the unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people or things, especially on the grounds of race, age, or sex. Another article that was included was Section 9, discrimination under Article 2. And it states that, that repeated itself, that's a mistake. But a city official or employee shall not discriminate against another city official or employee. I'm not going to read through all of that. You guys can do that because we'd be here all night. Another subsection would be harassment, and it explains what harassment is and gives the definition. Talks about when it becomes unlawful, explains that. And then we go on to sexual harassment, when it becomes what it is, when it becomes unlawful. It talks about a hostile work environment and quid pro quo, which means this for that, for a type of harassment where a city official or employee attempts to exchange work benefits for favors. Also goes on to talk about sexual harassment and how they apply. The next subsection that was included was retaliation. Anti-discrimination laws, and this code prohibits harassment against individuals in retaliation for filing a complaint against a city official or employee, a discrimination charge, testifying, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things would be in violation of the code and the anti-discrimination laws of the state. The changes, I have Exhibit A attached to the ordinance, which is the ethics code itself. But I also had to attach Exhibit B, which includes the changes that I just talked about. So you can take a look at both and see where the changes have been made. I also have in Exhibit B the changes in red. Once the changes have been reviewed and approved, I'll make those changes and incorporate them into Exhibit A so that there'll only be one exhibit to the ethics code. The ethics code also talks about sanctions, that you need a letter of notification, a letter of admonition, reprimand, resolution of censure, referral to ethics training, referral for legal action for damages or injunction. This would come from your ethics review board, and it would come to the city council or the city manager, whoever, whether it's an employee, it's be the city manager. If city council, it'll be the mayor and the city council. Here's some other sanctions that are provided in the ethics code. Referral for criminal prosecution, voiding of prior actions, disqualification from contracting. That's for outside lobbyists or people who are former employees who have an interest and try to come back and have an interest in a contract or in violation of the ethics code. Suspension from office, removal from office. These sanctions do not preclude anyone from being criminally prosecuted. So there's no fiscal impact to this ethics code. Our C statement is, it is equitable for staff and elected officials to be transparent and accountable to the citizens. Citizens will be assured that all will be treated equally and fairly, and their input and desires will be heard and treated with respect. Economic development. This ethics ordinance provides assurance to anyone seeking to provide economic development to the city that they can trust the government in being fair, transparent, and responsible. Environmental sustainability. By making decisions using proper procedures and complying with community development regulations regarding waste, nuisances, landscaping, and traffic impact analysis, the goals of environmental sustainability will be ensured. The city manager and city attorney recommend approval. And I stand for your questions.
Okay. Any comments or questions on this proposed ordinance? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
You mentioned that you had a markup in red. I don't find it in my packet.
Yeah, it's not in my packet either. If it could be sent out maybe tomorrow, the whole side by side.
The packet was updated at 2.
Oh,
whatever
sorry.
today.
I have a paper copy.
Correct. The one that was sent out to you Friday was This was updated today, as she stated at the beginning of her presentation.
So we didn't get it right.
Yeah, it was updated and put through the system again, so
I'm
you should
sorry.
have been notified.
I picked it up from the website.
Yeah, if you reopen it, you'll find it.
Okay.
I did that, and it just talks about being formatted then, and then it looks like there could have been something, but it's not. It didn't come through well, at least the one from the website, because that's where I got it tonight.
I didn't look, I didn't know. I just had the paper copy from Friday.
Well, I'm gonna have to defer to Sandra. She's the technical person with that, so, okay.
No, it was done to something, whatever, through whatever time she updated it today. So yes, ma'am, the mayor, your packet was printed on Friday evening for you. So no, the one in your packet was not the one she presented tonight. The others, I'm sorry, whatever, you don't get a hard copy. So whatever you're viewing.
It's not
I
showing
opened it
up.
from the website.
It's not showing
at
up.
the meeting here tonight, and it doesn't show up in red.
I put it in red. I mean, it's red, the Exhibit B is redlined
I mean,
on my
it's
Word.
got the words formatted and this stuff, this kind of stuff, so it's like.
Yeah. Oh, well, then you got the red line copy, but if you don't have a color printer and you printed it out, it probably
No,
would.
I'm not, it's not printing, I'm looking at it on the website tonight.
Oh, it's not showing red.
Is it showing it though, the exhibit, and it's just not showing
Yeah,
red?
the exhibit shows, but it
But
shows
not
it's-
red.
It's got words like formatted and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Okay. Are the words formatted and all that messed in with it?
Yes, because what I did was, I took my Exhibit A and I redlined it in Word, which will show all of the formatting on the right side, and then the red changes.
That shows up, but the red itself
So,
doesn't.
I don't know.
Mind showing the red, ma'am?
I can give you
Maybe it'll
a
improve
copy with
itself tomorrow.
red ink instead of red lined by Word.
I
Would
need a
that
new
help?
laptop.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
I had a
Okay.
couple of questions. I somewhat discussed it with you on and I don't know if the change was made. I didn't get a chance to look.
Oh.
On the,
Yeah.
see, that's how mine looks. But that's not red.
Mm-mm.
Those are the changes, though. You can see them underlined, but I guess the formatting's red. The PowerPoint's red.
I know what you're talking about as far as the Ethics Review Board and when they're going to make, when they're, the timeline for the decision. I did make that change, but I think I may not have included it because I was just rushed and things got convoluted, to be honest with you. So trying to get it done for Sandra so she could put it through the system and everything, that may have been just inadvertently left out. But I did make that change. And
Do you recall making the change about the witnesses for the complainant and the witnesses for the respondent?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Those provisions should be the same?
Right. I forgot about that one. I'm sorry. I'll put that one
I think
in.
that was 383, B and C.
It almost looks like your red is not really a bright red. It's more of a maroon type red.
That's the color that the red line gives you, so.
When I do a red line, it comes out bright red. Sometimes I'll even bold it so
It's like that on my computer, and it's like that when I print it out, but it may not come out like that on that type of format. I don't know.
Was there any input except from the city manager and yourself?
Input from any of I had some
developing the ethics standards and principles and
no, but
guidelines?
No, but not verbally. But I did use the City of San Antonio's ethics code. I used the City of Live Oak and the City of Almus Park. So I used several provisions especially the city of San Antonio, for our ordinance. I tried to stay with, I used the city of Live Oak as a template because they're a small city like us, but I added some things from the city of San Antonio's ethics code.
And I went out to other city managers on my mass email to get theirs. One of the issues is that so many cities have this in their charter, yeah. And so, it's something that maybe we ought to consider
If I wanted,
next go around.
if I wanted to add some suggestions, should I just email it to you, or?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can you, Ms. Alcazar, can you email me that about the witness and complainant? Because,
Yes,
so that
ma'am.
I just don't, I'm taking the notes, but I'll go blank sitting at my desk trying to remember what you told me.
Right now.
And the other input I think that is kind of important is that some of this is taken straight from our personnel manual that's already been approved and then just added into here. So
Be the changes for
Mhm.
the harassment and the discrimination portion, so.
all that comes from the federal law and from
maybe
our
you
personnel
could,
manual.
put that in italics so we know it came from the personnel manual. And then I'd like to know what you got from the city of San Antonio because
Oh, my God.
is
That,
okay, or from the city of Live Oak, and then I know that the rest is the city of San Antonio. I don't know. I mean,
I've been working on
that's
this
a big
ethics
city.
code.
We're not
Yeah.
city of San
No,
Antonio.
I didn't take everything. I mean, it was impossible because
Oh.
they have certain things that
I mean,
we
that-
don't
we
have
can't.
in
I
this
don't think we're
city.
equal there.
We're not. I mean, but
Yeah, but
there's
you-
things like I wouldn't put in our ethics code about city council employees. Like they have staff, city council at City of San Antonio, and there's a provision in there for that. But that's just an example. There are several provisions in there that wouldn't fit this. So, I mean, yes, I don't know how possible it is. It took me since June to write this ethics code and reading all of these ethics codes
I
from
need to go
different
through
cities
it. Yeah, I
and
need to go
pulling
through it.
from each and every one. I didn't take note of where I got what
Okay,
from.
I see.
So it would be
Okay,
almost
sorry.
impossible for me to do that. I'm sorry.
Well, thinking, unless we got, are these like really thick documents from the city of San Antonio?
Well, the city of San Antonio's
Yes.
is.
Okay, the city of
the
Live Oak, no?
is like 30 pages.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Almost Park is almost 30 pages too,
Okay.
so.
All right.
I have Pearsall's also. I looked at that, but it kind of, it was a repeat of Almus Park and Live Oak, so I didn't need to take anything from that because a lot of these provisions are the same in all ethics codes. They're verbatim. All of them are the same. Just like I gave you in the PowerPoint that the common provisions, those are common provisions in each and
And the
every.
definitions and
In
stuff.
the
and that's
definitions,
all, yeah.
everything.
Does every city have an ethics ordinance?
I don't know. I didn't check to see if every city, but
I mean, every suburban city, I guess, is what I want
most of the suburban cities do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
I have a
Counselor.
question for Sandra. When we go into Excella and go to the agenda, should we be using the view agenda packet or view agenda or view board agenda? Because I've seen that sometimes they're different.
Whatever you feel like, really, whichever one you want to look at. I recommend, if you want to go through, if you want to go through Excella, you can look at any of those that you want to do. But if you want to get the entire packet through the website, then go click the date.
But I thought Excella, this would have more information
packet
that's not accessible to the general public.
Right, that would be your packet.
Okay, so we really, if we want the full packet, we should be using Excella and downloading the view agenda packet.
Correct.
Okay.
And the only time you're really going to have anything in there that the public doesn't see is if it's, and this is off topic, but that would be if it's a board appointment. Oh, you have an executive session still. Excuse me.
But Mayor and Council, I will put what was taken from the personnel manual and
Oh,
put it
good.
in
Thank you.
italics
I
for
appreciate
you.
that.
Yes.
Just remind you.
Is there anything else I can do for you for this, or?
Well, I just need to go through it a little bit more carefully than I was able to tonight, so I'll do that next time. Yeah. Yes, I've got it right here. I'm starting to fill it out.
Okay.
Who's here? Who's coming in to executive session with us? Okay. Thank you, Denise. I think
Thank you very
we're
much.
finished, and we'll, citizens to be heard. I know Ms. Baldridge left, and Carrie. Okay, thank you. There's none. So we need to move then into executive session at approximately 11:37 on Tuesday, February 5th,
That's to discuss
under
what item?
Section 551.071 that authorizes the governmental body to consult with its attorney in an executive session to seek his or her advice on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this Chapter 297. So at this time, we move to executive session. And we will be back.
Poor Kelly's gonna get us pancakes. Poor Kelly's gonna get us pancakes and bacon. Oh. A couple biscuits. It's almost like McMuffin time. Well, I guess I'm glad it's today and not tomorrow.
We are reconvening from executive session on consent agenda item number, well, that we pulled 6.2 on the MOU, and it's 11:58 in the evening on February the 5th. And may I please have a motion?
I move that we approve the MOU as presented.
I'll second. Oh,
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Jordan to approve the MOU as presented concerning the Elijah Group. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Without further objection, with no objection, we move to adjourn at 11:59. Hey, it's not midnight, yeah. Good morning.
Any objections, you can stay seated.
That's okay.